The future belongs to those who can learn, adapt, and lead through change. A very good morning to one and all present here today. I, Pramiti Tandon,
And Anjali Saxena.
on behalf of the Executive Education Committee, extend a warm welcome to you all. We at IMI Delhi are elated to inaugurate the fifth iteration of our annual HR conclave, Vimarsh 2026. Vimarsh serves as a distinguished panel where HR leaders and visionaries from diverse sectors converge to exchange ideas, foster collaboration, and engage in thought provoking discussions on contemporary challenges and emerging trends shaping the future of human resources. As organizations navigate unparalleled technological and workforce transformation, the need for adaptive leadership has never been greater. As Peter Drucker famously observed, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Vimarsh 5.0 embraces this philosophy by bringing together distinguished industry leaders, CHROs, academicians, and aspiring professionals to explore how organizations can redefine the future of work through innovation, collaboration, and people centric leadership. Across two immersive days, conversations will examine the evolving role of artificial intelligence, leadership development, workforce capability, organizational culture, and cross functional collaboration. More than a conclave, Vimarsh 5.0 is a platform where ideas meet action, perspectives, challenge convention, and meaningful conversation inspire the next generation of workplace transformation.
We begin day one with talent acquisition, exploring how organizations are rethinking the way they attract, assess, and build talent in a rapidly evolving workplace. Today's discussions will examine the role of artificial intelligence in HR, the rise of global capability centers, the shift towards skills first campus hiring, and the evolving pathways for young professionals to build resilient, future ready careers. Across these conversations, the focus will remain on how the organizations can build talent strategies that are agile, inclusive, technology enabled, and aligned with the needs of changing workforce. As we look ahead to tomorrow, day 2 will focus on learning and development, another crucial pillar of HR. L&D extends beyond traditional training programs. It's about creating a culture of continuous growth, developing first-time managers, fostering continuous learning, and equipping organizations with leadership capabilities needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving world of work. Join us tomorrow for deep, in-depth discussion in learning and development. The lightning of the lamp is a beautiful symbol of victory of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and hope over uncertainty. We are truly honored to have our respected dignitaries, Dr. Suresh Ramanathan, CEO of IMI, Dr. Himadri Das, Director General of IMI Delhi, Dr. Professor Sonu Goyal, Dean Academics of IMI Delhi, and our honorable chief guest, Mr. Mahesh Gera, Group CHRO at Rustamji, to inaugurate Vimarsh with this meaningful tradition. May we all invite all the esteemed dignitaries. Sir and ma'am, please come for the lamp lighting. Bro. Do they need help? Thank you all for making the beginning of Vimarsh even more special. And now we are delighted to officially begin the Vimarsh. Vimarsh is a platform for meaningful conversations, fresh perspectives, and insightful ideas. And it is our pleasure to welcome Dr. Suresh Ramanathan for delivering the inaugural address for Vimarsh 5.0. Dr. Ramanathan serves as the Chief Executive Officer of IMI, leading strategy and academic excellence across its Delhi, Kolkata, and Bhubaneswar campuses. An IIT Delhi and IIM Calcutta alumnus with a PhD from NYU Stern, he brings decades of global leadership experience. Prior to joining IMI, he served as Dean and Principal at Great Lakes Institute of Management, following an illustrious 17-year tenure on the faculty at prestigious business schools, including the University of Chicago Booth of School of Business and Texas A&M University Mays Business School. A renowned authority on consumer psychology, Dr. Ramanathan combines academic excellence with rich corporate experience at Unilever, JWT, and MTV India, bringing valuable perspectives on strategy and future ready organizations. Now, I request you all to join me in welcoming Dr. Suresh Ramanathan with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Uh, Absolutely delighted to see a whole sea of suits here. Normally, not what you see at you know at business school at IMI at least, but terrific to see people turned out in their finest. Um, I think the idea of having conversations uh, around the future of work. Uh, it's it's something that is not only timely but in fact absolutely essential that we need to be talking about this, particularly at a time when we are seeing dramatic changes happening in technology and in the workplace. Um, Earlier today, I think we were sitting at the in the conference room, and we were talking about how things have changed just over the last few years, right? Ever since COVID hit and brought about a lot of changes in the way we function as organizations. Uh, so, in a way, I think whatever changes were set into motion just a few years ago have probably accelerated with the advent of technology, with the advent of artificial intelligence. And today, the question that we are asking is not simply how can AI help us do our jobs better, or how can it improve productivity, or how many people can it replace. I mean, those are conversations that probably were the stuff of uh, conversations that happened maybe a couple of years ago as it first took off. Uh, but today, increasingly, these conversations revolve around how can human intelligence and artificial intelligence coexist together in the workplace, right? And what can we do to leverage human capabilities to the fullest? There was a very interesting study that I'd like to share with you, and this is something that I happen to. Uh, there was a keynote speaker at a conference that I attended in Seattle, and she pointed out that the future is going to be determined by two types of jobs. Uh, or let's put it this way, there is one set of jobs which are too low key for AI to perform, like what she called the Jiffy Lube economy, which is like things where AI is, it's not even practical to use AI. And the other end is where human capabilities can actually completely transform what the logical mind, as represented by AI, can actually come up with. The logical part of what we do is is eventually going to be kind of almost completely taken over by AI. And it's a reality that we have to contend with. So the question is, what is the role of human intelligence? And the role of human intelligence is in a part of the brain that we in India do not exercise all that often, which is the right side of our brain. Intuition, creativity, um, empathy, things which are represented in a part of the brain that we are not used to exercising because of the fact that we have become, in a way, and I'm saying this in a I'm saying this because I think we have for far too long encouraged one style of thinking, which is logical, analytical, the focus on STEM and all of that, which is not bad. And I'm not saying that all of that is wrong. But to the exclusion of the ability to think about problems that don't have ready solutions or analytical solutions. What the speaker called ill-formed problems. Problems that don't have an easy solution that can be arrived at. And very often, those problems are solved by what we call system one thinking. Danny Kahneman, the Nobel Prize winner, talked about this, system one versus system two. Right? System two is the logical side of our brain. System one is the gut feel, intuition. How often do we exercise that? How often do we bring the power of just that aspect of our brain to bear on problems? Increasingly, it is my belief that the value of human intelligence will be realized in how well we are able to channelize the right side of our brain. And today's conversations are really going to focus on the future of work, on where we think human intelligence can be best leveraged. The reality is that AI is going to be very much part and parcel of every organization. And the only question that we have to ask ourselves is, how can we co-perform together with the power of AI? How can we increase the value that we get out of AI? And more importantly, how do we question and challenge what AI gives us? The same speaker that I'm referring to spoke about 90% of people simply cutting and pasting the output that they get from AI. 90%. Chances are that you guys do this. Chances are that you are just going to rely on what ChatGPT or any other AI LLM model gives you as output without critically questioning what it gives you. Well, guess what? If that's the case, then why do we need you? If you're simply going to cut and paste the output of what ChatGPT is going to give, why would an organization value what you have to offer? They might as well just go with ChatGPT. So what do you bring to the table? Luckily, there were 10% of people who actually questioned, who actually challenged, and who actually queried furthermore to kind of dig deeper into what the output was. And it is that kind of skill that is required in today's graduates. The skill to be critical, the skill to think, the skill to apply everything that you have in your brain far beyond what is logically spat out by any LLM tool. So today's conversations are really about you. They are about what you are going to bring to the table in the organizations that you join. They are going to be about uh, what it means to be an employee in tomorrow's organizations. Your role, your work, your, what you do is is uh, is going to increasingly come under the radar. What you bring to the table, and I think it is extremely timely that we are having these conversations. And I would advise each one of you to listen to this absolutely august panel to uh, to get some insights about who you want to be and who you should become, what skills you should acquire. Increasingly, conversations are moving away from knowledge to skills. What does it take to be ready from day one? What does it take to be someone who can hit the road running? Luckily, at IMI, we have undergone a massive transformation in our curriculum. As most of you are aware, what we have done is move towards what we call a horses for courses approach, to say that let us kind of prepare our students for the skills that are required by organizations, rather than having organizations train students for 6 months or 9 months or a year and elaborate kind of programs. Instead, can we take on some of those roles for ourselves and prepare our students with the skills that are required to succeed at the job? And so we've looked at career tracks rather than conventional specializations such as finance and marketing and so on. We said, okay, there are roles in strategy consulting or roles in product management and so on and so forth. And let us look at what skills our students require for the job. So, long story short, I think this is a partnership between business schools like ours and organizations like yours, the panel here, where we co-develop content. That it is no longer the case that we are simply equipping our students with the skills and then there is some kind of a recruitment process and then a talent pipeline and so on. What we would like is for organizations to come in from day one and partner with us in creating or co-creating interventions and content with us, so that we are actually able to help organizations realize exactly what they are looking for, right? So with those words, I would like to welcome the panel here and our chief guest, and of course all of you, to this absolutely wonderful 2 days of deliberations, conversations, and a lot of spirited debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful and inspiring address. Your thoughts have truly set the tone for Vimarsh 5.0 and have given us valuable perspectives to reflect upon as we begin today's conversations. It is our privilege to welcome the academic leader and institutional visionary guiding our institute, Dr. Himadri Das, Director General of IMI Delhi. Dr. Das is a distinguished leader with over 3 decades of experience spanning corporate enterprises and global business education. Holding a BTech and MBA from IIT Delhi, along with an MS and PhD from the University of Virginia, he spent 13 years driving IT software leadership across the US and India before entering academia. Dr. Das has served as Director of MDI Gurgaon and Great Lakes Gurgaon, as well as Dean of Academic Programs at IMI Delhi. With an international teaching footprint across France, Finland, and Luxembourg, he also shapes global business education standards as an AACSB peer review team member and mentor. We are honored to have him with us today to share his thoughts, set the context for Vimarsh 5.0, and offer his opening remarks. Now, I request you all to join me in welcoming Dr. Himadri Das with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. First of all, a very warm welcome to our chief guest and all the panelists. And I want to start off thanking the career services team and the student team supporting them for planning a awesome 2 days of Vimarsh 5.0. I was looking at the speaker list last night, and I'm very happy to say that, which is what it should happen, every year the list just gets more awesome than the previous year. So I'm delighted with the speakers we have, not just now, but afterwards. I wanted to give some context for everybody here because the students definitely won't know. And even our speakers won't know about, this is Vimarsh 5.0, right? So when we just got out of COVID and we returned to campus, we decided that we must do a high-powered HR conclave. So 2022 was the first edition, and this is the 5th one. So we started off not as ambitious as we have become now. We had a one-day program. The first half of the day was focusing on talent acquisition, and the second half of the day was focusing on L&D. You know, the two primary arms of HR that we deal with as an institute. The TA guys, they come and work with our students, internships, recruitment talks, and all that stuff. And the L&D guys, we have an executive education business. So we work with them closely on that. And they also come and participate in some of our interventions internally. And then it grew. And then I forget in which edition, but it became 2 days. So the first day was fully talent acquisition, and the second day was fully learning and development. I don't think we'll grow beyond 2 days, at least not in the near future, but we will keep growing in the speaker list, quality of speakers we bring in. And this time, as I said, I was very impressed with what the team has been able to get. And many of you have flown in from out of town. So thank you all for that. So I want to give some context on Vimarsh. Now, Suresh mentioned a few things about the future of work and how AI and human intelligence must work together, and what things AI can do and should do, and what things humans should do. So I'm not going to berate those points, but before I leave AI, I know there's a lot of nervousness in young people, students in this room, about what will AI do to their jobs. And some of it, Suresh alluded to, but I want to uh, quote Jensen Wang of NVIDIA. So he said, and I think it's a very powerful quote, that AI will not take your jobs, but people who use AI will take your jobs. So that means a lot. It's a profound, short, pithy quote, but think about it. And and people who use AI will take your job are not the people who copy paste the output of AI. They will not take your job. In fact, they will also lose their jobs. Uh, so you need to know how to use it effectively, intelligently. You know, essentially, it's human piece is going to come into AI plus plus. So AI might give you some foundations or maybe improve your productivity, but the actual muscle, whether it's right brain or left brain or both, has to come from the humans, which is people like you who are the future of this country and the future of organizations. So, coming to you being the future, uh, we were having a nice chat in the room next door, and how work is changing. And Mahesh mentioned they're in the real estate business, and how the demand for bigger residential space is going up. So, can any of you guess why the demand of larger residential space is going up? Why do you think it's going up? Larger spaces. Why do you think it's going up? Think. Somebody, yeah. No, no, no. I was expecting that answer. There is a business reason. There is a business reason. What are organizations doing now? Do you do you do you go into work 5 days a week in most organizations? You don't, right? But you still work. So where do you work? Work from home. So do you need some space? You're getting on Zoom calls, you're getting on calls. You can't be doing with people running around behind you and making noise. So you need space, right? So where is that space going to come from? So you need to connect the dots. Uh, this is the future of work, hybrid. So residential space size requirements are going up. And this is coming from somebody who's in the business, something not that I even thought of, to be very honest, till it was brought up this morning. Then the dots got connected, the light bulb went on. This is the reason. So then, sitting there, I coined a term uh, coming from my science and engineering background, the law of conservation of space. So space is just moving from commercial workspaces to residential and co-working spaces. Because finally you need space to work, right? You're going to work. We haven't yet come to the time when people are not going to work, they'll get universal basic income. That hasn't happened yet. Uh, so you have to work. So the question is whether you're working at home or working in the office or working in a co-working space. So that space, and we were talking about something like co-work growing like crazy. So they're renting space from real estate companies. So it's just a question of the space shifting from commercial spaces, some of it to homes, and some of it to co-working spaces. But the space has to exist, right? We don't have workplaces in space yet. Musk will probably make that happen soon, but not yet. So till then, we're going to just doing this law of conservation of space thing and moving space from one place to the other. So, and that's the way all of you are going to work. Then we are also talking about the fact that, the work environment has changed besides the physical environment. So I was asking, is it just technology enabled, or is it a combination of technology and the new generation? And you're the new generation. So the answer that we got is that it's a combination of the technology as it has been accelerating adoption, and the way the new generation thinks, they work, and how they use the technology. And that brings me to another interesting related topic, this whole debate on work-life balance, which is a part of future of work. So different people define it different ways. I don't know what the right definition is. Some people say from COVID onwards, work-life balance has kind of, the lines between work and home have vanished, because when people started working from home, they were essentially 24/7. I think the first thing that made that happen was the smartphone in your pocket. Uh, but then COVID, with Zoom and all, made it even more. Uh, so, and you know, folks like you, I think, value that work-life balance more than folks like us, right? And there's nothing wrong in that. Uh, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just making a statement of facts that you value it more than we do. Uh, so companies figure out different ways of doing it. I was just chatting, with them that uh, I had been to the Morgan Stanley office in Mumbai, in Goregaon, their GCC. 16 floors of a very fancy building. People work long hours, but they're creating work-life balance, or kind of whatever, work-life balance inside the office building. So besides the standard, you know, gym and all that, they have like 2 different large food courts in different floors. They have they have cricket nets, and they have spinning room, dance room, and all that other stuff. So essentially saying you'll have to work long hours, but you can take breaks and do whatever you want. So that's one way of people dealing with it. I was reading an article last night about a founder in Mumbai uh, of a design firm. So she has a rule that everybody comes to work 5 days a week, 9 to 6. At 6 o'clock, she throws them out. You have to go home. And no work happens on weekends. And her claim is that doing this has actually improved productivity. And in a design firm, you have to be creative. You can't be exhausted, burnt out, and then coming up with awesome designs. So in her field, in her business at least, she has realized the hard way that by making people work lesser and certain hours, their productivity goes up and it's good for business. So I think employers are going to come up with different solutions, and some of it will be sector dependent. Uh, this maybe works very well for design, where it's very creative thinking, and it might work in some other areas. But the fact that your generation demands, and I'm using demands in a good way, work-life balance will have to be addressed by employers, and it'll be not one size fits all. It'll be different ways it is done. So I'm sure some of that will also come up, and the use of and the application of technology and all that. So I'm looking forward to a great next 2 days, and I would strongly encourage all of you to make the most of it. Uh, take notes. I don't see your notebooks out. Those 2 pages of paper aren't doing anything. I've already started taking notes in my digital notepad, so I don't see any reason as students why you should not. This is a learning opportunity, not just to wear a suit and show up and get attendance. It's a learning opportunity, and you should be hungry to learn. You should have a sponge inside that wants to soak up everything that comes. And this is a chance where you get stuff from outside the professors in the classroom. You get multiple perspectives, on across different dimensions. So this is how you broaden your horizons. Opportunity, grab it. Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for coming.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful opening remarks and for setting the context for Vimarsh 5.0. Your thoughts have given us a meaningful perspective and set the perfect tone for the conversations ahead. We truly appreciate your presence and your valuable insights. A meaningful journey is not defined by the milestones we cross, but by the footprints we leave behind. And today, we have the privilege of welcoming a leader whose journey, spanning decades and diverse industries, reflects a wealth of experience, learning, and meaningful impact. It is our honor to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Mahesh Gera. Mr. Mahesh Gera is the Group Chief Human Resource Officer at Rustomjee and a seasoned business leader with over 3 decades of experience across human resources, business development, sales and marketing, business operations, and learning and development. Over the course of his career, he has held senior leadership positions across diverse industries, including real estate, telecom, power products, education, training, engineering, and construction. Prior to joining Rustomjee, he served as Vice President International Business Africa at Centum Learning, a Bharti Group company, and held leadership roles at organizations including Reliance Communications, NIS Partha, Yamaha Gensets, Honda Seal Power Products, Schindler Elevators, and Seat Tires. He brings a distinctive blend of business acumen, strategic leadership, and people management expertise. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Mr. Mahesh Gera.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much. That was really load full of introduction. And very excited to be here on a Saturday. And I was, in fact, mentioning it on LinkedIn. There can't be a more exciting Saturday than this. And great to see you all charged. And while the lights are on this side, but I can see a lot of energy in the room. Is it there or no? Oh yeah, good. So we started the day very well. So I had the privilege of interacting with some wonderful colleagues from the industry, and we were talking about some very interesting and exciting things that are happening. So we'll talk about that during the day. Before I go ahead, and I would like to thank IMI for having me for this inaugural session. And thank you very much. It was great listening to Dr. Ramanathan and Dr. Himadri Das, and it was great interacting with Dr. Sonu Goelji and Professor Sonu Goel, and wonderful colleagues from the industry. And I was very happy that you really, truly have a wonderful lineup. Fully loaded, all technology, very scary, isn't it? Some of you must be, I was hearing this, that all of us have gone through this. AI is going to take away jobs, and then I just heard that probably AI will not take away your job, but people who use AI may take away your jobs. And I was thinking, I don't know why they thought of me coming for the inaugural address. You know why? I'll tell you what. There's neither AI going to take away your job, nor people using AI going to take away your job. There's only one person who can take away your job, and that's you and yourself, right? So I think they thought that across 3 decades, when she said Mahesh's experience, she indirectly wanted to say probably from the borderline of baby boomers is bringing into the alphas and betas, right? So I thought, let me share with you a little bit of a story, and which may lighten up the load of AI, which you're going to hear, and a lot more on the talent landscape that over the next 2 days you're going to hear in terms of what is happening in the industry, what will work for you, what may not work for you. Am I audible right at the last? Folks, can you hear me? Oh, if you are. Okay, wonderful. So I want to tell you that I started from a small town called Fatehabad in Haryana, which is about 220 odd kilometers from here. If anybody from Haryana you would know. And we were talking about different landscapes of technology that we have all seen. There was a time when a photostat, just a photocopy of a paper, would be a project. You would go to a shop, he would have a huge bulky machine, there would be cyclostyling, and there will be all kinds of equipment, and then it will be very black half the time. And you would see the final product and you'll feel very happy that, okay, there is something which can copy a paper. And I'm sure in the era of AI, where you were born, we are talking about, we would have seen what all from an ordinary photocopy to a fax to basic computers. In fact, when I finished my engineering even in the final year, I was in the mechanical stream, and we used to have a computer lab, and we were told that computers are for the people who are in electronics and communication. This is not for everybody. So we would not even get a time slot to get into the computer lab. So for a long time, computers and electronics and communication was for only specific stream of people. Today I'm sure the everybody is blessed, including the roadside vendors, and I think technology is doing wonders. In the days that I grew up in a small school, I come from an agriculture family, and I want to tell you this, that my dad gave me a wonderful task, and that task was very simple. We used to have a farm. We still have one. One of my brothers handles the farms, and we used to have some cattle at the farm, and we would have definitely a lot of fresh milk coming from the buffaloes in the morning. And my job was only to go 9 kilometers on a bicycle and bring that milk home. Just about 20-25 kg. There would be a container, and I would go on a bicycle, and sometimes even days when it would be very hot and humid. And it was quite an adventurous ride, because one, you would go on a very small link road, not the expressways that you all are blessed with now. All of us are, in fact. After the road, there would be about 2 to 3 kilometers of a small pagdandi, what they call it, all of 12 inches, and which would be more contoured by virtue of the wheels of various bicycles that would go. And after all of it, when you will come back, you would have quite an adventure of bringing just milk home. How many of you are on Blinkit? Oh, everybody is, right? I'm sure even printouts are coming from there nowadays, right? All assignments are happening through Blinkit, right? Odd hours, right? But why I feel this is a story which is very close to my heart, because I think irrespective of what the technology be, there will be roots, there will be values, there will be things that will uh, come in very, very handy for you at all the time. And early days when we used to go and get scared of this, I still remember till as late as 93, 94, organizations even as um, international as MNC Honda, where I worked, we didn't have a proper email address. And I jokingly used to once in a while call up our CEO and tell him, okay, I'll send you an email by the courier. आज शाम के courier से आपको email भेजता हूँ मैं, because some of the progressive organizations had already switched over to them. So the journey was interesting, but I still believe that I think each phase of technology has given us tremendous value. Tremendous value. It has added uh, a different dimension to what living is. I was last week we were just completing appraisals at Rustamji. We always do it in the month of around June, and I don't know, some of the organizations may be still doing it around. So one of the senior folks, he said, I'm using AI, and we are now on an enterprise version of Gemini, while ChatGPT of course comes in handy for all kinds of things there, right from checking the protein of your picture food. But he said, every time I go into the chairman's office, before I enter his cabin, I ask Gemini, यार मेरा ना ये project delay हो गया है, और आज मेरे को chairman ने बुलाया है, what is it that I should tell him? What will make it good for me? So there are two sides to it, okay? There may be this side saying that, okay, are you copy pasting? But even to copy paste, you will need a lot of IQ, right? A lot of understanding. And perhaps at least if there is an option available of something which is explaining you things so good for everything, why not? So there is no issue about it, right? But all said and done, uh, let this not scare you. And I think of all the people that we see in the campus, from the campus, we just finished the review of last year's GETs, a full group of 24 graduate engineer trainees we had, and we asked them about what is their experience been. So most of them, they were surprised, and I'm sure Gautam, Vibhuti, all of you all must be also experiencing that this generation has been given extremely the top of the jobs, which are like they are made the owners of a project. And he said, I was amazed that in the first year of my training, I thought I am going for some training, but उन्होंने तो मुझे बोला कि you are the boss, just go ahead and deliver it, and you will be surprised. They delivered phenomenal work. Now that's good news, isn't it? What it means is that forget what it is going to replace. You have the power. You have the power, thanks to technology, thanks to AI, that you can replace many of the seniors, maybe, right? So don't worry about them. They're not going anywhere. They will find something better. But I think the talent uh, journey has grown definitely differently. And some of those young, and let me also, okay, rewind it a little. A year before, till about a year or 2-3 years before, whenever we would talk to senior leaders and we'll say, yaar, let's hire some more engineers from the campuses, they'll say, nahi sir, hame nahi chahiye. We don't need campus products for this because बहुत serious और इतना high cost और high level के projects हैं हमारे, and we can't risk. हमें freshers नहीं चाहिए. This is the story from engineering. While we have been taking from management campuses for the last so many years, but graduate engineer trainees we were not taking, despite being a real estate company, technology in place. But that was one area where they would always have resistance. They would say, you know, we can't give them much, and there's a lot of time goes into training. I think thanks to technology, thanks to AI, that paradigm has completely changed. This is the first year where I am telling you, because we had this wonderful batch and many of them were given ownership to drive a project differently. So I think rules of the game are very, very different, very uh, I would say very well at the takeoff point for the freshers to be able to deliver much more than what even they can imagine. I'm reminded of early days of being called to the campus. I had this story very close to my heart, and I would always tell them. There was this one person, he was being interviewed for a janitor at Microsoft. I don't know, many of you must have read this story, but I enjoy narrating it again and again. So he was interviewed for a cleaning job at Microsoft. He was called, and he was called for a live demo. He did it, and it was fine. The talent acquisition person said, okay, you know what, this is great, you are this is fine, just give me your email ID and we will send you the offer letter and you can join us soon. He said, sorry, I don't have an email ID or even a computer. So the guy from Microsoft said, if you don't have an email ID or a computer, sorry, then you can't work at Microsoft. And this guy was dejected. He was trying, struggling hard. He didn't have a job for long. He was left with some last $10, as the story goes. He was on the street and he picked up, he saw a tomato vendor and he picked up 10 kgs of tomatoes and started selling them for a profit. And in 2 hours, he realized that he could double up that money. And by the evening, he had some $80-90 in his pocket. And he went on repeating it day in and day out and went on, with all his hard work, with all his innovation, he went on to create something what you couldn't imagine, an empire, and became a ketchup king. Imaginable? Yes? And once he was a rich man and a ketchup king, one of those smart insurance guys came to his place and said, yeah, you have all the money, but where is your insurance? Who will take care of your family if something happens to you? He says, sure, you send me a plan. He says, okay, give me your email ID. He says, I don't have an email ID. He says, if you don't have an email ID, it's really strange, and you have created such a huge empire. I am wondering, if you had your email ID, what would you have done? He said, don't worry, nothing. I would have been a janitor at Microsoft. Okay. So while the story is said in a bit of fiction and bit of context, so don't have to worry about technology overbearing anything on you. I think there are 2-3 perspectives. I don't know how much time do I have, because I think we're running a bit late. Do let me know. Sorry? Around 5 more minutes? Okay. So I'll keep it crisp and short because I don't want to delay. I think we have a wonderful panel to listen to. And so while AI will come, talent will come, I was telling you about how I moved from the farm. I went on to do my engineering. I went on to do my MBA in sales and marketing. For 15 years, I was heading a national sales team, and finally, something uh, changed in my life, and I went on to the learning and development space. I joined a company called NI Sparta, which was taken over by Mr. Mukesh Ambani in those days. And he had a vision, of course, rest is history because the brothers split, etc. But it I ended up having a team of some 40 very seasoned, big, experienced trainers under me, and uh, they said, "Okay, they were looking for a leader," and they picked me for heading that team. And the story goes that the number two in my team that day came into my cabin, and she spoke to me for some time, and she was really upset because somebody from outside the industry was brought in, not from the training background. And she spent about 15-20 minutes with me, and then she said, "Mahesh, I have a suggestion for you." I said, "Sure, what?" She said, "I would suggest that you read a book on training." Now, it was really stark, and I was saying, what is this? How can it be? What do people who are in that space think? Do they think they are people who are in business, they do not have that kind of talent, or we don't go through that? We may not have been conducting formal trainings, but I think there was a message for me in it, and I really treat that as one of the gifts in my life, that I had to lead this team from the front. Then I had to deliver things which were different. So I ended up doing things in the leadership space, and that worked very well for me. And why I'm sharing this story with you is that in one of my programs, our CEO walked up to me, and he said, "Mahesh, I've been listening to you since morning. I think you should be heading our HR." I think tracks, we're talking about moving away from sales, marketing, finance, HR, this, that. Just don't worry. I think you have no idea. I was sitting with one of my batchmates after some 40 years. Uh, yeah, that's right. That's the age. After 40 years, I was sitting with a batchmate in Pune last week, and he told me his story, and I was amazed. And he said something very beautifully. He said, "Mahesh, there are 800 crore OTTs. Each one of us is one. I'm sure as you come onto the bandwagon of working in the corporate world, everyone will have a story, because all of us would have gone through a very different journey, very individual, and all of us have stories to tell. All of us have very enjoyable journeys. I would want to park the thought that whatever you get onto, whatever, no one will take away your job. It's you who can make it. I would like to close it with one small little story. It's called, and it was one of the stories I always enjoyed in sales, customer care in my training days. And I'm sure you would have again probably heard it. It's called Johnny the Bagger. Anybody heard about it? Okay, bagger is not beggar, it's bagger. You would have seen when you go to a departmental store, at the end of the till, there is a guy who's putting all your stuff in the bag, right? Now, there was this guy called Johnny. He was in that big store, and some leadership coach came in, spoke to everyone, and he went on to think, "Okay, what is my job?" So he went on to add some excitement in his job. Uh, he thought, "My job is my job only packing goods?" He said no. He started going home very excited every day, and he would pick a thought of the day, what would be nice, or the day he would not have even got one from anywhere, he would write one of his own. And his dad would help him. He would print it on a computer, multiple copies of it, cut them all, keep in his pocket, and every day with the bag, when he will put all those goods, he will put one of those slips. And people started loving it. Very soon, that particular till had longish queue, and the store manager got worried, why, and he would make announcements that we have other cash counters open, you can move there, move here. But people said, "No, we are happy, we want to be in Johnny's line." I think the choice will be with you as to what you want to make out of your career. Throughout your career, at all stages, you will have ample opportunities to change. I think will be important to. Saw one of the panels that you have in the today's end. I think is about being relevant. There will be times in each case of technology you need to continue to be relevant. There will be times where your value system will keep you relevant. There'll be time where your thoughts on culture will keep you relevant. And I think the positive attitude that you can carry, and I can see the energy in this room. I'm very happy to be at IMI. I didn't honestly expect the campus to be that beautiful. It is wonderful. You all are looking good. Keep suited, booted. That's fine. Okay, continue. Don't worry about anything. Okay, it's good to feel good. It's good to continue thinking like that. And once you are on board, I think keep an open mind. You will have plenty to work on. AI will not bring you down. I can assure you. And in fact, the kind of excitement that we have now at Rustamji, we have two young interns who are driving our entire AI project. Two very young interns, fresh out of campus. They're amazing. Dhwani and Kanishk, and both of them are driving entire leadership through our entire journey of AI. Real estate is a little a laggard. It would be a bit than to most of the fintechs and techs and the MNCs. But even in real estate, we are doing a lot, and it is amazing work which these people are doing. So I think the world is looking, waiting for all of you all. With all your learning, just go ahead and make a kill. Thank you very much. It was such a pleasure being with you all, and I really enjoyed. I hope I've kept the time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions? I'll be more than happy to hear and answer maybe. एक दो तो बनते हैं ठीक नहीं yeah, should we? Anybody has any question? Or you have reserved them all for the wonderful panels that we have? All right, thank you very much in that case. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those thought-provoking words. Your perspectives have given us much to reflect upon and have added immense value to the conversations at Vimarsh 5.0. Thank you once again, sir. I would like to invite our I would like to invite Professor Sonu ma'am on the stage to felicitate Mr. Mahesh Gera.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I think we can skip the intro. Doing in the paucity of time. So thank you. My privilege to give this vote of thanks to our three wonderful speakers today. It's a great start for Vimarsh 5.0. As Himadri had set the context, it's the 5th year of Vimarsh, and welcoming all of you here to IMI campus, and all the students keenly waiting for all the discussions and deliberations. Vimarsh is a great name for this two-day event because it's all about conversations, all about deliberations. Asking questions is extremely important, by the way, because there is no Vimarsh otherwise. So I'm sure as day goes by, I think students would be getting more and more curious. But a great theme for these 2 days, the future of work. And I think one thing that I understood, and I have anyways always felt that, and all the three speakers talked about, is that AI cannot take away your experience. And it's your experience which actually dictates your thought. So Mahesh, from collecting milk, bringing milk on a daily basis to where he is, I think there is no connection, but every experience counted. And I think that's extremely important. AI doesn't have sixth sense. AI cannot tell you how to deal with your colleague. Collaboration, because HR, I think, is extremely important in that, because how do you work in a workplace where you have human beings who you're dealing with? No execution can happen if you don't know how to manage people. So the AI cannot teach you that. So ability to work with people, technology sometimes does give you a sense that you can work in solitary spaces, but that's a very, very small part of that, because working in a solitary manner really doesn't help organizations achieve what they have to. So to be able to work with people is extremely important, and AI definitely cannot teach you. So future of work is going to be very different. Whatever curriculum we make today, preparing you for the future of the industry, you will soon see that world is disappearing. Because where we started 40 years back was a very different world, and within 10, 15 years, the world was very different. I still remember my PhD days where knowledge acquisition itself was a challenge. We used to go library to library to figure out where can I find that particular research paper. There was no internet. And we used to find libraries where we would be and photocopying those and try to read those while we are also trying to cut cost on the photocopying. So those were the days we have seen. Yours are the days we are talking about the era before the AI. You will be talking about the era where you are now. And 40 years, it's going to be very different. So that world is disappearing fast, and I think we all need to be prepared. And this ability to adapt also, AI does not teach you. So please remember, your ability to adapt, your ability to work with people is something which you have to develop as you, yes, it can help you acquire knowledge very fast because it's a collation of a lot of information that comes your way, but putting sense into that is entirely your understanding of things, and that's extremely important. So I'm not going to take more time, and thank you so much, everybody here, for the great start of Vimarsh, and wishing everybody best wishes for this, and the team here who has organized this and the career services team, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank, thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Now, I would like to invite our CEO, Dr. Suresh Ramanathan, to please kindly felicitate our chief guest, Mr. Mahesh Gera.
Now we would request all our panelists to please come on the stage. Panel 1. Yes, ma'am.
Bringing together diverse perspectives and experiences from world of industry and leadership. Each conversation will delve into successful approaches and their impact, draw insights from real life projects, reflect on lessons learned from industry challenges, and examine what truly works in an ever evolving business landscape. We encourage all our students to be in active participation of these conversations, listen, engage, ask questions, and make the most of the insights and experiences shared by our distinguished panelists. I would like to invite Vidhi to take over.
As we begin the first panel of Vimarsh 5.0, themed as HR Reimagined, where human insights meet artificial intelligence, we turn to a transformational redesigning not just how work gets done, but how organizations think about their people. Artificial intelligence is already reshaping how organizations hire, develop, engage, and make decisions about talent. But as technology becomes increasingly capable, one question becomes crucial: what should remain distinctly human in the workplace of tomorrow? The opportunity lies in bringing technology and people together to create organizations that are smarter, more agile, and deeply human. Today's panel will explore this intersection from responsible AI and bias in talent decisions to building future ready capabilities while preserving empathy, judgment, and human connection. Let us begin a conversation about the future of work and the future we choose to create. To take this conversation forward, it is a distinct privilege to welcome our moderator for this session, Ms. Sonali Batra, an alumna of IMI Delhi PGDM HR class of 2016. Ms. Batra currently serves as a Senior Program Manager, AI for HR at Amazon. She brings over a decade of rich HR leadership experience across top corporate giants including Amazon, Genpact, and Infosys. Her expertise spans strategic talent management, organizational staffing, employee relations, and driving global HR operations. With her strong domain knowledge and strategic insight, she is exceptionally positioned to guide today's discussion. Please join us in welcoming ma'am. And now, I shall introduce you to our esteemed panelists for the discussion. Dr. Yogesh Misra brings over 25 years of global leadership at the intersection of talent science, leadership assessment, and enterprise decision making. As CEO of Thomas Assessments and People Metrics, part of the CIEL HR group, he has driven senior client relationships and growth across governments and enterprises spanning SAARC, Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, Europe, and the US. A trusted advisor to CEOs, boards, and CHROs, he has spent his career turning psychometric and behavioral data into decision grade intelligence, helping organizations make more confident, defensible calls on leadership selection, succession, and performance risk, while also serving as the Honorable President of the Delhi Management Association and contributing to talent science through published work with Emerald, Ivy Publishing, and Harvard Business Publishing. We're honored to have you here, sir. Mr. Rakesh Almal is a talent acquisition leader with over 20 years of experience in shaping hiring strategies and building high-performing talent organizations across global engineering and technology businesses. As a talent acquisition leader for India at ZF Group, he leads initiatives spanning leadership hiring, employer branding, workforce planning, and diversity hiring. He is passionate about helping organizations attract future-ready talent and creating meaningful career opportunities through innovative and inclusive recruitment practices. We are glad to have you here, sir. Ms. Vibhuti Verma brings over 17 years of cross-cultural talent acquisition leadership across fintech, payments, consulting, technology, shared services, and telecom. As a global talent acquisition manager at MasterCard, she leads end-to-end hiring processes across South Asia for data and services, cyber and intelligence, product management and development, data engineering, and software engineering, partnering closely with business leaders to build future-ready capabilities. A strategic talent advisor, She combines deep expertise across technology, analytics, payments, and consulting with a strong focus on candidate experience, DEI, and process excellence. Recognized for delivering high volume and niche hiring mandates, she has also led the award winning DEI initiatives, including veteran hiring, while building recruiter capabilities in negotiation, candidate engagement, and career growth to elevate talent acquisition as a data driven business function. We're honored to have you here, ma'am. Mr. Gautam Duggal is a global HR and workforce transformation leader with over 22 years of experience across talent strategy, organizational effectiveness, and AI driven workforce transformation. Currently serving as the Global Senior Vice President HR, Enterprise Capability and Workforce Transformation at Citibank, he leads AI capability building initiatives across a large global workforce spanning multiple markets. Previously at MasterCard, he led global talent transformation across 52 countries and delivered significant workforce cost optimization. His expertise spans talent management, organizational design, workforce strategy, and preparing organizations for the future of work. We are glad to have you here, sir. Mr. Snehal Prajapati is a transformational HR leader and HR business partner at Vodafone Idea with extensive experience in organizational transformation, culture, workforce strategy, and large scale business restructuring. His career spans across leading organizations including General Motors, Vodafone, Tata Motors, and Torrent Power, with notable contributions to the Vodafone Idea merger and General Motors India consolidation. An IIM Ahmedabad alumnus and Cornell CHRO Leadership Program graduate, Snehal is also recognized among Jombe's HR 40 under 40 leaders. We are glad to have you here, sir. Now, I'd like ma'am to kindly take the discussion forward.
Everybody hear me? Okay, great. And thank you so much for that great introduction for all of us here on the panel. And super happy to be back. I remember my days sitting right there. I think this is the first time I'm hosting a panel at IMI Delhi. I remember my days taking notes on those 2 pages and then trying to save them up in a diary of folders, etc. But yes, definitely feels a lot of immense pleasure to be here. And welcome to our great panel here, which is almost 60 to 70 plus years of experience right here sitting at this panel, and great to hear from you. Before we start, I just wanted to set a quick introduction for the panel today. As HR leaders, we are today at an inflection point where AI isn't just changing how we find talent, it is fundamentally reshaping the entire talent acquisition definition. Today's discussion explores a critical question: how do we leverage AI's analytical power while preserving the human judgment that's always been the heart of our hiring process? We'll examine whether technology adds value, whether human insights remain irreplaceable, and how leading organizations are navigating this balance. And welcome to our panel again. I will first start with my first question, hovering around the theme of current state and transformation, because that's where we start. So, just bringing on to the first question: how has AI already changed talent acquisition process strategy in the last 2 years, 2, 3 years, and how really surprised you the most? I've not. I didn't really want to particularly point this question to anyone because I'm sure it's applicable across. So I would love to hear from everyone on the panel on this one.
Okay. I think what has surprised me the most when it comes to AI in recruiting today is how it is fast tracking the entire recruitment process, uh, leading to a better hiring manager and a candidate experience at the center of it. Honestly, a lot has evolved and changed in the way we recruit post COVID. Ideally, uh, I was someone who always believed that recruiters can't work from home. They have to be in the office premises to do recruiting, meet stakeholders, etc. And then COVID happened, and everybody was working from home. During COVID, we ended up recruiting close to about 20,000 people in one of my previous organizations that I was with then. So, so that is where, and then the AI intervention and how the entire process is changing. So I think the fast tracking, it is also taking away a lot of monotonous tasks today from the recruiters. They are being able to become actually truly the business partners now, work with the business, understand the strategy, know the business more, etc. So yeah, I think that's where it is from my perspective.
Sure, Rakesh. Thank you. I really loved how you touched upon candidate experience as a theme. You touched upon efficiency in the recruitment process, and particularly touching the human side of it. That while there is AI intervening in different stages of the talent acquisition life cycle, there is a lot of intervention that is required from the human side. I would actually love to hear from the other panelists, Vibhuti, Gautam, in case you want to add in that, which are the things which are fundamentally changing for the talent acquisition teams.
Okay, I'm audible. Perfect. No, I will just agree with what he said. I think a lot of things have surprised us in the right way, and we are trying to fix the not so right ones, to be honest, because we're still experimenting a lot of AI, getting into the processes, what should remain with humans, what should not remain with us, where should we draw that particular line. But having said that, I think the entire operational work of recruitment has been fantastically taken over by agents, and I am so glad that we were able to do it, because it was more like for recruiters managing those operational tasks of interviewing, schedulings, and following up on feedbacks was more like a pilot, serving the refreshments in a flight. That's something unwanted. I'm so glad that work has been taken over so that we could now concentrate on more productive discussions across the table. So yeah, anyone else want to add to it?
Let me add from my perspective. So there are a couple of things. One is, so you have two parts in a process. One is a recruiter, other one is a candidate. And you need to look at how AI is impacting both of them. So at the first place, yeah, it increases the efficiency, etc. Obviously, it has removed a lot of the mundane work, etc. And again, impact of AI can be seen across levels. At an entry level where you have the mass hiring, obviously it has crashed the time. But at the senior level where it is actually search, you don't really have AI because it's more of headhunting. Yeah. But the other end, how game has become trickier for recruiters is that now candidates are using AI. So typically, so the CV is made by using AI. Then it will, the ATS is also looking at the CVs using AI. So it's actually AI versus AI. And it depends on who's using the better version of AI. So I thought, I'll stop at this. Better prompt. Prompt is also passive.
Absolutely. I think AI versus AI is what we take away from here, as well as the fact that AI is, and the good part is AI is taking away all the frustrating part of the jobs, which happens to be the mundane schedulings and all of that, which I think if anybody has ever worked in talent acquisition in the initial years would be aware about some of these. My next question to you, Snehal, actually, that and I think a fantastic one as well, that where do you see the biggest gap between AI's promise and its actual performance in the recruitment process, or even in the overall employee engagement or employee life cycle journey as well?
Thanks, Sonali. I think right question and at the midpoint where we are right now. If you hello, so we are at the midpoint where obviously what rightly said by that AI versus AI. This midpoint is at earlier we used to have those coordinations job and everything, right? But nowadays everyone's skin is in the game in terms of even HR reimagine. That is the theme that we have. Every bit of, let's say, talent attraction or a talent engagement or talent development or talent management, everybody's skin is in the game, which means they are partners. They are not working like a specialist always. That's what something that is changing drastically. And I think it is an HR era. I would put it as not AI era, or maybe HI era, which is human insights or human intelligence era, which is prevailing not only to us, it is definitely going to help business, because business is getting so much demanding than previous era that we had. And I think India as a country, we are at a very different juncture. We can leverage the most out of it. That's what I can say. But last comment from my end is, I think every one of us had to get into the AI mode, but at the same time, is it really or consciously right or not? We should ask that question to us, because the decision is definitely going to be on the people, on the human, and maybe that psychological safety that needs to keep in mind. Otherwise, they will have a different version of what they are thinking and having an experience from the organizations. That's what something that I believe the most.
I think absolutely the psychological safety part is what we can pick up from here. Psychological safety both for the candidates and even when they're interviewing, or I think just having transparency in the process as well, that how much of it is AI, how much of it is not really AI, is something which will get us there. Thanks, Nehal. Anybody who wants to add to this question? Thanks, Gautam. Please.
Sorry, reiterate the question once.
Superb. I would love to repeat that. Where do you see the biggest gap between AI's promise and its actual performance in recruiting?
Oh, in recruitment. So let me give you brief background of who I am. I'm the villain in the house of HR. I'm the guy who's gung-ho about AI and it's going to take away everybody's job. That's my job to do. If your job was to fetch milk 7 kilometers from your house or 9 kilometers from your house, even today, AI should take away that job, right? But if your job is still, and what he said is AI to AI, if your job is to add value and do something which will help a customer, a client, somebody make a better decision, that will remain with you, I can tell you that. We're not designing any workflow where there is no human in the loop, because we need accountability at the end of it. How many of you use ChatGPT? When was the last time it said sorry to you? Sorry, I gave you wrong advice. No, you have to poke it and then say, oh, I'm correcting my model. So with the reimagined view now, this is the newer version of what you were asking for. So let me sort of reiterate it. It never says sorry. There's no accountability. I work at a bank. The bank is highly regulated. Would you want your savings account data to pass through an AI chatbot? Why? AI is good. AI is the future. If the job was manual, it should have been gone to any technology. We had RPA 5, 7 years back. We were talking the same thing about RPA. We were 2012, we were talking about digitization. Same stuff. It's AI today, it'll be AGI tomorrow. Musk only knows what's come next. Uh, but human have been an integral part of it. I think from my perspective, when I'm supporting AI reimagine in TA teams, we're trying to push them for, can you do a manual closure on things rather than sending a 3 a.m. email saying, sorry, you were not selected for certain roles? Because there are teams where we are headhunting for certain roles and that individual says, well, I applied for the job. Your system said I'm not eligible. I don't even want to talk to you now. Now you have to put in more money to get them in, right? So that's my view on it. AI, talking to AI is great, but AI talking with people is also not so great right now.
While we're talking about, thank you very much. I feel like mobbed. It's a press conference, people. Okay, so a couple of things. One is, fundamentally, when we look at AI in recruitment, what is recruitment supposed to do originally? It is supposed to look at three things. Can a person do a job? Which is where you look at the skills. That's very narrow, and that's what a lot of people are focusing on. Will a person do a job? That's motivation. And the third thing is, will a person fit in? That's where culture would come in. So this is my angst with a lot of the people, especially in technologies. They're looking at a very, very narrow skills part. Yeah. And so you have something called as technology. Technology changes. Skill automatically will change along with it. But then there is something called as capability. It's that capability, underlying capability, which will not change. And that is what happens. Why is it that you have so many people being sacked across? One is obviously the efficiency factor that you bring in. But other is because you hire people for skills. And a lot of times, that's also for the professors, is that you teach something which is in, which is fashionable. But the velocity at which technology changes is faster than what we will learn. Couple of years back, prompt engineering was the in thing, or we thought chat GPT was panacea, cure for everything. The way things change, it's changed so fast. Now the fourth most important thing is actually in terms of will the person adapt, the agility, which unfortunately AI is not able to measure. So that's one of the things that you need to look at when you're looking at how is AI going to impact things. Of course, I can talk for a long time, but I'll just interject.
Absolutely. I think one point to add there, teams are looking now at task at the job. We're no longer looking at skills. Skills I can help you build. Capability comes with you, whether you'll take the action. We're looking at task because at the end of the day, 80% of AI, 20% with you, your time has to be utilized somewhere else. What will you do?
I add to it, but you are still talking about task. Actually, at the end of the day, you need to look at accountability, which you yourself said AI cannot have. So, final, where does the buck stop?
It stops here.
Exactly.
Next question.
I think thank you so much, Gautam, Yogesh. The discussion is actually getting interesting, and that's the era we are in. It's an interesting era where the pace of change is such that by the time you design something and you automate a process and you move towards step one, the technology at the back has changed. And if we talk to all the technology leaders as well today, any technology change would come in, it would settle in. It would easily take about 3 to 4 months for a new technology to get adapted. But today, that is like weeks. There was a question where I had to ask that, how is talent acquisition? What skills do we see in talent acquisition leaders? What skills do we see in the next 5 years? But I think the question is not 5 years anymore. It's maybe 1 year at max, or rather 6 months is how I'll put it. Okay, now switching gears towards the biases, blind spots, and ethics that comes into the AI picture. As AI is increasingly deciding who gets, okay, fine, Vibhuti, this is a question to you actually. As AI is increasingly deciding who gets seen before a recruiter ever sees the candidate, where do you think the biggest blind spots or unintended biases are emerging today?
I'm audible now? Okay.
Yes.
When you talk about these biases and, all the AI coming into picture, so I'll just probably start with an example here and, some surveys which were done, which probably will bring some facts to the room. So one, from an example standpoint, probably, just anyone. Can I have your name? So Asta actually applies to an internship project in an organization, which of course has an agent which is, trying to evaluate candidates based on some certain skill sets and stuff. Yeah. So you apply and she has a lot of analytical skills. She has also helped maybe her husband or her father building a small family business. And she also has some, say, basic visualization, data visualization capabilities. Now, these are some facts which is written in her CV at the moment. And the CV goes to the AI process, and the AI doesn't identify, one, maybe a great college. I'm not saying IMI, but maybe they were looking at a different college altogether. Some fancy, some verbiage that only AI picked up in the past, stating that only people coming with these verbiage in their CVs have successfully been shortlisted for a particular role. And the AI gives an output that the person may not be suitable for this position. And this is a completely biased, outcome that we're getting. So I think that is where the humans come into picture, because an AI cannot look at, and when you say, an algorithm, it actually goes by a lot of historical data, a lot of hallucination happens. And let's be very clear, when you talk about outcomes from AI, there's a lot of similarity, but similarity cannot be suitability, right? There are similar things which may happen, but that always would not be suitable. So what if, she has a lot of critical thinking, which other profiles which are submitting CVs with a lot of AI usage, which we said they are making CVs with AI, has not been able to depict. What if she has a lot of learning agility, which the profile, which that particular role actually needs? AI completely ignored that. So I think That's where a human accountability comes in. And while we are giving a lot of things to AI, I think there are three top things which we need to keep with ourselves as HR leaders. One, of course, I talked about, it has to be accountability. We should be responsible. We should be accountable for what AI is throwing as an outcome to us. We should have all the rights to override the outcome that AI is throwing at us. That's where the human intelligence comes in. And I think the third most important part is we should be responsible to explain. What if she comes to my organization and asks, why was I rejected? I can't just say, my algorithm did not sail you through. That's the stupidest answer to actually give to a candidate, right? So I need to be responsible and explain why AI took a particular decision. I think that's where we come into picture. And I would just probably leave you with the thought that while AI is giving us a lot of outcomes, please do not allow and live with the kind of verdicts they are throwing at you. Verdict has to be human. Yeah.
Thanks, Vibhuti. That brings out an important point, that the concept of human in loop. At which points do we have human in loop? And I think that's where the human judgment also comes in, that when you're redesigning talent processes, where is it that the decision should be done completely by AI? Where is it that the decision needs a human in loop? And maybe that can be phased out over time. Thanks, Vibhuti, for that answer.
Sonali, I will just take a minute and to add to, I think, Vibhuti, what said. I agree to, your point, because the reason is
Somehow
thank
the
you. Hello.
neighbors' mics work, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Your mic, that's what's
Gautam will
happening
only help
across.
me now.
Yeah. Yes, I love
Teamwork.
the.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I mean, at one point in time, obviously, we all have done our TA roles many a times and many a years. But as an HR business partner, also, this one thing which is striking and the biases that we were talking about, you're absolutely right. AI gives and throws us a lot of assessments and a lot of results out of it. But do you really need to only depend on that? And that's what is the question that we were continuously asking. We are having those conversations in our organizations wherein TA partners, and we call it as TA partners now. Reason is very different because those TA partners come and fight with HR business partner that why my candidate has not been, picked up. And then we actually get into those conversations. We'll get to understand the right and we'll get to know the right insights out of the assessments and the video interviews that has been taken. And then finally we took that call, and that's something that just I want to add it here. Those biases can only be removed, that quality conversations which is required between the teams, and that's what something that is the need of an hour. Though AI has taken away a lot of transactional works, and which is a good part of the story, which is actually giving us more room for a quality time to have those conversations and decide on the right candidates.
I'll take certain examples to illustrate some of those things. See, understand, when you look at AI, the benchmarking is done in the past. That's one. So we had a client, and the challenge was that when they were hiring, attrition was the biggest challenge. So when they looked at the data, they realized that you had to go through the whole process. So the process of selection was written test because it's a technical position, and because they would go to campuses with a large number of people, they would do group discussions. And so typically in the group discussion, the people who would, he's nodding his head. In fact, originally City also had a problem a long time back. I'm a dinosaur, so I can actually give examples. So what used to happen was the competencies that they would measure in a group discussion were very so were typically, leadership, how well would people speak, objection handling, etc., etc. Those same people who, when they would walk in, would say, what kind of boring job am I doing? And after another 6 months, max 1 year, they would start going for the MBA or would move out for another job. So they did this benchmarking, and then they came up with the example. Okay, what we would want is we would want people who can think structurally. We don't want people who are very outgoing. We want people who would follow instructions, have patience, process oriented, etc. Now that initially solved the problem of attrition. But then after some time, they realized that, out of those people with spark that they were picking up, they would also get people who would be leaders. So some people they would move on to client-facing role, people business development role. Those were they weren't getting it because they were getting eliminated. So then they said that, okay, anybody who does exceptionally well in the written test, that was still there. We need people with a certain kind of intelligence, even if they do not have the typical programmer coder kind of a profile, so to say. If they're exceptional, manual override we will still shortlist them for a final interview and see. So what would happen was, if they were hiring 1,000 people, these kind of people would be just 50 odd, hardly 0.05%. But what would happen was, even if you had a 50% attrition amongst these, you would still have those 25 people out of that batch of 1,000 who they would then give different kind of responsibilities. So I thought I'll give an example to illustrate where biases can come in, humans can override it. Thank you.
Any of the questions, so I'll share now. So there was a research which was done, and not in the organization, but they actually shared that output with everyone. That there were 3 leadership candidates who were doing a role for 10, 15 years in that organization, and they were actually trying to build an agent. And when they did the testing, uh, they they had actually put in the profiles of all 3 leaders in that particular agent and asked them if they are the best suited candidates, and the agent rejected all 3 of them. People who have been doing their job for 10, 15 years in the same organization, not getting shortlisted by the same agent, which the company is trying to now bring in to screen candidates. So I think that's where a lot of biases come in, and that's where a human is required to override all of these outcomes.
Another thing that I wanted to add was that when we actually make a job description, or when we want to automate things, sometimes we define it very narrowly. And I'll take a very classic consulting example that there was, and the joke is actually normally on the consultants, because we charge money, was that there was a consultant who came in and was looking at efficiency in a hotel. And he said that there is this doorman. Now, this is a very classic example. And he said, what does the doorman do? Open the door, shuts the door and maybe gives salams up kind of a thing. And they said if we were to eliminate it by putting an automatic door closer, it will save so much of money. So what they did was they eliminated the doorman, and they so on paper that process was done. But then after some time they realized that actually they started getting bad feedbacks. The feedback ratings dropped. And in fact, some of the older people started complaining, because the job of the doorman was not only just to open the door. He would come, smile, greet the regulars, and if there would be some old people, he would help them with the luggage, etc. There would be so many things that the doorman would do. So if you see some of those darbans, 6'2" strapping people without things, and a lot of times you see foreigners who would come in and take a photograph with them. So again, when you define things, a lot of times if you define it very narrowly, so there are intended benefits, there are also unintended benefits that sometimes humans give. So machine can only do one part. They cannot do beyond a point. And so when we are doing it, see, initially it was mechanization, automation. Now you're having AI. So AI, yes, it is doing a lot of the things, but then you need to remember there is always a human angle. That is what you need to keep in mind. That's where the biases and other things come in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think fantastic points here. Just adding on to that, and I'm picking up the phrase of similarity is not equal to suitability, where the exceptional talent or the exceptional, we need to identify which are those edge cases out there. Also, adding on to Yogesh's point, in fact, on the point of how is it that biases creep in? Did we hear about a term that we are a team is as good as the leader leading it? Now it's also about an AI agent is as good as the person who's designing it. Now what's changing, it's all about the prompt engineering and contextualization that you give to that AI agent, and that's getting better with time. And that's how you see, I don't know if whoever, I'm sure everybody is using Chat GPT. The responses that you're getting is getting better with time. It's also the models which are getting revamped, but also the context that it keeps on gathering. So I'm sure there are versions that are available, and you end up adding more and more of your context. You will be like, hey, it's just responding like I would, or think like I would. So thank you for those insights as well. That brings me to my next question, Rakesh. And I think, again, echoing on the theme of suitability and similarity, can AI improve personalization at scale, or does it make the process feel more transactional?
I think it could be, I would say both. Honestly, one, yes, I when you use AI, transactional um, activities, I should say, are eliminated, and a human is not required to do the same. And it's pretty scalable. You could use agents to source, to screen, when it comes to recruiting in particular, and then fast track the process, like I mentioned previously. Similarly, I think there could be a lot of personalization as well, both from a recruiter aspect and also from a candidate standpoint. Like for example, we created an agent, using Copilot, which is what we use in the organization, where the recruiters could bring in all the candidate documents, specifically their salary slips, appraisal letters, etc. And then eventually it summarizes for them uh, the entire compensation details of a candidate, and then they could figure out how to negotiate what is the current compensation and stuff. So yeah, I think there could be a lot of personalization in various aspects, even from a candidate standpoint. It could help them prepare, know more about the organization today. I don't know how many of you use this on any of the AI agent tools that you use. Just go and search the organization that you're going to appear for an interview. Just say, tell me more about that organization, employee experience, etc., and it would summarize everything for you, and then show you whether it is Glassdoor, whether it is Ambition Box, or five other employee experience tools or applications that are available. So that's where personalization comes in from my aspect.
Sure, thanks, Rakesh. I think just a follow-up question to you, Yogesh, on that. If you had to choose one early signal that tells you AI is improving recruitment without making candidate experience more transactional, what would it be?
That's a real curveball. Okay, I'll tell. Yeah. So okay, I'll tell you why. Because when you look at it, uh, an employee and potential employees' experience with your organization. So how do you build on that personalization? You need data set. So why does my Netflix give me personalized suggestions? Because it has a long history of what I watch, etc. When you have a candidate who comes in, the candidate would not apply to your organization 50 times, 80 times, 100 times. So that probably to some extent would still appear to be transactional. Yeah. But what you can definitely do is, so okay, if you were to look at and say that how many, so if you have a matrix, which typically it just says how do you find the process, glad, sad, or mad, something very similar. And if you were to see that, okay, where is it going, probably that can be one matrix. But what you can do to make it more personalized is what a lot of times we need to learn from consumer. When you look at consumer facing businesses, how do they add to it? When a customer comes in, they look at it to which region the person is coming, what is a past history. Past history would not be over here. But then they would also look back and say which background. So if a candidate is in Delhi, you can talk probably a little bit about Delhi. If it is in India, something around Namaste, Vanakkam, things like those, versus if it is in a different country. But again, uh, you it shouldn't be like one of those tele things, dial 1 for this, dial 2 for this. That makes it very transactional. But it is, we need to understand at the end of it, it is only one time interaction. You can personalize it to contextualize it, but personalizing it would probably need a lot more data.
Thanks, Rakesh and Yogesh. Fundamentals on personalization. I think personalization is another ballgame now. The definition of personalization changes a lot with AI. Organizations do have tenets like, 2 to 5 promise, where the hiring interview should happen within the first 5 days. The result should happen in these many days. Those are the parts of the processes which have sort of gotten streamlined, but at the same time, how do you engage with the candidate throughout that journey is what personalization can mean for us. With that, again, a question on metrics and measuring success, apparently my favorite topic these days with AI. I would like to ask Gautam a question. We have spent years celebrating faster hiring, but if AI makes us dramatically faster at hiring the wrong people, what should talent acquisition leaders actually be measuring?
When were we not hiring the wrong people before AI?
Yeah.
When were we not hiring wrong people before AI? You know? So the hiring decision is a point in time decision, right? You find the guy to do the right job. The guy changes his perception after a year.
could be about the company, it could be about the job, it could be about their career, something that they want to do. My friends opened up a restaurant, and now I want to become a restaurant owner as well. So then at that point in time, when I don't appear for the next round of interview to get promoted, does that make me a wrong hire at a later stage? We are not looking at it like that. We're looking at, is the person capable of doing a job right now, can fill the seat, make that decision and move the process forward? Good enough. Will they make their decision, a different decision 90 days down the line? Please be open to the idea they would, right? But at the same point in time, because we are going through a massive restructuring and we are going through a lot of reduction in our workforce, we've been doing this for the last 5 years, right? We're still not reached the optimal level. In order for us to reach the optimal level, we're now enabling people, the newer folks and the older folks, to please reimagine your own job. If you're not supposed to do these 10 things, you highlight and let us know, and we'll get an AI expert and a technology expert to help you solve for it. What will then happen is each one of you will have 2 jobs to do. Please be open to the idea of having 2 jobs. I'm sure she does 2 jobs today. While she's head of talent acquisition, but there are 2 different verticals she takes care of. 10 years ago, that would not be the case. I'm doing almost 2 jobs today. I'm getting paid for one, right? That's the future. Mr. Gera did 2 jobs. He was doing something with L&D and he became an HR head, right? So you have to be out there to get that next exposure. AI is just a point in time infrastructural change, right? It's great. How many of you go to AI every day? All of us. There's nobody who doesn't, yeah. How many of your grandparents know about AI? Most of us. If you have your grandparents around, they would probably know about "Ye kya kar raha hai?" Right? Oh, this gives you answers. I got a call from somebody yesterday. He's 78 years old and he says there are new currency notes in India. Do you know that? Who said that? ChatGPT. And I'm Googling, I'm like, what has Modi done again? But no, it's supposed to come out later in the year, right? But they're all exploring it. When you enter the workforce, please be open to the idea of things will change. So don't worry about how TA, HR, L&D are tracking this. What I want all of you to do is please have your own plan. How long would you do this job for? Is it your final destination? What do you work for? Is it money, success? I was asking some people in the morning, why do you want to work? One guy very categorically said money. So at least you're clear on it, right? Now, how does that money come is up to you. So don't worry about what people like us are saying. He said we are already dinosaurs. So don't worry about it. By the time you will get here, things will change completely. All right?
So, her question was about matrix. Now, I'll tell you an anecdote. Long time back, for one of the companies which pioneered the BPO, now the GCC's early days, Six Sigma was a big thing for them, DMAC approach, etc. So, and we were trying to sell right assessments to them. And so at the TA head, and now that I work with the boards, I understand where the problem comes in. A lot of CHROs also don't understand this thing. Is typically the TA said my problem is not the quality of hires, and that was very, very specific. He said no, my matrix that have been given to me are TAT. What is the time that I take to fill in a position, etc. I ramp up. It's like he said how the employees do would be somebody else's headache. So actually, if you were to do that, then you have a wrong matrix. That would be very similar to in the education. The government takes a surrogate marker of number of students who are enrolled in a school as a marker for education. That is not the case. So you need to remember that what is so AI increases the efficiency, the speed of hiring, but it may not always impact the quality of hire. Fast is not always necessarily equal to good. So we need to understand sometimes these things. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. I think thanks Yogesh and Gautam bringing out insights on how are metrics associated with an AI rather than just being so one of the inputs I'll bring in is that at my organization a lot of people just develop cool stuff and they're really happy about the cool stuff that they develop on using AI. But at the same time when asked about what are the metrics associated with it, what does success mean, and there's a struggle, and I think that's what we should try to be away from, and that's the human in us that we bring to the table. AI can define the what part, AI can define the how part for you, but can AI define the why part? That is where all of us come in. So thank you for those insights on metrics. With that, that brings me to the next question on candidate experience. What transparency do we own candidates about AI's role in evaluating them? Snehal, that's a question to you. Yeah. And I think vice versa, gathering from what the panel said, that candidates are more adept to using AI. I think what transparency do candidates and recruiters or talent acquisition teams own to each other?
See, nowadays, I think obviously TA person who is handling the whole set of things, right, or the process. But at the same time, the candidates are pretty much informative, okay, and when that information comes with a lot of questions as well, right? Though at the end we ask the question, and which is normal, that do you have questions for us? Please shoot it, right? And maybe the interview which would have gone for 30 minutes, the other actually our organization, that is what we are selling it off, but which is right. But at the same time, the ownership lies, and that is what is the accountability, that is what we have in our hand, is that are we going back and telling the candidates this is what is your feedback, or this is what, if you would have kind of, you know, improve upon, or maybe this is area of opportunities, that is what you dwell upon, and skills which might help you to progress further. And very rightly said, I mean, there is no right or wrong answer. The problem is, at every year things are changing. I mean, the industrial revolutions were happening at 10 or 5 years previously. Now every year, and now it's going to be every minute or second. I mean, you can't deny that up. So that's the reason, but at least we can give that perspective where exactly from your persona you will invest in this skill which will help you for a future, and a feedback for sure. I mean, this is something that is so most important, that defines or that distort the organization also. I mean, the employer brand also.
Sure, yeah. Thanks, Snehal, for those insights. Anybody who wants to add anything to that point? Yeah, neighbor's
I'm
mic,
audible now?
that's what works.
Got them. Okay. Before I just forget what I was thinking, I think I would just want to add that when you talk about candidates' experience, two things really bother me a lot. One is, are the candidates fully informed, and they are seen as well? So informed is that my technology is doing a wonderful job. You know, my system is working. They are getting acknowledgements on their questions. You know, there is an AI agent taking care of every aspect of the candidate queries coming in. The C part is something which is the entire experience that me and my organization are trying to give to a candidate. And that's very crucial. You know, at times, 5 automated emails that a candidate receives is wonderful, but they are still not seen. You know, they lack that visibility factor because they have not met anyone in person. They do not even, relate to anyone personally. And that is, that's something that we need to fix in for sure. And while you also come to that, this particular side, and you will be the candidates for us, I'm sure you will prefer a human connect somewhere in the entire process. So the entire experience of, having wonderful candidate experiences throughout your interviews is not that we have a zero human contact, but I think it's more about where do we actually get that human contact in. Is my AI actually letting the candidate know that beyond this point, there's going to be a human who is going to be accessible to you for some information. That's very, very important. Otherwise, I think we're just diverging the entire candidate experience, only letting the AI take over everything that we could have done there. And I think a lot of times when we see that we are trying to fix some things through AI, empathy really lags. And let's not use empathy like a, emergency equipment. When my technology will fail, then, then my empathy comes in. I think it should be part of that particular experience. So we should come in pretty early in that entire process so that empathy is built throughout the experience and not as an emergency equipment towards the end. Yeah.
Thanks, Vibhuti.
One thing to add it, and thank you, Vibhuti, to bring this up, the human element. Uh, with obviously we are using the AI tools like PI or a TalView or even assess hub and other things for assessment, as well as the video interviews. But at the same time, the human element where two connects or two round of the interactive interviews, and that's what something is required, so that the healthier discussion in terms of handling the right candidate experience, as well as are we really hiring the right ones. That's what we do, and that's what it makes that you being heard. Yeah, that's what is important, because if they feel, I mean there are certain days there might be a possibility that you're actually not right. Are we literally looking at that? And that's what something, and that's why psychological safety that I spoke about is that we give that kind of things across. Yeah, but thank you, I could do the point, everybody.
you know, so consultants have this habit of speaking even when they're not being paid. So a couple of things, I'll just tell you about employee experience pre-AI, and how some things matter is that there was a client, they brought up a beautiful process. When a candidate would come in, they will offer them tea, coffee, offer them food, etc. And then very nice, thank you very much. But then there used to be a dreaded bird, HR will get back to you. When they did a survey, they realized HR was not getting back, and they were not really telling whether you have got a job, not got a job. So a lot of times these mails do help you. The fact that you know where you stand, it's not like that ghosting happens. A lot of times my son tells me somebody has ghosted, etc., etc. So that's one. But the other thing is also the industry itself is changing. I meet a lot of youngsters who say that in their job they have never ever gone once to the office. The laptop and everything comes in. So where does that experience come in? That's the second part. We need to look at it both ways, because the workplace is also changing. The experience that people want is also changing. The third thing, I'll tell you another interesting thing in terms of it also you used the word transparency in the thing, is it also depends on the local rules. Like in the West, in Europe, when we do assessments, a candidate has a right to ask for the report. In the US, it is mandatory to give a report. Whatever assessment happens, India is a free country. We do not have it. Now we have a challenge. There is a global latest hub that we have launched, in which a report comes in two parts. The moment a candidate takes an assessment, they get a small summary report, and it is system automated, but it's a requirement. The HR will get a detailed report with matrix numbers, whatever it is. Now there are a whole lot of our clients who are resisting this very thought. I don't want a candidate to get a report. And that's one of the major issues that we are grappling with right now.
I think thank you so much on the candidate. I really loved how we anchored from the transparency bit and correlated it back to candidate experience. I believe one statement that holds true here is, with great powers come great responsibility. Did I get that right? So that's what it is for us. That while AI comes in, and I remember one particular experience where AI did schedule the interview. There was an assessment which happened, but when the assessment failed, whom do I get in touch with? That's the question mark, and that's the finer details that organizations today need to think about. That brings me to actually a correlated question on candidate experience in EVP for an organization. What opportunities do you see AI to create continuity from candidate experience to employee experience? Yogesh, that's a question to you.
I'm best at pointing holes in other people's answers. Okay, no problems. One of the other things that we do is that a lot of times when hiring happens, organizations take a particular candidate as a one-off. So this person is against an X job. Some of our other clients, what they've started doing is they've said that, okay, if there's a particular candidate who's applied at a particular place, what happens even if this person does not qualify for this one? In a manual system or early system, that would CV would have simply been filed somewhere. They keep it in the database, and they have something called a search and select. So they can look back at a database and say that for the last 1 year, is there a candidate who had applied? And then see okay, maybe we did not select a candidate at that particular point in time for that particular job that they'd applied. But there may be another job that we feel the candidate would be fit. That's what traditionally in search, senior headhunters would do. But with AI come in, that is something which is not possible. Yeah.
Where is the EVP in this?
No, I was not talking about EVP here.
Question was EVP.
Okay. Employee value proposition. So if you were to look at it, what we are saying is that it's not a one-off kind of a thing. You come in, we have spent time with you, you have invested time on me. You may not get the returns immediately, but you may still get long-term returns from us. in terms of a job
Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody who wants to add to this, the employee experience bit?
The mic has dropped.
Okay, go ahead.
So as he has spoken about the consultant, so we are also HR business consultants, and that's the reason I think why or how we have picked this, employee value propositions is that we are an organization which is customer obsessed. Customer experience is at the center of everything that we do, and so as to give that up, you would have to have a right network experience and the people experience both who are handling this up. Now, by doing so, when we looked at a customer journey drops, right? Customer journey drops means which specific point their experience is going down in a very simple layman language. That's the same thing that we applied from that. This is the business, scenario from where we picked it up for a employee experience journey. And that's where actually we had got into nuances of it, and the journey is still on. I mean, I wouldn't say that we have done with everything. No, the journey is continuously on, and it will be a continuous journey because the way AI and the digital or the world is changing, I think we have to change every time. That's the agility. That is what we are here for.
Sure, Snail. Thank you for the bringing out the agility aspect to it. With that, I just wanted to do a quick time check. Do we still have time? Yeah? Okay, super, because my questions won't end. There are a lot of it. Okay, that, Rakesh, that brings me to the next question, that what skills will talent acquisition professionals need in the next 6 months to next maybe say 3-4 years, so that they don't have today? How do you see this function evolving, and what are the skills that will now be needed as well?
All right. I think what's changing is, like I mentioned previously, with AI coming into recruiting, mundane task going away from recruiters, they are being able to spend more time as business partners eventually. So I think what is very important for every individual who's looking at a career in talent acquisition is to know and understand their business that they're supporting. You need to have a fair understanding of where your business is, what are they looking at, what is their talent strategy, what is their business ask, what kind of people do they want. I think that's very very important. We spoke enough about how AI is important and why it is important. So yeah, I mean, understanding your process end to end, and being compliant in the process. I think recruitment is a very, very big responsibility, and people who carry it in the organizations need to ensure that it's ethical, it's compliant. So yeah, I think all of that comes together, and that's where I think those are one or two skills that would be important beyond understanding talent acquisition end to end. Yeah.
Thanks, Rakesh. The end-to-end process, how it impacts the entire candidate life cycle is what we are at. Anybody, yeah, Vibhuti, want to add?
Yes, I
Go ahead,
I
please.
wanted to add there. I think when you talk about the roles, and you said rightly, not 5 years down the line, maybe a month or two down the line, it is beyond AI literacy that we should target. I think we should look at understanding the AI models, what workflows, capabilities it has as HR and talent acquisition leaders, so that we are able to orchestrate the roles between the individuals and the AI. Otherwise, we would not be able to do that. So I think AI literacy is like a mandate now. It is not niche. We should all know about it. But I think that role of orchestrating that, balance, the connect between the individuals and AI is something that we need to do. And I think when we demand of HR leaders to change, the organizations also need to change. We can't just hand over a AI tool to recruiter and say do wonders with it. I think it needs the organization to evolve the roles to probably have better governances in place, so that we are not playing around with AI and using it very responsibly. So yeah, that's where I think our roles should go. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe I'll echo on the point on governance, that today it's a lot about responsible AI implementation. I don't know if you've heard that term. Just try Google it up. or you'll get a lot of insights on how responsible AI is becoming a thing of today, and how governance of these AI tools and agents becomes a big thing. One of the challenges we struggle today is that a lot of tools and solutions are being developed by everyone, and they want to scale it up. That I did something, I want to launch it at the region level or at the network level. But at the same time, do we as central teams have the right tenets or the right checkpoints to say that, hey, you've passed these 5 years, now you can deploy the solution at a X level? At the same time, I particularly echo on the points on the skills required for us as talent acquisition leaders. I'm sure all of you are going to enter industry. I'm not sure how many people are keen on talent acquisition, but I think keep evolving yourself, keep yourself up sync with the different skills that are required, and that's what will make the cut. Yes, it's evolving. It's not like what you planned for today might be, but agility is something you can show and thereafter go with it. Okay, and actually I would stick to this question again, that how will a talent acquisition leader's role will fundamentally change over the next 5 years? We spoke about the teams, we spoke about the skills that those teams will need, but how does leadership think about talent acquisition as a function? How do you see that evolving? That's a question, Gautam, to you, if you would want to pick it up.
Hello. Oh, nice. It's working. Um, so let me start from mindset. Mindset shift required, in my opinion, is two. One, dealing with ambiguity, because your team will come up with every sort of question, right? The moment you ask them, so what are you going to do on Monday? Today, people turn around and say, is there a layoff coming? Right? That's the kind of insecurity there is. The other one is there are so many wars and geopolitical disruptions that are happening. If you don't understand your own business of how you make money, you will never be able to run a very successful talent acquisition team. You will be able to run a very successful talent acquisition team that gets most of the hiring wrong. Okay, so you have to understand what's happening geopolitically. If you have team, and you will grow into global roles, if you have teams which are sitting out of Dubai, what's happening to them today, right? There is a law that has been passed in Europe. Anything that you generate via AI has to be stamped. This is via AI. I think Deloitte got into trouble because they sent something over, right, which is generated through AI, which has now converted into this whole law. So you need to be up front, knowing about what's happening across the world, because eventually, as global organizations that you would work with, that will somehow percolate down to your job in the market as well, right? So those are two shifts that we have to make. The other big shift that the leader has to make is be okay with the ambiguity of having a few bots work for them and a few systems work for them and a few people work for them. And those few people can churn, the bots will always remain the same, and then divide the work correctly. We are struggling right now to divide the work correctly. There are people who build their careers on sourcing people by going through Excel sheets, right? They've been doing this for 19 years now. Now, suddenly to ask them that you would not do this and there's a system doing it, there is a fundamental question of then what will I do? And then that's a question that we need to solve for is do we have a play for this individual in the future? Is there any learning agility left? Is there any drive left? You know, if yes, then obviously we can make something happen. If no, then I'm really sorry. That role would not exist anymore. You might be doing something else. You could become a yoga teacher if you're good at it. There are a few people who've done that. Okay, they've retired from the bank and now are running, I think it's flying yoga classes in Bandra. Okay, so and they have great ex bankers coming to them. That could be your gig if that is the future for you. But you need to make that mindset shift. They need to make that shift of I will not have teams of 100, 200 people. I'll probably have teams of 5 and another set of 100 agents running. Um, I got introduced to the world of RPA in 2014. So I can tell you from there till now is the same perpetual problem across leadership. We've not been able to adapt to it.
Yeah, and thanks, Gautam. Don't be surprised by the time you join in, you have a core team member who is a bot. Okay, so that is something we are seeing it live in organizations these days. So don't be surprised with that for sure. With that, I think that brings us almost towards the end of the conversation. Thank you, panelists. I think fantabulous conversations with respect to how AI is impacting candidate experience, how is it that we should be more transparent in our processes, the pace of change for sure, and then along with it, what are the biases and integrities that come along with it, and with, of course, with great powers come great responsibilities. That's what AI is here for. But I would actually like to open the discussion to the group as well. Any questions for the panel here? Superb. Okay. Can someone manage?
Hello.
Okay.
But you're the consultant.
Okay, go ahead, please. Yes,
Uh,
ma'am. Yeah,
hi,
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
hi. My name is Madhusudan Joshi. I'm from the BGDM core program. Well, right at the early start of the conversation, I picked up AI versus AI, right? And so many times it becomes AI of the recruiter versus the AI of the candidate as well. And in that situation, I think things like empathy, conscientiousness, and agreeableness, and things like that have taken the front seat in assessment as well. So, in that situation, how do you redesign the whole assessment process? And what are some possibilities, opportunities, and challenges that we as problem solvers could take up that could help the industry as well?
Do you wants to take it?
Yeah, actually.
No, no. Okay. Okay, so there are a couple of things. One is AI. Yeah, it is definitely AI versus AI. And a similar example in a different industry would have probably been, when stock markets trading used to happen. Long time back, if you would have seen those typical trading, you would have traders coming up and trading and saying that this is the price, this is the price, this is the price. And now it's all machine versus machine over there also. And one of the scams was how close was my terminal server to the main stock exchange server. So things like those. So in terms of assessments, so there are two parts to it. One is the tech technology part of it, which is basically AI being used to, as a layer on top of the traditional automation that has been done in terms of ATS, etc. But otherwise, when it comes to people, so I keep on seeing those reels that come on Insta, wherein somebody will come back and say that, how do I fool a recruiter? And I don't know, they throw something on the camera and they stick something over there, and the moment the person comes in, they are actually typically reading it over there. And so the moment you try to build some technology, people are very intelligent. They will think two steps ahead and say, what is it that I can do to break that? So that's one part of it. But essentially, when it comes to the skills part, that is something that is being measured. When it comes to the behavioral part, you have those assessments which are still there, and there isn't a right or a wrong answer in it. So what you were talking about probably was partially the big five theory, is what you're saying. So the traditional psychometric tools still work. What has probably and what will continue to evolve and change is the way in which they are delivered. So when I started my career, one of the skills that we were supposed to have is how fast would we do manual scoring using a stencil. And I'm just talking about, that used to be a real skill. To the fact that now all of it is delivered from anywhere. You have a candidate who comes in, it's a camera, looks at the eyes, etc. Proctoring gets done, and the person responds to it. And you can build in live case study scenarios, etc. around it, ensuring that the face validity remains. We had a client who came to us and said that they had used a strategy simulation game. Somebody said it's a next big thing, and they tried using it at a board level kind of a recruitment, and those people came back and said, what is this nonsense that they are doing? So face validity continues to remain important. AI becomes an enabler. The way you deliver the technology, the underlying principles will remain the same, but the way the assessment is going to be done would change. In terms of the exercises, etc. It would actually be very similar to even how the way teaching is evolving in a class. So you would have a teacher who would evaluate, you would have manual thing, now you have rubrics, etc. kind of things. So technology would be an enabler, and AI is the in thing.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir. I get it. Like, trust the core at it as it is, but then the technology evolves.
So there is
Yeah.
science and there is technology. So there are two
Perfect.
parts to it.
Right.
Technology is where AI comes in.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So, I have a question. Here. So the question is that we are aware the DPDPA and the rules are now there, right? The candidate information, retention of that candidate information, how is it going to change? What are going to be the challenges? How early we need to delete that data, retain that data for how much time is a question now. So anything on that?
I'll try taking a shot on that. So I think if I'm not wrong, the DPDP bill says that you could retain the information of a candidate for close to about 5 odd years or so. But yeah, I mean, for us as an organization, we were always GDPR compliant. So GDPR and DPDP are very close to each other. So from that perspective, we need to ensure that one, the data that you're collecting, you are clearly calling out to the individual what is the purpose of that data. That's very, very important. You can't collect the data and then use it for 5 different things. So if I'm collecting the data for recruiting, it is for recruiting and not to create a, let's say, a database for employees in the future, etc. Tomorrow, a candidate has the right to come and ask the organization that please delete my data, forget me, and I will as an organization have to do that then. And then there are audits, compliances, checks that are done from an organizational perspective. So I think, DPDP is still in a nascent stage, but the organizations like ours, maybe which were always GDPR compliant, would continue to focus on those elements and also bring in the nuances of DPDP eventually. And I think what also becomes very important is things like background verification today in recruiting. That's where also we need to ensure that our partners, because things like background verification, a lot of other recruitment activities are outsourced. So how strong are our NDAs with the partners, our contracts and agreements, if they are using data that they are collecting for something which is not purposeful for the organization, at the end of the day, it's you as an organization which is carrying the responsibility. So I think those some of the elements would be important as we move into the future.
I'll share something that we do a whole lot of assessments globally, and we have a lot of data. In fact, there is another assessment company which was acquired by a research company, and then they sold it eventually. I'm not going to take name, but what had happened was they were expecting. So people keep on saying, you have so much of data. There's so much of psychographic, demographic data, which would become like the Cambridge Analytics in a way. If you ever heard of that kind of thing, so you would know who's doing what where across level, what are the things that are happening over there. Uh, so the first thing that people come is the recruiters come to us. Why don't you share the data with us? We don't have to do anything, but please, we cannot share that kind of a data. That's number one. That's the first ethical usage of data. In fact, companies can be shut down for that particular kind of a thing. So the other thing would be that, okay, a company, say one bank has come and the person has applied. The other thing what the person would be do is, so can you give the list of all the candidates who had applied in that particular bank? That's the second bank. The moment you have things like those, even at a basic level, nobody will start coming to that organization. So that's one. Other thing is, people ask us, you do a lot of research. So the research is always done at a macro level. In fact, we now have an issue in terms of even gender. Whether so people have an option of saying whether they want to identify them as a male or a female. So one of the challenges that we happened in India was the report would say Yogesh is a driving competitive person. They are likely to be this, because they suddenly removed the his and a her part from the report, and people started saying, okay, this starts with me, but who's the other person there now? You're talking about somebody in the third, so those are kind of things that are there. That is where ethics becomes important. How do you sell? No, you cannot sell that data.
I'm just tempted to add on the work stream of responsible AI implementation is becoming increasingly important. For India, it might be DPDP. For EU, it is GDPR. And in EU organizations, the audits happen away. They come in the middle of the day, they enter and they just check your system, so you can't store information. And that's why increasingly, as we use AI, as we drive AI adoption as an organization, how to implement it responsibly is something we need to own as well. So thanks for that. We can take up a couple.
I wanted to add when the assessments are happening, typically you have role plays or the group discussion which happens. So now there, typically in the UK system, what they ask is every time you enter a breakout room, they ask you permission, and then when you have to come back in even the camera is actually shut, and then it will every time you come back from the breakout room, it asks you. So unlike it is, typically normally Zoom would be your camera is open, you go into the breakout room, you come back into the main room, your camera remains open. They're saying no. You every time you come back, we will ask you permission, switch on the camera, and you have to say yes. So I'm saying there are a whole lot of things that are changing.
Thank you, everyone. I've been told no more questions. Apologies for the thing, but yeah, I think overall a fantastic panel. I enjoyed this conversation a lot, and it gave me a lot of perspective with respect to different facets of the space of change that we are in. It's now the new way of living. I would not really call it in a change which is just point in time, but rather something which is evolving as we evolve. So thank you, our esteemed panelists, and thank you, IMI, for having us over. It's great pleasure to be here on campus and be on the other side for some months. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for sharing your valuable insights. Your perspectives on integrating artificial intelligence with human centric HR practices have highlighted how technology can enable smarter decision making, enhance employee experiences, and transform the HR function while preserving the value of human judgment and empathy. Now, I would like to invite Sonali Batra ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I'd like to invite Yogesh sir to receive the token of appreciation.
That's personalization experience. I came instant
Now I'd like to invite Rakesh sir. I'd like to invite Vibhuti ma'am. Now I'd like to invite Gautam sir. I'd like to invite Snehal sir. I would like to invite our senior team member Shubh on the stage to felicitate our moderator Sonali ma'am. I now kindly request the panelists to please remain on stage for a group photo. did, right? Yeah, we did. I think yes. He did. We did, right? I request you all to please remain seated and maintain decorum. Okay, we'll be taking the attendance now. First, we have for the PGDM batch roll numbers 39, 38, 37, 34, 70, 70, 41, 49, 48, 101, 26, 8, 7, 5, 2, roll number 2, 3, 25, 23, 22, 20, 18, 16, 29, 66, 65, 64, 30, 63, 62, 59, 58, 108, 108, 191, 211, 210, 209, 208, 207, 206, 205, 203, HRM 27, 201, PGDM 201, 201, PGDM 200, 194, 192, 238, 237, 235, 235, 234, 233, 231, 230, 225, 223, 223, 148, 220, 219, 216, 215, 215, 213, 212, 189, 186, 185, 184, 106, 180, 317, 177, 174, 166, 164, 161, 182, 159, 105, 286, 258, 257, 256, 253, 320, 320, 251, 57, 242, 242, 268, 9. And PGDM HR 1, 271, 267, 267, 266, 264, 260, 259, 284, 183, 150, 149, 149, 31, 147, 248, 144. So we'll be taking a short 15 minutes break. Everyone is requested to be back by 12:35. And you're required to leave very quietly, starting with the last row. Everybody, please maintain decorum. And you're only allowed to use the stairs beside the auditorium. Thank you.
As global capability centers continue to expand their presence and influence, they are creating new opportunities for talent while reshaping traditional career pathways. With increasing demand for specialized skills, exposure to global teams, and opportunities to work on complex high impact projects, GCCs are becoming an important destination for emerging talent. This session will explore how GCCs are redefining career opportunities, developing specialized talent, and creating pathways for young professionals to build globally relevant skills. It will also examine how organizations can attract and develop talent for evolving demands of the GCC ecosystem. The discussion will offer valuable perspectives on what the GCCs means for both organizations and the next generation of professionals. To lead this discussion, it is a privilege to welcome our moderator for this session, Professor Dr. Manisha Matthews. Dr. Matthews is an author, researcher, educator, and publishing consultant who serves as a visiting faculty at IMI Delhi, IIM Udaipur, and ISB. Holding a PhD in management and a PG diploma in personnel management and industry relations, she brings extensive academic rigor alongside nearly 2 decades of leadership experience in academic publishing. She previously held senior executive roles at prestigious publishing institutions, including Associate Vice President Commissioning Books at Stake Publications India and Senior Editorial Manager at Oxford University Press. With her deep expertise in research, content management, and talent development, Dr. Matthews brings invaluable perspectives to today's conversations. Please join us in welcoming Professor Dr. Manisha Matthews to the Vimarsh 5.0. And now I shall introduce you to our esteemed panelists for the session, Mr. Pratyush Mehta. He is an accomplished HR professional with 7+ years of experience across financial services, asset management, and pharmaceuticals, with expertise in HR business partnering, talent management, workforce strategy, and early careers. Currently serving as India Campus and Early Careers Lead at Invesco, he drives talent transformation and strategic early career initiatives, having built and scaled programs that have hired and mentored 300+ young professionals. He brings a strong perspective on campus talent, workforce strategy, and building future ready talent. We are honored to have you, sir. Next, Ms. Sirisha Kumireddy. She is a seasoned talent strategy and transformation leader with over 20+ years of experience across people strategy, talent development, and organizational transformation. As Vice President, GCC practice at Covisint, she focuses on building and scaling AI-first GCC capabilities, driving innovation, and creating future-ready talent ecosystems. With leadership experience across organizations, including Signity Technologies, Kantar's Global Delivery Center, Capgemini Financial Services, HCL Technologies, and Tech Mahindra, erstwhile Satyam Computers, she brings a strong perspective on how GCCs are evolving into strategic hubs for enterprise transformation and next generation talent. We are glad to have you here, ma'am. Mr. Saugata Sen, he is a seasoned talent management and acquisition leader with over 10 years of experience in shaping enterprise scale talent strategies within the GCC ecosystem. At Lloyd's Technology Center India, he works closely with global HR and business leaders to build long-term capabilities across technology and business domains. A strategic campus leader, mentor, and leadership speaker, he brings a strong perspective on talent strategy, organizational development, and the future of work. We are honored to have you, sir. Ms. Priyanka Dekate, she's a Chief People Officer at VTest, software testing company and a global HR leader with around 11 years of experience in organizational transformation, workforce strategy, and business growth. She brings expertise in AI-driven HR transformation, talent architecture, leadership development, people analytics, and building future-ready cultures. A recipient of multiple international awards, she's also a passionate speaker and thought leader, bringing a strong people centric perspective to the evolving world of work. We are pleased to welcome you, ma'am. Mr. Arun Prasad Keshri. He is a vice president and human resource at EXL with over 22 years of experience across employee relations, HR compliance, employment laws, POSH, and workplace culture. He has held senior HR roles at leading organizations, including EXL and HSBC, driving people strategies, governance, and organizational resilience. A passionate mentor and industry speaker, he also brings a strong perspective on the future of work, AI led HR, and building progressive, compliant workplaces. We're glad to have you here, sir. Now I'd like to request Professor Matthews to kindly take the discussion forward.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. How are you all today? Is it a good day, exciting day? How was the first panel discussion? Good.
You know why they are low on energy? You have called them on Saturday.
Yeah, it's a weekend, but we want to make sure that you take away something from this weekend, right? So let's begin today's discussion, and I believe we are already running a little late. So we'll try and wrap up in time, in 1 hour's time that we've got. So we've already spent 5 minutes in the introductions. So what we want to do is the next 40 minutes we'll have a discussion. I'll ask some questions that probably are there on your minds. And after that, I'll open it up for questions from you, right? That's more important. So that's what we'll do today. So before we start this discussion on the topic of building future-ready talent and how GCCs are defining careers, I just wanted to throw open this question to you. Can someone here tell me what GCCs are? Like, we all know the full form, but can you just define for us what GCCs are? Yes, I will come to that. I will come to that. Yes, what are GCCs? I would like to see a show of hands if you know what GCCs are. From the students first.
Harsh, you're overqualified. I'm also a student.
I'm sure you're aware what GCCs are, like the Global Capability Centers. So can you just define in 1 line, 2 lines, what do you understand by GCCs? Anybody?
So just a hint, the organization which are there in your mind are all GCCs.
Just give an example of any GCC which you have heard. What do you think they do? There is no right or wrong answer.
Or what do you think GCCs do? If you want to answer it that way, that's also fine. Yeah, there's a hand there. Can someone reach a mic there? Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I came from A&M GCC. So, in my point of view, GCCs are specialized units set up by the company in another nation, performing specialized functions and supporting specialized teams to the onshore.
Okay, great. Very good. And you know, like the next question, like Sugata was saying, do you understand the difference between JCCs and ODCs, the offshore development centers? Can someone answer that? It's okay if you don't know. We have esteemed panelists here, people who are running the movers and shakers of GCCs. So we will have one of the panelists answer. But if there is anybody who would like to answer or take a shot at that question.
So
Okay.
I'll talk about GCC. Very simple. GCC, when I say, I'll take 3 organization name. 3. There are 2,100 organization in the country which are GCC. I'll take three names. First, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. So these are the three examples. I can take 2100 names in the country. Number one, GCC are the Global Capability Centers. Just look at the definition. Global Capability Centers means the capability centers in India who are working to make the globe capable enough to run business. So these are the three names which I took. You can look around and see 2100, including my organization and the organizations, some of which are being represented here. Okay. The EY, the Deloitte, they are the consulting arms of GCC. EXL, Genpact are the service ends, right? Banking, BFSI, Amex, JP Morgan, HSBC are GCCs. So GCCs are here in India which are running the global business. That's number one. They are generating around 100 billion revenue, dollar 100 billion for the country. And there are around, you can't imagine, around 21 million people who are working in these GCCs in the country. So to be very precise, all of you, your dream organizations are nothing but GCC except the manufacturing which you see around. Right, so that's simple. So what I'm also going to, I'll touch upon one thing, you know, when we talk about campus to corporates, I go to a lot of colleges, universities, you know, there's one thing. What you need to learn is that you should not keep yourself refrain or restrained to a very specific. You should be, at least you should know two-liners. You should be a chat GPT at least. For two-liners, not more than that. People talk about Israel, you should know what Israel is. People talk about US economy, you should know about it. People talk about what is happening in India, you should have two-liners to it. You should always prepare yourself for two lines. And that two lines will give you a lot of perspective.
Thanks a lot, Arun. Thanks a lot for that opening statement. I just want to go to Shogata. So we were talking about the differences between GCCs and ODCs. So for our students here, would you just tell us what the difference is?
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, guys. So ODC is Offshore Development Center. And the main difference is whenever a company opens an ODC in any country, they just transition the regular day-to-day activities like back-end process, the billing process, the financial process. Any process gets transitioned with a regular work, that is an ODC. Whenever they transition the R&D work, okay, the development work, the what do you call the AI, the clouds enabled services. That's where the GCCs come into the picture. So GCC is basically one step after the ODC happens. So whenever you're applying for a role, you understand what the company is all about, and then accordingly you plan your strategy for that.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So as you know, we opened the discussion and we said that there are about 2100 GCCs in India currently. It's employing about 2.3 million people and creating a revenue of over $100 billion, right? So that's the kind of market that we are looking at. These are the centers that many of you will end up probably working at and carving out a career for yourself, right? So that's why this topic is of utmost importance today. And the way GCC started out, they were known with different names, BPOs, shared service units, all of that, right? But over the last probably 10 years, I think the terminology of GCC has come into currency. And since then, we've started calling all these centers as global capability centers. And what has also happened is that they have ceased to be just centers for ensuring cost and scale. They have become more than that. They have become innovation hubs. And especially in India, some of the GCCs that we see are not just doing work for foreign companies. They are actually becoming the innovation hubs. A lot of work is being owned and executed in these centers in India, right? So let me get on to my very first question for the panel today. So with that context, so Sirisha, let me come to you first, right? So like I was just saying that GCCs were once built around cost and scale only, right? Today, many of these GCCs are owning products, platforms, and global markets. So how has this evolution happened? And what are the kind of careers that are there on offer now in these GCCs?
Sure, thank you. I think I'm the right person to talk about it because my role in this company, Covasant, is the name of the company. Not many people would know about it. It's about a year and a half old company, and the founders decided to set up a AI native product company. Fantastic, right? AI, everyone wants to be in the race. That's the reason the founders decided, let's set up an AI company. Let's do everything about AI and help our clients or our customers. Then what happened is one of the senior leaders said, okay, now that we have a product company, we have a robust product in place, we have platforms that we want to sell, but who is our target audience? Right? Anyone in the market who wants to use the AI product can be our customer. But this question helped our founders reinvent themselves and look at setting up a practice within the organization called the GCC practice. Now, what does this GCC practice do? I'm part of the GCC practice for the company, and what we do is we are the advisory who help companies which are looking at India or any other country as a location for GCC, help them understand the strategy. When we say strategy, we talk about is in India, which is the right location for you to set up your GCC. And once that happens, let's say they decide on Bangalore. Maybe the kind of talent they're looking at might not be available in Bangalore. Now you know that Bangalore leads and then Hyderabad follows. But we are up. I'm from Hyderabad. So we already are up in the game. And the number of GCCs that are mushrooming in Hyderabad is going to beat Bangalore any day now, right? So when I say that, why are people only looking at Bangalore or a Noida or a Hyderabad? Because of the talent availability. Now, automobile industry needs a certain kind of talent, whereas IT companies need a different kind of talent. Depending on where the supply is, that is where the company is set up. Now we advise them saying that, hey, you know what? Bangalore is a fantastic place for this kind of talent. Let's set up a GCC for you there. Now what do? Now the headquarters has other things to do. They're not going to look at what the GCC in Bangalore is going to do. We help them run the GCC, right? We are hiring. We are also setting it up for them. We are also, it's called BOT basically, build, operate, and transfer. But then we are doing it a little differently. We are saying we are going to build it for you. We're going to operate it for you and also transform it for you. Because we are the AI company which has the knowledge and the capability to transform your organization from being a cost center to a AI transformation or an innovation hub. So this is what we do. Now, having answered your question partially, so the reason I went back to the company is not to brand the company, the brand is anyway there, but also to get you to understand how companies are evolving, right? So we're not just helping them build and say that, okay, you're all done, now you run your business on your own. We are also helping them transform. What happens because of that? One, companies which reached India saying that we want to save costs because talent is cheaper here. That's what they have in mind, right, Manisha? Before 2015, that was the outlook for most of the companies internationally. But today, they look at India as an innovation hub or a tech accelerator. So if you look at the companies, a lot of decision-making, product development, transformation, AI initiatives are run from India. The reason India is called the GCC hub is not because we are reducing costs of talent by getting 500 people, but we are also helping them understand that we can transform the organization at the headquarter level, right? It's the reverse now, not cost centers anymore. Yes. Now, having said that, now the game is slightly different now. One last point, I know I need to wind it up. One last point here. Now, companies, when they wanted to set up their headquarters, their GCCs in India, they used to come with a number game. They would say, hey, I want to set up an India center with 500 people, right? That's a number game because I have the enough, budgets 500 people will be much cheaper than hiring 10 people in the US. So this is what we're going to do. Now, we as an AI transformation company, what we do is, do you really need 500 people or you want to bring AI into the mix? So what are we doing is we are advising them not to hire 500 people and later fire them when there is a AI transformation happening. So if you bring AI in the first place and have a mix of people and AI right in the beginning of your game, imagine how it can transform. So this is what we do.
That is awesome. And also, you are probably telling them hire fewer people, but pay them better so that they stay with you, right? So, and I mean, it's a good perspective that you've brought in, because Covasant then is also a company that's not only hiring for organizations that are setting up GCCs, yes, but your own hiring probably is, you want people
Optimized.
who, you want people who have that expertise, having worked in GCCs and all that, because they'll bring little more, perspective to the role that you
Absolutely,
are looking for,
Manish.
right?
That's right.
Thank you for that. So, when I was working at Sage in the last decade, I remember that we had this small office, not small, actually a large office in Dehradun, where we hired some 200 people who used to work for our UK US branches for Sage, right? So we had 200 people, set up an office there, and they were working for probably 1/10 of the money that we would have to pay US UK employees, right? So, and that office is still there, and we used to call it then the Global Services Division, basically, which is of course the GCC only, right? But we had that sort of a office there, and it did a lot of the work that was supposed to be done in the UK US offices. Yeah, so coming to, let me come to you, Shogato, with the next question. So there is this EY article that mentions that newer GCCs are now prioritizing innovation and business integration from day one, right? But GCC careers were so far, known for their deep technical expertise, right? But can they offer the breadth that is needed now to become global leaders to people who are working in GCCs? Is that possibility there, that they are able to offer the kind of breadth that is required to build a global career?
What's happening here, Manisha, is new GCCs are coming to India. And so whenever there's a new GCC coming to India, so we have to look at what is the maturity level of that process which is being transitioned to India.
Right.
For example, it is something which is new, which they want to transition to a new country and they want to set up from scratch because they find that the talent availability is not there in the home country. That's a different story. Vis-a-vis, they're saying, oh, I'm already having enough people, let me transition the BAU work to another new GCC.
Right.
So whenever a new R&D GCC is being set up, it is usually the DNA of the parent company to look at the maturity level of the current market and do a handholding. So that is always a challenge when the Indian leadership develops in the GCCs and they say that, okay, we have the capability, we have the knowledge, we have the expertise, but we are not getting the freedom to do independent decisions because we are still getting controlled by our parent GCCs.
Right.
That happens at what stage you are. So usually first 2 to 3 years, when the GCC is stabilized, they have reached a minimum threshold of few thousand employees. The process has been completely transformed from the parent company to the local GCCs. Then the leadership decision makings happen.
Okay.
So it is not a yes or no answer. We have to understand at what level of maturity that particular GCC is.
Okay, got it. I understand. Okay, so let me go on to the next question. Let me ask you, Pratyush, right? So, the same article that I was talking about, the EY article, it says that GCC careers are no longer linear, right? So, if that's the case, then what are organizations doing to enable movement across functions, technologies, and business domains? Do you see organizations do that?
Yeah, Manisha, thank you so much for asking. I strongly believe that careers going forward are not linear at all. So how I see careers is previously there was career ladder where you move from one position to another one step at a time. You joined as an analyst, moved to senior analyst, manager, director, head of the organization or the department. Now it is more like career playground. So how this works is you are exposed to something which is new. You go there, you learn about it, you learn about the skills, everything around it, and then you move on. You deliver and you move on. So this is how you expose or be in a career playground. One simple example is previously careers were like a roadmap. You have a predefined destination, you have a fixed route, and you have to follow that route, and there will be timelines for it. Uh, Now I think careers are mostly your GPS. You still have that predefined destination,
Right.
but it will show you multiple routes to reach that
Get there,
destination.
yeah.
And suppose you follow one route, and you get stuck in that. So it can recalculate that destination for you so that you can take another route. So
Right.
this is how career now or in future will be.
Right.
The second part of your questions are what are GCCs and organizations doing to ensure that? I think a lot of organizations are trying to do a lot of things. Mostly, so how we categorize it is 3E model, which is like exposure. So GCCs are giving exposure across geographies, across business line, across technologies. The second E is experience. So things like internal job marketplace, job rotations, short-time assignments are given to individuals. And then education. All GCCs are investing heavily in certifications, in AI academies, other things. I'll not say everything is going wrong, but why we are not able to reach the desired place is we are asking employees to upskill, right? Uh, but the promotions and progressions are still tied to the traditional old methods. Have you spent enough time in your current role? What is the number of experience that you have before you move to another level? We are focusing a lot on internal mobility, but in practice, what is happening, managers who have spent time developing that individuals are not ready to let that individual move to another role. They are coming to us saying that, okay, we have spent so much time, 2 years in developing this person, right? If the person moves now, I'll be back to square one. So these are the issues that currently we are facing. So it is all about a mindset issue, I can say, more than the practice. In terms of practice, GCCs are doing enough to ensure that there is internal mobility and people get cross-functional exposure.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity. I really like your example, the GPS one, right? Priyanka, I'll come to you next, right? So I believe we have about 250,000 AI ML talent in India alone, right? And I believe from the Zinov report that I read that about 58% of GCCs are now investing in agentic AI, and about 83% are scaling their Gen AI, capabilities. So, given that context, as AI agents are beginning to automate parts of technology delivery and transactional operations in GCCs, what capabilities will separate high-value GCC talent from roles that are becoming increasingly commoditized, right, or undifferentiated? So what is it that will make that difference? I'm sure students here want to know that, because they keep hearing this AI all the time, so they would like to know that.
All right. I'll start with a short story which one of my mentor has told me. We are living in India. Many of us know that when someone has to get married, right? In that case, this kundli matching is still going on, right? We have to match all the numbers, all the nakshatras, or something similar with the bride or groom. So I think like the same kind of traditional method, but with different signs that we are following with our talent management also. We are hiring with multiple skills. We want to also get match with the numbers, nakshatras, in another world with the candidates, and then we are getting hired. So once we are hiring them, so that is a part of our talent acquire, so which is called as talent acquisition. But somehow, whenever we are creating an opportunity of it, so that comes into a capability, right? So nowadays, and that's how like GCCs are evolved. So earlier we used to say GCCs are only a part of or which represent a delivery. But now today, GCCs are a part of capability, and I'm pretty much sure in future GCCs will be knowing for the more innovation, more responsibility, and more accountability part. So now coming to the point of AI, I am working in VTest, which is a software testing company in Pune. We have also implemented AI in all of the work activities, including technical and non-technical both. So in terms of more evolution, that what we have also added as a part of upgradation program, or let's say upskilling or reskilling program to all employees, that is for your job upgradation or designation upgradation. So why we have added this program to for all of our employees? Uh, to refer Manisha's question, what you can differentiate between each other, right? So how it is going now that we have already set KRS to all of our team members. They have to come to a specific point that yes, I want to nominate myself for a designation upgrade. So earlier the designation will be test associate, SDate, senior SDate, and lead SDate. But now they'll be upgraded to uh, AI SDate, senior AI SDate, and lead AI SDate. And how this will work for them, not only just because to create a brand of them or to showcase the industry that yes, I have also worked on AI. No, the parameters for the evaluation and the assessments are totally different. That it's not something how many certificates that you have done. It's not something that how much you are knowing about AI. It's about how much you have implemented in your day-to-day task and how much it is of productivity, what kind of output that you are getting out of it. So this is for employees. Now, while coming to GCC's point, we all are living in a different landscape now. Maybe after COVID, the situations are too much different. So while implementing multiple AI LLM thoughts, multiple AI agents, so these are creating a huge number of productivity for the innovations. Of course, yes, the human touch is still there because we have to understand the problem statement, the solution statement. AI will just a part of like enabler to our productivity, which will be a human. And of course, in our first panel also that we all have heard about, the struggle is not between AI and HR or AI and technology. It is similar that AI versus AI, what prompt you are doing it and what output that you are getting it. And GCCs are also building same. The talent that which we are hiring for GCCs, they are also getting added with multiple varieties of AI work so that they can start differentiating between those have not worked. And yes, AI is not a threat. You can consider it as a part of opportunity. In fact, it's a part of opportunity for all the GCCs, for all the employees, for all the students as well. Because earlier what we used to do, we used to do each and every step starting from scratch to end. But now AI is there that will help us to automate all the tasks, and then your importance will get more, where you have to lead with empathy, you have to take the decisions, you have to do the entire research, and hence don't take it AI as a part of threat, take it as a part of opportunity that yes, good things are coming on our way.
Okay. Thank you, Priyanka. So basically, what you're saying is that you will learn all those AI skills on the job, yes, but you must focus on the soft skills, some of the softer aspects of working in GCCs, right? So thank you for that. Arun, let me now come to you. If you were an advisor to universities or more specifically to B schools, right? What would you advise them to teach students, for them to be ready for the GCC careers, right? A lot of the jobs are there in these GCCs. So what are our students in B schools currently learning too much of or too little of or not learning at all, which they should be learning?
Okay, thanks, Manisha. It's a wonderful question. I think all the colleges they are right now emphasizing more on that, where what should we let our students know. It's like campus to corporate. So there are 2 3 things which are very important and prime for all of you. One, please do not forget that the basics, the MS Excel and PowerPoint, these are the basics. Don't forget that. Just be as beautiful as you can in that. Number one, Claude, ChatGPT, or Copilot, they are making the presentations for you, but that presentations are now not being accepted in the organization in that manner. When I look at the Claude makes a presentation for me, but that minute details which are required by a person from the critical thinking is missing in that. There are some aspects which are general in nature, which are copy paste. They are not required. Even we do that, but there is a lot of efforts which we put in order to bring that beauty to that, or the sense to that presentation or to that summary. The Excel which I'm talking about, the data, there's again Copilot which is attached to the Excel, which will give you all sorts of summary and everything. But that Excel command of your, in terms of interpreting the data, not in the 10 way Copilot has given to you, but in the 11th way, which the organization may be asking for you. You can take it as an enabler, but you cannot leave decisions on them. So that is one basic. You should have very good command over it so that you are able to differentiate even if the Copilot or cloud is generating that. That's number one. The second part is that you should be very, very clear. I did tell you, have 2 lines of each industry. If you are talking about healthcare, you don't know where you are going to be selected for an interview. It can be a healthcare, it can be a life sciences, it can be a service industry, life insurance, anything, product, manufacturing. Have 2 lines to 10 lines developed for yourself in terms of how the health industry is shaping up, changing in the past 4, 5, 10 years. What is the life insurance has changed? From the AI aspect, if you want to believe, the agents have started taking over on the life insurance part. On the health insurance part, there are a lot of data insights which are thrown open to customers from the health facet, which you are also not aware about. Once you go, it's like, you go and give a blood test and then you come to know that, oh, these are the, some kinds of reports which you are not aware about in your day-to-day life. So what I'm trying to do is that sharpen your skills from a perspective that where you become holistic. Just think that you are an UPSC aspirant. A UPSC aspirant, has to have knowledge of everything. They can be asked, what is 370? They can be asked, what is the trouble going in Manipur? What is this Iran-Iraq war or the Iran-US war? So what I'm trying to tell you is that don't limit yourself. The upskilling is not only AI. The upskilling is whole of the generational knowledge which is there, which makes you intelligent. You don't know when you join an organization, how will you be able to make your spot on the table? You don't know that. So these skills which are worked upon, make a diary of your own, areas which you want to get interested. Just refresh it every time. Keep it on your computer. And whenever you are there in an interview, you don't know what the bent of mind the interviewer has. He may have the questions on that, but he or she may ask something which is very different for you and you are able to answer it. There you make a niche. You will not make a niche by learning all your book language and what HR is about, what marketing about. Marketing has changed, HR has changed. HR is not the support function anymore. I am on the project for my organization where I am driving AI literacy in my organization. So when I say AI literacy, I know 40% of the people will never get literate on AI from the aspect I am looking forward to. So what I've done, I have made 60% literate. And those 60% are in the AI business of EXL. EXL started as a BPO. Now it's a GCC. It's a data and analytics company now. We are a Nasdaq listed company, and the way we are competing now and the way we are growing now is because of those 60% people who are working on that AI, who are working on that agentic part of it. The 40% people are still managing that data. So we are a data, domain, and technological company with the data which is there, which 40% of people are managing, the domain knowledge of AI, And that technical advancement, innovations and everything, we are now serving to almost whole part of the world.
Very important takeaway that, yeah. Yes, Sirisha, you can add.
So I would rather like to flip that question a bit. You said what are colleges or academy are doing to ensure the students are upskilled, right? In fact, it should be flipped back right at those students. What are they doing differently
Correct.
in terms of not just coming to the classes and attending what you're supposed to attend in the first and the second year?
Right.
Are you going out, exploring, talking to your friends, your mentors, your seniors, and gaining that knowledge of what is this industry like?
Right.
Right? You're in the first year, most of you, first year, right?
year,
So this is the time for you to go explore and ask that question. Which industry is booming? Let's say, that's fantastically put, Arun. You need to also have a T-shaped career in place. Nowadays, we're talking about it.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the technology layer. We're also talking about the depth of the industry that you need to get into, whether it's healthcare. You don't have to pick up all 10, 12, 15. Pick one. Let's say I'm passionate about automobile. Pick up that as an industry. Do complete research on that, end to end. So tomorrow when you go to a Ford and go in, sit through an interview, you'll know exactly what you're doing. You might have peripheral knowledge about the rest of the industries because it's impossible for you to have 20 different industry knowledge and then sit in an interview, right? That is not asked. But at least you know where you want to end up, which industry you want to work in. Do research on that industry. Talk to your seniors, talk to your professors. This is how you gain that knowledge. But if you're just sitting back and thinking my professor is going to take care, my college, I'm paying a high fees, they're going to take care, it's not going to work for you. Don't wait for the campus to come and search for you, right? You should not wait for them to come to the college and search for you. They should reach out to you because you're out there on LinkedIn. Because you've done something different from the rest of the students in this class. Make that mark for yourself.
Very pertinent point, Sirisha. And actually, I was coming to you with my next question. So let's say, some of them here and, the new generation, they end up in GCC careers. What kind of career progression are they looking at? Because even though we say that GCCs are now innovation hubs and they make the strategic decisions and all of that, is it reflected in the kind of investment in C-suite rules? Do you see that?
So I would say yes and no, Manisha. Yes, being very practical. Are the C-suites completely invested in the GCC strategy? I would say partially. The reason being, end of the day, some of them are run by the headquarters. And I'm being very, very blatant about it. I'm not mincing my words. Headquarters decide to set up a GCC, let's say in India or Costa Rica or someplace, because they identify that as a cost center. We want cost reduction to happen. However, if you go back and tell them that this is how you want to do it, they might not allow you to do it. Also, they always keep the headquarters with this, the senior leadership is always in the headquarters. And what you have here is people at engineering, management, or a service enabler, enabling kind of functions. That is a common practice. But what we are doing differently now is I've seen certain GCCs which have the decision-making power in the GCC itself. Those are the organizations you need to look at. Because whatever you create, whatever you're innovating, whatever you're producing as a product or a service is going to be used by the entire organization. You're not just creating it for 100 people GCC, you're working on 1,000 people globally, right? The company globally. So now, are they invested? Maybe not, but what is that you can bring to the table as a leader? If you can change the game, you can up the game and tell them, you know what, there is a team of senior engineers in my company or a bunch of freshers in the company who have come up with this innovative thought that we can develop something, right? That is the messaging. If you can take back to the headquarters, then they will listen to us. Why not? Because you're not talking about reducing cost of 100 people in the company. Here you're talking about building a product which is giving them millions of dollars. Why would they not hear? They will listen to you. But then we need to work collectively as a unit for the GCC. I'm not saying run against the vision of the organization. That's not what I'm trying to say. But you need to make it a profit center also tell them that we add value to the organization as a whole.
Right.
So that's
right.
how committed you need to be.
Absolutely. So basically, own that capability part of the capability
Showing
center,
is
right?
believing.
Be capable enough to actually be allowed to lead, right? So and I see a difference. Can we take the questions after the discussion? Yeah.
No, you have very well put it across. That is the gap,
right?
Which is there people don't understand and they become more decisive. I don't know how much you are able to, but this is a problem. And I want to be very candid. I'm so sorry, just barging in and again. So this was a problem when COVID hit, and after that we planned to do a GCC. Right. These were the on-ground challenge. No, I'm good enough to talk. Okay, so that practically I put it across because I'm holding a vis-a-vis because this is what our organization has gone through a transformation, and now we are all set. And really well said, put across. And this comes from a hardcore consulting background. What Sugata was talking about, hire services, get yourself sorted. Simple. So that's what. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that input. So, like I was saying, I do see that difference on the ground because one of the reports that I was reading again said that in 2015, about 10 years ago, we had 115 people in C-suite roles from GCCs, right? And now in 2026, it's moved to 6,500. That's a steep increase, right? And the Zinov report also says that by 2030, it's going to become 4x. So about 20,000 people in C-suite roles, right?
Correct.
So Pratyush, my
So
question.
I'll just take 1 second.
Yeah.
We today, we say they are the second headquarters.
Yeah.
We are the first headquarters
yes,
now.
Yes. Thank you. So Pratyush, my question then is, what do you think is really attracting this top talent to GCCs? Is it the compensation? Is it the global role? What is it that really attracts the top talent to GCCs now?
Manisha, if you would have asked me this question 10 years back, we were talking a lot about 10 years back, I would have said definitely compensation and global brand. But what I have seen recently is the talent market has changed a lot. What people want from the organization, from the role before actually accepting that role has changed a lot. And it is working in layers, which can be brand, followed by money, and then followed by a meaningful work. So why brand is the first layer according to me is when you are working with a good brand company, few things are assumed like you will have access to industry leading practices there. The pedigree of the talent working around you will be good. If it is a global brand, you will get exposure to global stakeholders, clients, peers working across different regions. And then it will also add credibility to your resume, overall job profile. So that is where brand for me is the first layer. The second layer is money, obviously. I'm not saying money is not important. Everyone wants fair as well as competitive pay. If it is a niche skill, that pay is very, very high in a GCC. So obviously money is important. But when we're talking about compensation, we also need to look at the overall benefit and not only the enhanced salary that we are bringing in. Things like, is there a transportation facility provided by the company? What are the relocation facilities? Is if I am switching my city, what are the relocation facility that the company provide? How much are they ready to invest in my development? So when we're talking about compensation, all of these things come. The biggest shift in last few years is meaningful work. So previously people might be happy in a support role, but a lot of talent recently are asking question, what is my contribution to the overall value chain of the organization? If I want to take a decision, can I own that decision? Take a decision as well as own that decision. And ultimately, everyone wants to build and create something today and not just be in a support role, just execute tasks as per the SOPs. So I believe meaningful work recently has become the biggest factor, but brand and compensation still remains the hygiene factors.
Okay, great. So, along with all of the other things, job satisfaction, the satisfaction of doing meaningful work is what really is driving the top talent there. Okay.
So,
Yes,
Manisha, they
Sirisha.
call it the purpose.
Yeah, the purpose, of course. Going on to, just adding to this, Shogata, I'll just come to you. When you are hiring for GCCs, then, how do you assess that someone, the person that you're hiring, can influence across cultures and time zones and all that? I mean, how do you make that assessment?
So we hire across level. Okay, I'm giving you some share some examples when I hire a fresher
Right.
vis-a-vis when I hire a. So I'm going to give you one example, and this is very relevant for all of you. So please do not commit that folly. In the interviews, we ask a student, "Do you have any question for us?" Right? We ask. You must have heard, the HR will ask you, "Do you have any question for us?" And 90% of the time, what I heard from the students, can you guess what the answer is? Wild guess. No questions. And I also asked them, so what sort of questions do you ask if you ask a question to the HR? Any idea what they said? What sort of question they will ask? And how do they come out with the question to ask to the HR? Any idea? If you're sitting in front of an HR interview, what question will you ask to the HR? So 90% of the time, the HR told me that we go to ChatGPT and ask what are the questions to ask to an HR. And then I realized that if I want to build a leadership, next-gen leadership with these kind of people who even outsource their thinking to the AI, then we are not looking at such people.
And that is what I was also.
And then they say, oh no, the HR asked some out of the syllabus questions and we got rejected. No, it's not like that. And so obviously when you go to the freshers, we see the originality. See, we believe that any skills can be taught to anyone within 3 to 6 months. You agree? You can be taught any skills. But we cannot teach you your ethics, values, and your principles and your approach to how do you do a problem solving. Every problem solving has got a set method. So can you solve a problem for me? I do a hackathon, out of 1500 students, 1300 students will get 100 out of 100 marks. I call these students to a question and pen and paper test. I write a 2-line code with the pen and paper. Less than 30 will actually clear the test. So then what do I do? What do I search for that? So when I go to a fresher hiring, I have to be very particular about for this role, these are the key skills and the desirables and essential skills.
Right.
And I need to search for that. Otherwise, my job will be at stake when the company will ask me who has hired that idiot being me. Second, when I'm going to a lateral hiring, I have to understand, can this person influence the stakeholders who are sitting outside the country as well as the people who are already in the system? Because that person may be having 20 years of industry experience, already built a great legacy behind it. But to the new company, he is just like a newbie. So how soon can the person create an impact from the date of joining? Because we usually have a 90 days honeymoon period, we say, for a leadership level.
Yeah.
So how soon can a person create an impact and ensure that whatever visions he has told us during the interview stage, he can actually implement
That.
and whether he has done some research and understood the pain areas we are having.
Right.
Another point,
Yes.
90% of the times when we ask the HR students, okay, what do you know about so-and-so company? We are coming to the interview, we are sitting there for last 3 years, for 4 hours, 6 hours. What is the research you have done about the company? They have got a blank face. They don't even have that time to go and do the research about the company they're going to appear for the interview.
Yes.
So it all tells us the approach, whether they, and I think Sirisha told us very rightly that, if you join a college, you expect the college and the faculty to train you, teach you, and get you a job. Your job is only to complete the degree. No. End of 2 years, you will have a certificate. You will be educated, but do you have the knowledge? That's the pain area for us.
Very nicely put. Thank you. So I believe we are running out of time, so I'll just end with the very last question. So Arun, I'll come to you with that. So if every student in this room could develop one capability over the next 2 years, they're here. The first years are here for 2 years, right? So if there was one capability that they could develop so that they could make a good career in a GCC, what would that be? What do you advise them?
Number one is dream big. Choose your company. Don't get into the interview of the company which is coming to your college. Dream big, choose your company. Number one. Number two, make your 30, 60, 90 days plan. That's number two. Number three, just keep your attitude, behavior, ethics, values intact and upgrade it. So these are the three important. Dream big, choose your company. I chose my first company to do my internship. So at that point of time, we never had ChatGPT, Google, all those things. So what I used to do, I used to write a letter, and I was studying in Greater Noida. Moser Bear was just opposite, and CDs of Moser Bear. I wanted to join Moser Bear as my internship. I used to go to their gate, and you still know that at the gate, the attendance and everything happens at the gate. It means that it is a direct connect with the HR. So I knew that because of the study which I was doing. So I used to go to the gate, leave a letter every week to the general manager. I never knew the name of the general manager. General manager, HR, Moser Bear. And one fine day, that letter reached that, and he called me for an internship, and I did my internship from Moser Bear. I have lived my dreams. I started looking at billboards, Samsung. I joined Samsung. When I was driving to Gurgaon, I could see Ericsson building. So I joined Ericsson. Then probably somebody told me that, there's this captive unit, a global company called British Telecom. I joined them. I was very fascinated about banks. I dreamt about that because at Samsung I had a HSBC card. I joined HSBC, and today I am with EXL. So dream big, please, and work on it, and make a 30, 60, 90 degrees plan. And that plan should always talk about your own dressing style, appearance, and everything. Of course, your English, conversation, communication, and then the third is the ethics, values. Please develop those. Become as humble as possible. The opportunity or the destiny which you have come up will always be yours, even if you are standing at the back. So just be positive, manifest, pray, be humble, nice to people, help as many people as you can, and that's what is going to bring back luck to you.
Awesome advice. So Priyanka, I'll just ask you to add to that because I had another
Yes.
question, but we because of paucity of time, just add to this.
I would like to add a few points in conversation with Arun. What I can recommend to our future leaders that you have to shift your mindset first. That what kind of accountability, what kind of ownership, what kind of responsibility that you can take for each and every task, whether that will be for your positive points or whether it is for your negative points. Take accountability of everything that whatever you can do, and don't join any of the company just because of the designation, because of your salary. In fact, like I would recommend to join something where you can get more benefits as a part of your growing career. And when I'm talking about growing career, in the sense your practical knowledge will be upskilled and reskilled more and more. Don't stop there itself, because the universe is ready to accept you. Universe is ready to accept your thoughts, your ideas, your practical experience. Only the mind shift that which we required is you have to accept it. You have to go through it. So that is one advice that I would like to give you all.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you all the panelists for your insightful comments. And I'll now open the floor for questions. So students, any questions you have, we have 10 minutes. We can probably take 2-3 questions. So yeah. Can someone reach the mic here? First row. Okay. Let's start with that then.
Very good afternoon, esteemed panel. Very glad and giddy to be part of this whole space. So as Arun sir was mentioning, that we should be focused on having certain values and ethics. So talking from the company standpoint, as the younger talent right now is also focusing on business ethics and sustainability portion. So are GCCs able to influence their own decisions, or they follow the parent company's sustainability point of view?
Who would like to take that?
No, India is the innovation centers. We are driving. They are second headquarters. They are listening to us because why? We are generating ROI for them. So now we are the boss. Like HR was the support function, today we are the enablers. So it's like that. Anybody else?
Yeah, just a piece. We do have global mandates in terms of sustainability for sure, because they're the headquarters, but we localize it. again, what works in the US will not work in India, right? So we kind of bring it down. And as HR leaders or site leaders, we ensure that that is taken care of. Yes, we have that as a mandate.
Thank you so much.
You should ask as many questions. You should ask, general questions,
fearless.
local questions. You should ask anything which is coming on your mind. Don't hesitate.
Yes.
शर्म करने से कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, पीछे रह जाओगे.
Good afternoon, panel. And this is Priyanka from BGDM Core Batch. So my question was related to, as the panel was discussing about meaningful work purpose, which matters to talent a lot nowadays. How much it matters or impacts the sphere of GCCs, and how GCC and talents can establish alignment on the same.
I'll take that. Yeah, okay. I was the purpose guy. So how it is aligned between a GCC and the talent, right? So as I mentioned, the upcoming talent, they want that purpose in life. They want to create some value in the organization, and GCCs have noticed that, have accepted the fact. So that is where more ownership, more global roles, high-end roles are moving to an India-based GCC, where as everyone mentioned in the panel, we are the innovation centers, right? So that is where decision making from headquarters have moved to India, and people are giving that empowerment to even I'll say a junior or a mid-level resource in India to make that decision, and that see that decision end to end being implemented in the organization. So to your question, yes, GCCs have noticed that and they are aligned with that. So that is where more and more global and empowered roles are moving to India.
Let me add to that what I just did. So that's a very valid question. So I was supposed to hire a set of people for a process which usually needed around 3 to 4 years of industry experience in my parent GCC. And we proposed that this is for the business functional role. We proposed let's get MBA fresh grads. And when I proposed that to the big team, they were flabbergasted. What is Saugata doing? Who has hired Saugata? I was just 1 month into the system. He's saying that fresh grads in India can replace somebody with 3 to 4 years of industry experience in the parent company. I said, no harm in trying. So initial 7 to 8 students, they just flatly rejected. Then I tried to understand it's just a mental block they had. Accordingly, I understood what they're looking at. I did some coaching to the people, the next batch of students. And I'm very happy to say that we closed almost out of 29 positions, we closed 22 with freshers, fresh MBA grads. And the stakeholder in UK was so happy that that person became my biggest supporter for other businesses. So now whenever another business comes in, I said, okay, this is my success story in this business. They have done it. And instead of hiring somebody with 5, 6 years industry experience here, I can give you a fresh grad we can give a career plan to the next 4 or 5 years down the process. So that is a big success story, but it also depends upon how hungry you are for the success.
And you set such a good precedent, right? People will follow this, I hope.
I was lucky, I guess.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah, here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, panel. So I used to work for a GCC, and it's very easy to get stuck in the process of climbing the ladder. And you are very confused, like
which one?
Then the global services. So even though there are a lot of pathways that they lay, but it's very difficult for a fresher. I was a fresher when I joined to climb up the ladder. So any tips on that, like how to go about that? Any input that you can give, except other than your job role?
See, I'll take that up. I'll climb up the ladder. By you said you joined fresh, and then you were thinking of climbing up the ladder. So वो ladder को ना horizontal कर लो और फिर climb करते रहो. You learn lot of stuff at that level, at that base, so that your knowledge goes stronger. Don't think about climbing the ladder in the beginning of 1, 2, 3 years. You make yourself so much sound with all the practices in that organization so that you become one person to be chosen and picked up. Don't hurry to become climb the ladder. That will then, one point of time you will stick to that place. Even if you move the ladder today, at one point of time in your career, you will be there only. And that is going to be quite painful. So try horizontally as much as possible to gain knowledge. There's a lot of stuff today. So do that. Have some kind of, for the first few years, have that kind of stability in terms of your knowledge, understanding, you giving back to the organization. You can't keep taking, you have to give back. And when you give back, the organization will pick you up and immediately move the ladder. And what level is your destiny?
So just to add, I worked there for 2 years.
And short period of time. That is what I'm telling you.
For a promotion.
It's a very short period of time.
Spoken like a true HR, right?
I'm telling you my own experience. Mother, you can't imagine. We don't have time, but I can tell you stories about it.
So we don't have time.
Yeah, so I've been told
Take it
we
offline.
can't take any more questions. We have to close this discussion. One more? Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Komal Attar from PGDM Core. So my question to the panel is, how are GCCs changing the traditional career path in India, particularly the expectation that career progression must come through vertical promotion?
Sir, please, your question. You have already talked on that.
So basically, how are GCCs looking at career progression, right? Okay.
Yes.
Great question. Do every GCC, everyone has cracked that question? I'll say no. They have still not. And to your question, it is a addition to your question. The current generation or any generation, when they are coming, they are working for 2 years, and they are looking to climb the ladder. So what GCCs are focusing right now is what Arun also said. We cannot give everyone promotion, right, in 1 years, 2 years, because every layer you have certain number of positions that only can be taken. So GCCs are doing things like internal job marketplace. So what is that? The best or the biggest advantage of a GCC is you have different functions, different types of role, all under same roof. So the probability of getting an internal mobility is more. So GCCs are looking at internal job marketplace where jobs or even a part of jobs is circulated internally, and people, apart from their regular day-to-day BAU work, can also opt for that. GCCs are looking at short-term assignments. So there is a niche role, right? And it is difficult to get in market. So how will you build the talent for that niche role? So someone in any other department, so there will be a short-term assignment in those teams where you go, you experience that, you learn that, and if you are good, if there is an attrition in that role, you will be the next probable candidate. There are job rotations. So initially, when someone from college or some joins a fresher, they do a job rotation in multiple departments, right? So once that is taken care of, you go and join a department in a slightly elevated position. So again, GCCs, as I mentioned initially, are trying multiple things. Is everything working? I don't think so. Have we cracked the code? I am not sure. But it is our job to actually try new things and see how much they are working.
I just have one final thing. One small request to all of you in the room. Look at each other who's sitting next to you. Just look at the next person. Just move your head and look at each other, right? So you need to remember one thing or one skill you can bring to the table from this batch of students who are graduating maybe in 2027. You graduate? 28. 28 you graduate. One skill that you have, which is unique to you as an individual, and you are better than the other person that you looked at just now. If you crack that, I'm telling you, you'll definitely land your dream job. Just try that. You have 2 years, I guess, 1.5 years.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. I think I enjoyed the discussion. I hope you have had some takeaways from this discussion. And all the best to all of you. And thank you, panelists.
I'd like to sincerely thank our esteemed panelists for sharing such valuable insights and perspectives. Your experiences have deepened our understanding of how organizations can connect with the next generation of talent in more meaningful ways. I'd request all the panelists to remain on the stage for felicitation. Now we'd like to request Professor Manisha Matthews to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I'd like to invite Pratyush sir. I would like to invite Sirisha ma'am. We can take it. I can take it. Now I'd like to invite Priyanka ma'am. Next we have Arun sir. And now I'd like to invite Swagata sir.
He doesn't need light.
I'd request Riddhi, our senior team member, to kindly felicitate Professor Matthews. I now kindly request the panelists to remain on stage for a group photo. Beside the table. Now we request our respected panelists to please proceed for lunch. Sorry.
Don't worry about promotion. Somebody is a CHRO for past 10 years. I have been a vice president for past 10 years. So no promotions, but horizontally we have grown in our own growth. And stock. And stock. Yes.
Sorry for keeping you away from your lunch. You can
Oh,
now
yeah.
have lunch. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Our respected panelists are required to please proceed for lunch.
showering ideas. It's a great place where ideas are igniting and we are shaping futures.
I think lovely to meet the young minds of IMI. I think that's brilliant.
Vimarsh was absolutely wonderful, mind-blowing, I would say.
The experience was very fabulous over.
I think here it's showering ideas. It's a great place where ideas are igniting and we are shaping futures.
I think lovely to meet the young minds of IMI. I think that's brilliant.
Vimarsh was absolutely wonderful, mind-blowing, I would say.
The experience was very fabulous over.
I think here it's showering ideas. It's a great place where ideas are igniting and we are shaping futures.
Guys, everybody settle down quickly.
I think lovely to meet the young minds of IMI. I think that's brilliant.
Vimarsh was absolutely wonderful, mind blowing, I would say.
The experience was very fabulous over.
Guys, front. Guys, front, front. Guys, front. Guys at the back. The people who are sitting in the front row will not cross their legs while they are sitting. Even at the back. Yes. And there should be no mobile phone on your table as well. It should be in your pocket or maybe your bag. No talking, nothing like you are sleepy. I know that you had your lunch just now, but maintain the decorum, please. They will just call your name if they will know. Otherwise, they will just say, hey ma'am, you should wake up. That will not look good.
simply about finding candidates with the right qualifications. It is about identifying those with the curiosity to learn, agility to adapt, and potential to grow in an unpredictable future. Technology is changing how organizations discover and assess talent. While the growing emphasis on skills is challenging traditional approaches to campus recruitment, this raises a fundamental question. Are we hiring for what students know today or for what they have the potential to become tomorrow? Our panel brings together industry leaders to explore how campus hiring can evolve beyond conventional credentials and assessments to identify and nurture future ready talent for a changing world. To stir this insightful conversation, it is our privilege to welcome our moderator for this session, Professor Dr. Priya Chaudhary. Doc- Dr. Chaudhary is an assistant professor in organizational behavior and human resources at IMI Delhi and serves as the chair for the Sustainability and Social Impact Program. Holding a PhD and MPhil in organizational behavior from the Delhi School of Economics, she brings over a decade of rich academic experience, including her prior tenure as an assistant professor at University of Delhi, an active academician. She serves on the editorial boards of prestigious global publications, including PLOS and Emerald Publishing. Her research focuses on organizational behavior, sustainability, social impact, and artificial intelligence, leading impactful projects on AI adoption in knowledge management and frugal innovation. Please join us in welcoming Professor Dr. Priya Chaudhary to the Vimarsh 5.0 stage. We are delighted to have you with us, ma'am. I would now like to introduce our esteemed panelists for the third session. Ms. Gunjan Mishra. She is a seasoned people and culture leader with 18 plus years of experience in HR transformation, talent management, organizational effectiveness, and people strategy. Currently serving as Senior Vice President in People and Business Operations at Flux Events. She brings extensive experience in building high impact people first organizations and driving business growth through strong people practices. She is also a speaker, mentor, and advocate for future ready talent and leadership. Welcome to 5.0 Vimarsh, ma'am. Dr. Mohit Sharma. He is an Associate Director, HR and ODS at Synergy Advisory Private Limited and is Global HR Transformation Leader with over 16 years of experience across HR strategy, organizational design, workforce transformation, and GCC strategy spanning 15 plus countries. As Associate Director, HR and OD at Synergy Consulting Inc., he advises C-suite leaders on enterprise HR architecture, post-merger integration, talent strategy, and workforce analytics. A doctorate in human resources and management and PMP professional, he brings a strong focus on leveraging agentic AI to shape the future of HR while keeping human judgment and strategic impact at the core. We are delighted to have you with us. Mr. Muthukumaran Subramanian. He is a seasoned talent acquisition leader with 22 plus years of experience across semiconductor, engineering, IT, aerospace and defense, GBS and EMS sectors. Currently leading talent acquisition at Tata Electronics, he specializes in strategic hiring, executive recruitment, talent analytics, employer branding, and recruitment transformation. With extensive experience in scaling global teams and driving business growth through talent, he brings valuable insights into the future of hiring and work. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. Harsh Jan. He is a seasoned human resources and talent acquisition leader with over 2 decades of experience across the IT and services sector. Currently serving as talent acquisition head, APAC plus Americas and India campus head. He heads strategic and leadership hiring, campus talent programs, and talent development initiatives. With prior experience at HCL Technologies and WNS Global Services, Harsh brings extensive experience in talent strategy, employer branding, campus hiring, and building high performing teams. It is a pleasure to have you all today here with us. With that, I would now request Professor Priya ma'am to take over the discussion forward.
voice is audible at the back. Don't worry.
I don't think so we need mic. Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Very good afternoon. I hope you had a hearty lunch and I expect some energy from this group. I know how enthusiastic you people are in class, so I expect the same enthusiasm here, right? Okay, perfect. So today's theme is very interesting and I would say very pertinent for you people, right? This is about being future ready and about rethinking campus hiring for the world that is there in front of us. So I think all of us, we are on the same page with the fact that campus hiring has changed, right? So it used to be a very, I would say, fairly predictable ritual where you would have a pre-placement talk, a written test, a couple of interviews, and then finally the offer letter, right? So easy peasy it would look. But now that playbook is being rewritten, right? We have seen a few trends. We've seen that AI is coming into the picture. The grunt work or the basic entry level work that used to be the training ground for the graduates somewhere is already taken care by AI, right? And skills, the second trend is that we see skill-based hiring more than education, so more than the degrees rather. So that has entered the conversation. The third trend that we see is that the current cohort, the Gen Zs, of course, very famous generation, they're asking employers very different questions than probably what we did, you know, the predecessors. Questions about the purpose, questions about the flexibility and growth that is there on the table, more than the compensation that is being offered. So these are the few trends that we've seen in this domain. So the organizations are somewhere rethinking not just who they hire from the campus, but why, how, and for what kind of future role. So this is the background that we are going to discuss. In fact, there are several studies. I would like to quote one such study that is by McKinsey that finds that hiring for skills is roughly 5 times more predictable of job performance rather than hiring for the degree. So now we see more competition per role than ever before. And employers have quietly rewritten what, quote unquote, employable means, right? So today's session, the topic is Future Ready Talent, Rethinking Campus Hiring for a Changing World. We are going to unpack these trends, this shift that we have just discussed. So a very warm welcome to all the panel members. So I think we need to quickly deep dive into this topic. So I would start from a very basic question. How real is this shift from degree to skill-based hiring? So this question is open to all, whosoever wants to take it.
I'm
Hi, good
just
afternoon.
trying to open the floodgates, you know.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you, IMI, for having me here today. The shift is very much there. And because I do take care of a talent acquisition team in my organization, and I have started practicing what I am preaching to you guys here. CGPA definitely matters. I wouldn't say scores do not matter. Of course it does. But nowadays, what I personally look at when I'm hiring for Flux, but before I actually, let me give you a little background about the organization too, because so that you'll understand every organization has a different need. Similarly, one size does not fit as one size does not fit all. Similarly, one skill, one type of approach might not fit the organization too. So the organization has 4 different verticals, but I'm going to primarily talk about Flux events, which is into international events. So we organize events every quarter, twice in a quarter, in different countries, right? Primarily Vegas, US, and your Middle East, Dubai. But apart from that, we've started targeting Asian countries as well. So if you get a chance to look at the company website to know more about it, because I'm going to probably come back to you to hire from this college. So CGPA, coming back to the same question, CGPA definitely matters, but at the same time, I look at a lot of other things as well. What is going to be your thinking approach if you plan to join XYZ organization? Precisely, we're talking about Flux right now. How collaborative you're going to be when it comes to team collaboration. You may be great asset for a college, for XYZ organization, but if you're not a team player, probably I might not be very keen on hiring. So cultural fitment is what I will use here. That's very important. How do you think, how behaviorally you react to a situation? Because like I said, Gen Z, Jantar Mantar, protest, I've not forgotten anything so far. So we'll have to look at every perspective before we really assess our candidates for our organization. So all of these things, and similarly, how do you really act on projects? So now you might say companies are not inviting us for projects, internships are not there. A lot of things happens within your colleges. It is all about taking up that initiative and doing it. So there's a quote, where there is a will, there is a way. So all of you just have to apply, because see, understand there are limited openings and a big data when it comes to students. What makes you different? Why should I hire you, not him? What is that you have different? So you'll have to look at those factors, I think thinking, case studies, and projects. Because when I hire for a technical role, what do I do is, I give them a project. I want to see maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes interview was amazing. But how you're gonna behave or react when you join us is gonna change the whole narrative and perspective, right? So yes, the shift is definitely there. I look more on other factors than CGPA. There's a mandatory requirement that you have to have 60%, 6 CGPA. Otherwise, apart from that, all of these things will be assessed at the time of interview. So that's my take on it.
Thank you for summing it up. Hi, I'm IMI. How are you? कैसे हैं आप लोग? All right. You had your food? They served you the same food what we were served? Thank you. Excellent. Okay, so what ma'am said, I'm just taking a cue. It's very simple. So you have that semester-based portfolio which we do. Which semester you are a part of right now? Fine. So after each semester, what happens? Tell me. Sorry, say that loud. Examination. So when that semester happens for 6 months, to testify your knowledge, what happens? Examination, where you stand. It's an analytics. Yes or no? Yes. So when that analytics is there in your curriculum, likewise, I'll say there is a partial shift. Samjha aapko? Partial shift. Why? CGPAs are there. It's just like a triangle. A firm base with your conceptual understanding which is given. It has not changed. And it will never change. Yes or yes? Yeah? Okay. Now there are 2 slanting lines covering that triangle. Slanting lines, that means what it requires, what it demands, a consistent level, because it has got a slopey surface. Yes or no? Yes. Now, you have to be consistent. You're just, proving yourself with each semester, walking up the ladder. Whatever you have experienced in first semester will be little a difficulty level. Like you play a game, the difficulty level will increase. Likewise, there's a shift. Now, with the scenario of the hiring, what happens? So it's not about, so gone are the days, fresher is more of like a taboo. We call you as early talent, isn't it? Aap log kya hain? Early talent hai yaar, come on, isn't it? Fresher sounds like very bleak. Early talent. Why? You have a talent, but you are starting off a little early in your career. So it is, of course, not a corporate social responsibility. It is also a responsibility to make sure that we are hiring a talent. Likewise, you're looking for a job. We are also looking for absolutely good people in the organization. So I'll not put a shift on a philosophical concern here. It is partial. CGPAs are important. However, your skill-based assessment are required. Your portfolio management is required. What you can bring on the table, what you have built in. That's why I always emphasize in these, forums, it's all about your internship. Why? Because these are very, very important. How well you can just, outshine yourself with the kind of projects which you get in the organization. So it's a shift. आप क्या कर रहे हो उस difficulty level को? You're just, scaling up yourself. पहले anything and everything is generic. Now you're just getting niche. Likewise, it's our expectation in a reciprocation that we are also looking for people wherein there are niche roles and there are bulk roles in which your CGPA matters because there are initial filters. I don't want to give you a story because this is practical. जहाँ पर आपका bulk hiring होगी वहाँ पर CGPA would matter. Why? Because the higher filtration ratio is required because the hiring is in volumes. But where the hiring is niche, your skills would really matter. Your portfolio, what you have learned in internship, what you have built in, whatever it is. So that's my 2 cents. Why? Because this is important. No matter how much we talk, at the end of the day, what is practical is practical. You are a first year student. That means you are a first year student. It is just the beginning. And from here, how you drive yourself is important. Shifts are going to be there. आप अपने पीछे backdrop पे देखो. On the right, या मेरा right है क्या लिखा है? Talent management. So when that talent management comes in, उसके बीच में circle round क्या लिखा है? Vimarsh. We are discussing which are Vimarsh. On my left is what it is? क्या आ रहा है? Likewise, तभी आपका curriculum ऐसे बनाया. Day 1, it's all about your talent management. फिर उसके बाद then we are discussing here. And then the learning and development comes in. Likewise. Are you able to connect the dots and the antidotes? Yeah? That's my point, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, Mohit bhai.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this interesting question to begin with. I think one of the thoughts that I probably want to add is, yes, you rightly said, we are all are talking about the shift that is happening. And yes, indeed, the shift is happening because AI is playing the role of a catalyst, which you would do generally in any experiment, right? And we all know what catalyst can do, right? The idea and the element, I think, what we are looking at is now, because if AI has given all of us an access to acquire skills at the same pace or acquire a particular knowledge at the same pace, what should I do that differentiates me than the other, right? Because one of the key elements that we look into our organization, so because I manage our entire global hiring for 14 countries, so one very particular element that I look at, when people come and apply for positions with us is barely, I would summarize it in 2 points. One is primarily the accountability. You can create an entire report using an AI now for me, and you can just put your name under it and send it off to me as your report. I agree, you have done some basic research, but are you ready to take an accountability if that report goes south? Because we have seen examples, we have seen consulting firms, we have seen news enough that there are firms wherein there have been fines imposed because an entire AI-generated report was sent to a client and the client came back and eventually called it out, right? So are you able to take an accountability? That's the first skill that I look forward to, right? The second most important element that I generally evaluate people is you need to understand you are currently in a very structured environment of assessments, predefined modules, predefined evaluation. So everything is kind of predefined within a box for next 2 years, correct? Corporates work absolutely opposite of that. There is no box to you. There's no predefined guidelines to you. There's no predefined mentor for you. You will get half informations, half email. You are ready and read. You need to understand and pick up the skill which I call as how intuitive you are in terms of picking the right question. Are you able to determine a question for me out of the problem statement I have given to you? So if you will get n number of theories on problem statements, being solved in a different way, but where does your skill lies? Your skill lies in identifying the question for me in the bunch of answers or the half information that you have on your table. It's never gonna be, as systematic as it is when you are for these 2 years currently here. So these 2 points primarily, drive for me the importance of when you are coming up in the entire age of AI, how we are looking at it. One, again, accountability. Are you ready to take that ownership? Are you ready to put yourself on stake when you are presenting something? Two, if you're ready to find me the question for the problem statements, I'm ready to present at you in a corporate word. So yeah, I'll happy to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Mohit. Very good afternoon, all. Okay. See, my thoughts on this. See, I've been into niche hiring throughout my career. Been into engineering, IT, semicon hiring, and R&D hiring throughout my career. Okay. So when we search for talents, okay, still the traditional method is followed, but where campus hires are going, and then there are companies where targets the brand. Okay, that provides a solution where it is scalable and we get the resources. But in the current skill-based economy, it completely shifted and changes. Okay, it is not only that which fetches the results. We have huge challenge getting resources, right talents, with right attitude and capability to deliver the results actually. So when we look at those kind of business scenarios, way back when I was working with GCC, one of the global $26 billion company, we were supporting hiring a data science. Those days, data science still emerging. We were.
How old was that? Which year?
2015, I'm talking. 2015, still data science was emerging.
Correct.
We're not finding many talents across. IIM was there, ISBs were providing courses on data science. What we did, we didn't go only with the traditional way of reaching out. We did, in fact, reached out to IIM, ISB, and top colleges. But what we also did, we tried to find out where all the other sources we can find the right talents. Okay, there was an interesting thing we did where these are global problems. Global problems is this is the global supply chains. Flex, I was working with Flex that time. Flex is the second largest EMS company in the globe itself. It supports across multiple electronics company. Majority of the electronics made across globe is made by Flex. So the problem is providing a solution to the supply chain challenges which is across globe actually. So what we did interesting thing, finding out, doing a research on where we will get different from colleges, where all we will get these resources. So one interesting thing was this Kaggle ranking, where they provide real-time problems where many data scientists participate and provide the best solutions. Based on their solutions, there is a ranking given, which helped us to attract best talents for the GCC that time, those days I'm talking. Okay, so why I'm telling this, that shift has already happened, skill-based economy. Now it is more frequently. Even though you go to the regular brand and regular universities, but there are ways where people reach out. When you become niche, then you become a demanding talent for any organization. So I personally believe that everybody, even though skill is important, you should be open to learn new things. Okay, you should be more resilient and more adaptable. And as Gunjan said, you should own accountability. Okay, accountability. You should articulate how you owned your accountability during your projects or whatever things you execute in your day to day. How you own accountability, or maybe a problem, how you sort it out. That is going to help you to get into a right, maybe a role which you aspire for. Okay, this is my take on it. Thank you.
That's wonderful. So if I have to sum it up, I think what is emerging out of the discussion is that there is a base CGPA that is required, and different skills that were emphasized upon were your adaptability, accountability, and how you're able to define messy business problems, right? Your problem solving skills, your urge to learn, and definitely your internships. So all of this combined will be gauged before companies hire you, right? So these are the parameters that you need to think about. So that brings me to my second question, that all of you said that you have made different changes in your hiring processes. So, walk us through one concrete change that you've made to your hiring process, not just the philosophy, but the process in the last 2 years.
Okay, I'll take this first.
Yes, please.
See, in my previous organization, I was heading recruitment for a global semiconductor company, which is based out in Bangalore, had office across India and also in US and Europe. Okay, the biggest challenge we had is hiring a talent with this kind of technology and skill, which is evolving. Okay, semiconductor design is there, but chip testing, which is now, if you look at Modi's maximum projects in India, is OSAT. Okay. Outsourced semiconductor testing and assembly. Okay, we were hiring those freshers across India. We collaborated. The change we brought in is it is not that the regular campus hire we do. Okay, it is not the regular campus hire do. We collaborate with the institution. It is not the timely activity where we go hire some 30, 50 or 100 and then we complete. That is not the activity. Where we collaborated, we worked with the institutions in terms of building the curriculum specifically for these kind of technology, India to equip themselves, okay, so that India will have more resources. We worked with the institutions, colleges, we built the curriculum and we gave them maybe in the 8th sem or 6th sem onwards, they will do that, where we will evaluate. Maybe we also had a program of coaching the faculties as well, where they will come to our facility and our people also will go to the institution. We had a MOU with multiple colleges across India. We did that, we implemented this and it was very successful, where we were able to get good results in terms of very good quality, trained people even before they start the career, okay, which helped us in a big way. Those changes, also it is not there. After that, nurturing them for the down the line, there is a training program where we implemented to help them to become more successful and more impactful in their role. Those initiatives we have taken and it was more successful and which continued year on year and yield the results to get right talents in the niche areas.
So adding to what Muthu said, so I don't know, it will be a copy paste to what I have to say, but the sentiment is definitely same. So if I talk about my organization, so it's a 52-year-old organization. It was Delphi Systems earlier, renamed in 2001 as EBIX, which is Electronic Business Insurance Exchange. So there was a lot of orthodox approach which was there. COVID gave us a lot of time to think through, deep dive, and just try to see how this would be. Of course, with an intervention of AI, because that was more of an initial stage, everybody was thinking to go virtual. So that was the time to transform and re-engineer. So we introduced ATS. ATS means Application Tracking System. So I'll be very honest with you, right? No fancy stuff that I have to talk really very high about it. Of course, it depends on, because we hire more of BTechs as compared to MBA graduates, right? Now, so application tracking system helped us. How? Because the volume of application in a week, which was around more than 10,000, because the roles were very generic, to be honest, right? For BTechs, right? Now, like a program analyst or system analyst and all. So ATS gave that, convenience to us, that the kind of application tracking we are putting up across is that we matched up with a JD, and alongside with the JD, we pre-programmed the software in such a manner that these are the bullet points, more these kind of words are used in, so it will have a filtration criteria from 70 to 80%. Number one. Number two, what we did was that we actually ensured into have a human interface to it. How? I'll give you a case study. There was a suit which was filed against us. I'm sorry to be put on the records or not, off the records. There was a lady whose name was Praveen. So because of AI, it was misinterpreted as a male instead of a female, and she happens to be a daughter of a lawyer. So it happened. So we have Infogenie, I employ EBIX. So that's an in-house software. So what happened was, and that was a deciding factor that, when you talk to a particular candidate, it's no longer an AI intervention. It has to be a human intervention. So that's why what we did was we were just trying to look for that initial filtration with the ATS, and then it should not be a human intervention. It should be through an AI bot. All those filtering questions, where do you live and all, and what is your salary expectation, XYZ, blah, 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 even for the freshers and all. Because it was an initial pedigree, we were also getting into a transformation. So that AI intervention helped us to screen in, and the turnaround time, just imagine, wherein the screening and the filtration of those resumes, which used to happen in at least 1 quarter. ये वाला quarter नहीं, 3 months वाला, ठीक है? So, and that turnaround time, that cut down to 15 to 30 days. Just imagine, जो 3 months पे जा रहा था, वो 1 month या 15 days पे cut short हो गया, right? Number 3, we were able to figure out the difference to filter in between the niche hiring and the regular, which we call vanilla subscription hiring. Good part was that it was able to help us to create a repository. You know, what happens is that profiles which are not relevant, it is very easy to say, oh, we'll get back to you, or it is very easy to say, we'll just, park it for future reference. But it not only gave us, a helping hand, because we don't have to be dependent on any of the job boards, for example, Naukri or XYZ. So we created our internal pool, we created our own database. So that intervention held a shift, and through that we were able to reduce the turnaround time and better filtration for a niche hiring role and for a generic role. So these kind of automation we did, and believe you me, day on, day out, we are trying to improvise it, because each and everything which we were doing were giving in use cases, and it was giving an algorithm like zeros and ones, like data structures, like, and DSA, data structure and algorithm. So that actually helped us to improve in the functioning and made it automated. So to continue with the answer to this is, now what we are doing is we are hiring AI output engineers, design engineers, right? Likewise. So maybe the designation would sound fancy, but the skill-based hiring which has been done, it gives a better output and a niche area, which keeps in anything and everything automated and set us through, because we cannot hire in throughout the year. It is a cost affair. Believe me, on the ground level, from our management perspective, it is the training would cost in, when the person will go live, the certification. So that's a absolutely ground reality for a volume hiring and for a niche hiring, right? I know it may be a large answer to a small question, but that's my submission.
This is what I was telling you during lunch as well. So when Harsh is a part of panel, so other panelists do not really need to speak, because he's going to cover any and everything.
He's not even reacting. See, his face is glowing, but he's not reacting.
Between us.
This is
between us. Just kidding, just kidding. So I think one approach that we have changed at in our organization is at GPT, which is a sister concern of Lux, is earlier when we were hiring for technical roles, we were assessing students through psychometric test, technical test, and a normal one face-to-face round of discussion or virtual discussion. We're still following that approach, but what has changed is we have, of course, we cannot share client projects with you guys, but we've started, because we work on a lot of projects internally as well, we give you internal projects and give you liberty to work with the team for a month. So that helps us to really test and try it, whether are you a right fit, because I'm able to find out four things from that approaches. One is cultural fitment, how you're behaving with your peers, subordinates, one. Second is, have you understood the work? Because giving interview, clearing interview, it's still easy. Now, especially in an era of AI. But because even when I जब मैं group discussions लेती हूँ, a lot of people are reading through chat GPTs. मुझे लगता है कि आप clear कर लोगे, how would you survive in the organization when you really have to get on different calls? So that's one. So you work on those dedicated projects, internal projects, and how has been your performance? How were you to your subordinates, with your peers? And on the basis of that, we are assessing. So it is actually, I'm not trying to say we're still not making mistakes, or it's whoever we're hiring is a right candidate, but the probability of hiring a right candidate has gone up to 85%. So this has helped us. For a different role, we're still following the traditional method. But on the contrary, what Harsh said, I am not a person who completely rely on ATS. Because because what happens is we give prompt to, we have our ATS, we give prompt, and multiple times it has happened, the good candidates have also gotten rejected. So if I follow the same approach for my current organization, and I tried doing it for my existing employees, 30-40%, those who are actually asset or doing great job, were also rejected. So what do I do with them? Should I fire them? So hence, I am not completely relying on ATS. I have a different way of assessing. Like I said, हर organization का अपना way है. I'm using ATS, but not completely relying on that. So these are the two things that I have changed, because I was also completely dependent on ATS, and I found out nobody is really a right fit. Who is the right fit then? Where do I get those those students from? So that's my say, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, no offense to you, but okay. So I think what AI primarily has done is it has taken organizations into two directions, from where I look at it and from where what I study as part of my work. So one, it has given some organizations an operational efficiency, and quote unquote operational efficiency is just the ease of now declining candidates, because you did not want it to pile up on the people who have applied and there is no response, the standard pet peeve. So all those organizations have found a way now that there is an AI bot which will respond to you, give you a very flowery message, and an auto email will be sent to you telling you that you are rejected and no more explanations, right? Okay, so that's one part of the organization. The other thing organizations have done is, or the second path is possibly wherein you utilize AI to its capability, wherein you can actually complement the skills that are needed and for you to succeed in a role. So what we have done is, I personally have interviewed and find out the list of skills that we need, and those assimilations that we have created is in a purely gamified version. It's the most simplest thing to create, honestly. Put your brains to it, and I'm sure you'll be able to create this, on Claude. I've done it myself, so I can tell you it's very much doable. All I've done is I've just created a skill assessment matrix, right? And you have to just select your function, and I'm not even giving you anything as a background in that assessment matrix that I've created. You come, you put up your function, that the function that you want to work for, you give me your years of experience, and the entire model will give you three questions, three scenarios built across my organization, consulting firm, and will ask you to type an answer. Simple as that. It will not allow you to copy paste anything. It will not allow you to switch screens. It will not allow you to do anything on that screen but type your answers using HI, not AI. Yes. Because my CEO is very clear in the conversations we are having with them that then what is the new ROI? The new ROI is AI plus HI. So if you're not using this formula in your organization, you are just finding ways and means to, again, reject people, like I said. The another important element that actually came up from this discussion was that at least we were able to filter and give people an equal opportunity to come and at least present themselves. We do not want to just reject because some ATS software is sitting at the backlog looking at a historical success rate of people who have used a particular keyword in their CVs, and again applying for me because half of the CVs are copy pasted from the JDs and the keywords are actually taken from those JDs. So I'm assuming that if 10 people sitting in this room will apply for one single job, the exactly same CV, absolutely. So how do I filter out of 10 if I just have one position or two position? So I think that's where we have done. That's what we have done probably as an organization, me as a function, and us as an organization to try and filter out and be a little authentic in terms of evaluating everybody on merit basis. We don't want anything fancy. We really want to just assess everybody on merit basis. Thank you so much.
Wow, my take is that yes, I'll just take the inputs and just one point here. So what I was trying to say was, no, okay, it was not a vis-a-vis that whosoever applies in. So ATS, they have a function. Believe you me, everybody here would agree. There are a lot of job boards which an organization take helps in for, not hiring freshers though, but then early talent and along with that lateral hires. So believe me, with that ATS, yes, of course, what Mohit and what Gunjan said, absolutely, I'll just take that as a takeaway, and it is really important, of course, to learn from each other, and that's very insightful. Alongside, we create our own database of the resumes who are not shortlisted, and when the database is created, so for later hiring, it creates that database and that AI responses that yes, now your skills are not aligned, but yes, we have some upcoming and forthcoming, like a fancy automated message that yes, and we do that practically, that if something comes in, matches in, we don't, shuffle in and put across any new database. From the existing database we pull, and we have done that. And the success ratio, out of every 100 resumes been picked up, at least 6 to 10 are being hired. Trust me, I'm just telling you a right analytics here, because we are doing it post COVID. Why? Because each and everything is a journey which we learn in, and we try to improvise, and that's a fact. I don't know if that is a brutal truth, but yes, that is a fact. Thank you.
I think the direction where this question is heading is that there is human AI collaboration in the recruitment process that we see, no matter with how many caveats that are there, right? ATS definitely is being used by companies, and yes, there are issues of AI bias. And I also read a report where candidates are putting in white text, somewhere in their resume and getting screened. But I think what you should know is that companies are smart to detect that, right? And along with that, I think some of the I would say changes that were mentioned were mutual learning opportunities for the students as well as faculties prior to hiring, right? That was something that was very interesting given by Mr. Muthu. And AI-based assessment matrix, right? Designed by these Gen AI models such as Claude. So these are the trends that you should be mindful of, right? Usage of AI along with caveats, and AI-based assessment matrix. So these are some of the takeaways from this part of the discussion. Okay. Now that we are talking a lot about AI, this directs me to my third question, that AI is eating a lot of the grunt work, right? We see that it is being used to perform entry-level tasks and primarily, I would say, roles which served as the training ground for early talent, not freshers. So where I would say the young students or young hires would learn the ropes, right? Now my question is that, are you hiring fewer freshers because AI has absorbed those roles, or are you hiring differently for it? Should I repeat my question? Okay, perfect. Anybody, whosoever wants to take it.
It's always you.
It's always me? Okay. Yes, to answer the question, what Priyaji mentioned, yes, we are hiring few freshers, to be honest with you. So it's not about, uh, you know, going through the process. It's all about how to supervise that process, and which is very, very important. And that's why, since from the onset of this session which started, it's all about your agility, it's all about your process stimulation, and it's all about your intellectual thoughts which you have. So when the interview questions have been poured across, it's all about, okay, what is that which is there? And what Muthu mentioned, what we are doing is, if I have to talk about our organization, your internship, of course, it's a value add. I have to put it in a different manner to the same repeated answer. We are also giving opportunities to the college for externship. You understand what is externship? Means giving a faculty development training program, FDPT, right? Why? Because it's a multiplier effect. For example, it's a classroom session or a training. So it is one person who will be benefited through an internship, isn't it? 101, an individual approach. But with externship, if your faculties have been upskilled, because everybody is into a continuous learning functionality of a 360-degree role. Believe me, everybody, even when we are sitting here, it is. We may not admit, but everybody is. Kahin na kahin kuch sunte hain, so we have that curiosity, and everybody into a learning sphere. Same as, faculties are not super humans, they're also humans, right? So they also need that upskilling. So when they teach, you actually hold that vibe, that connection and that connect. Why? Because they are upskilled from what exactly is the pedigree and what is happening in the organization. So just imagine one faculty and teaching in a lot of them. So it's a multiplier effect. Shifting into this question, what was asked in, yes, it has reduced in those repeated roles which has become automated. So principally, it's all about it is reduced in with a fresher hiring, but yes, it has automated the process. So it is not about going through the process of excellence. It is all about supervising that, and how it supervises the process is what you know and what exactly you're bringing to the table. And that's very, very important. So when you just put across your case studies that yes, I was involved to such a project and my individual contribution was that it was more of a problem solving ability. So it was not getting cracked. So I did that. As Mohit mentioned, they put up a screen, and that screen will give you that restriction that you cannot do all tab or whatever it is you. Believe you me, I can just talk about in a very generic manner. Now what we have done is the information is available. It is all about the direction of attention which is needed that cost you. Believe me. And that's very, very important for you to understand. That's why I mentioned that, AI output engineer is one of the role which we put across and hire a lot of people. Design engineers, right? QA automation engineers. Lot of things have changed. The roles are same, but repeated jobs have moved off. It has clubbed. It has become a sink and a siphon, and that has been put across into an output. And that's how it is. So that's my submission, ma'am.
Again, have a different opinion. I'm sure Harsh is going to kill me after the session for
That's
sure.
why you always ask me to start.
So talking about for about last 13 and a half years, so prior to current organization and current last to last organization, I've been hiring freshers from last 13 and a half years, precisely, consistently. Because I believe you are the future. Virat Kohli replaced Sachin Tendulkar. Rohit Sharma replaced Virat Kohli, not the other way around. And I believe what I really love about this generation is being vocal about anything and everything. Work-life balance, mental health, well-being, all of this matter. It just, we couldn't say that because that's how we were taught. That's how we were raised. So I'm very thankful to this generation that they speak about what matters to them the most. So like I said, 13 and a half years. So talking about this current organization as well, I'm hiring freshers. Why? Because you come up with a lot of fresh ideas. I am taking care of, because I didn't explain that before. So in this current organization, I'm looking at business side as well. I'm responsible for 70% business as well. So now when I've gotten into business, I understand it's not just about hiring. There are a lot of other things also that you have to look at. P&L is one. Recurring cost is another. A lot of terms which eventually you will learn. Freshers, why freshers? Because your ideas are absolutely unique. We are old schools here. So I am not hiring freshers to do repetitive work which can be automated by AI, can be automated by AI. Instead, I'm hiring you guys for strategic roles because you come with a lot of fresh thinking and perspective. So that has changed when it comes to hiring freshers. Precisely in my case, when I'm hiring for my last three when I'm hiring for my current organization and hired for the last two organizations. So that's the change for me.
Yeah, my thought on it. See, AI definitely made a big impact. Okay, there is a lot of distraction, a lot of changes. Many roles got redundant. Okay, you would have recently heard the news that Meta laid off the middle managers. The concept of middle management, why manager is needed when agentic AI can deliver those things. Okay, many roles, but fresher intake has never got reduced. It got increased, where the expectation got increased in terms of not only skill, more of competency and capability in terms of how well you are in terms of solving the problem, how well you are in terms of open to learn new things, how well you're adapted with the new challenges, and which are the new things you have learned in AI. Specifically in AI, when I talk, a lot of things are there. See, when I hired some freshers recently, okay, in my team. I was also looking at how they can contribute in data, how they can help me to get a better output with the data which I have. With the AI, so Mohit already pointed that. He himself developed something with the Claude. It is possible. How they demonstrated those things, whether they've done something in the projects or whether they have done something with the real-time data, whether those are the things looked at more, but demand has not reduced for freshers. Freshers will always have an opportunity, but the expectation will be high, the bar will be high. You should equip yourself, improve your soft skills, be more open to learn. If you're very specific about something, then you're losing the opportunity. This is my take on it.
All right. So I think first I'll probably again disagree with some of them, but okay, I'll maybe have a different viewpoint. I think the first element that I definitely want to address is that this social cognitive imbalance that we are creating versus of Gen Z versus millennials versus Gen Alpha and all that. Sorry to use the word, but this is really not something that probably would sustain for long if you are already, if this thought process already creeped in your mind, because it's very easy to create differentiation. While when you come in an organization, all of us are expected to work together. We talk about collaboration, we talk about cohesiveness, we talk about fraternity in the organizations, and at the same time, right before a person has entered in an organization, you have already classified, that someone as Gen Z, Gen, Alpha, or whatever it is. So I think I am somebody who really, not somebody in for this idea, first of all. To answer your question, ma'am, I think we need to understand what AI has done, organically, and how it has changed the entire industry. Please go back and read the World Economic Forum reports, and you will understand that what exactly AI is doing. So AI is just breaking the first step of the ladder, right? And that first step of ladder was not meant to be broken for a fact to make you guys redundant. It was, or it is being broken by AI for a particular reason, that we want you to upskill yourself to start from step 2. So those step 1 ladder of the administrative operational tasks are being taken up by AI for a particular reason. It is giving you an opportunity to learn and do something better than what we did. And again, yes, a lot of us had those past wherein those kind of jobs role were existing, but it is not existing for you for a purpose. So you need to probably try and utilize this as a purpose for you to start probably from 200 meters. If I may just have to probably put a number to it. The another element that it has done is resumes are dead. You need to bring portfolios to the table. Don't bring us resumes, please. Resumes are dead, right? It is absolutely not making any sense anymore. Bring out portfolios along with your resumes if you really have. And again, I go back to my previous comment. If you have done something as a portfolio, make sure you are ready to answer questions around it. If you have just prepared something or written something or published an article based on AI, you would not know it. Try whatever you can. Read that article written by an entire AI agent as many times as you want. You will not be able to build that depth of knowledge that we are looking for, right? The third most important element, what has changed and what has transpired in terms of hiring, is there is no problem. So my answer is neither. Just to clarify on the answer front, we have not shied away, or we are not shying away basically from hiring either freshers or experienced guys. We are looking for people who can come and deliver. That job is to just deliver and produce results, right? It's as simple as that. But you need to understand, if you will stop hiring freshers as the leaders sitting in this room, what we do is we are taking the entire opportunity for you guys to come and fail. Your biggest learning was that you will come, fail, and become better in the job. So if you'll stop hiring freshers, there'll be no opportunity for them to come and fail in an organization. Thereby, you will be missing the entire first leg. So all these 3 elements put together, I think, should give you an ample amount of opportunity to understand and have a very clear vision about your thoughts. One, where do you want to start? You want to still strive and acquire skills that'll make you relevant only for step 1, or you are ready to kind of scale up yourself and say, I want to apply for scale 2 job. That's one. Two, are you ready to bring out portfolios when it comes to discussion, and portfolios which you have created and it's purely yours? And third, are you ready to kind of take up those challenges which I've just mentioned? So pretty much about it. Thank you.
So I think I see a silver lining here. So the silver lining is that yes, AI is very much there, and the general consensus that is coming through is that companies are still hiring freshers as long as you augment yourself. Fewer freshers, or as long as you augment yourself in terms of your skill, in terms of your portfolio that is mentioned here. Okay, so I think now we are open for Q&A. So I think more than me, students have a lot of questions, a lot of doubts. So please raise your hand and feel free to ask questions related to this topic. Okay, where do we start? Okay, yes, here. Table 3, please hand over the mic. Yeah.
So good afternoon to all the panelists. My name is Dhruv Choda. I'm from PGTM Core. So my question is specifically about campus interviews. So do you think that traditional campus interviews still serve as a good litmus test to identifying future leaders, or as Harsh sir said, that early talent? Or do you think that companies and organizations need to run back to the drawing board and find a new kind of assessment mechanism for this?
I'm not going first.
Anyone can take this question. Do you want someone specific to answer, or anyone can take?
To be honest, I would love to hear everyone's opinion here.
Okay.
Hmm.
We will start with Harsh.
We always start with Harsh.
Anybody?
Let there be no silence, let them start.
Sorry. Okay. So, can you just please specify your question once again, just for my understanding?
I'll just quickly go over the question. So my question is, do traditional campus interviews still are able to find good leaders, or do companies need to go back and kind of reassess everything?
Sorry. When we look at campus hirings, right, and we bring in talent, I don't think we are straight away, looking. The objective is very, very different. The objective is not to identify leaders. I think the objective is to first bring in the talent, the early talent in the organization, so that we are able to train them and invest in them to make them future leaders. So the entire assessment is to see what is the blueprint, if I may use the word, right? What is the blueprint that we are getting? But once that blueprint gets developed over the period of time, because you need to understand there are a lot of organizational factors also that come in play, right? You may end up in a beautiful organization, but you are tagged to one of the worst managers, for example, but they are surviving in the system. You may not survive that person. So there are a lot of ifs and buts to it. So just to answer your question, I personally, at least we as an organization, or at least in my career so far, we don't look at straightaway leaders. We look at people who have the standard blueprint ready, basically, and are ready to learn and invest in themselves as much as we as an organization are ready to invest in them. So it has to be a two-way street, and that transitions them into a future leader. If I'm able to answer your question, sorry.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other question?
It does
Sorry, I'm
act
sorry.
as a litmus test. Let me be very honest with you. It does. You know why? Because I'll give an example. IMI. I'll be very honest with you. I don't know how much you'll be able to get it. IMI, regular recruiters of the college, repeatedly hiring in every year as a rollover. So you get to know the case studies, what kind of questions, what kind of pedigree, what all, and your alumnus, your alumni base, it acts really strong because, they are a vis-a-vis to what it is. So yes, it does act as a litmus paper. And of course, there's always, nowadays company, what they're following up is a build factory model. So if they want to hire, they also don't want to waste their time, money, and efforts. There are three things, trust me. Why? So what they do is in the bill factory model, they just put this into a curriculum 6 months, 8 months, or a year back and all, or year early, sorry, if I have to say this, so that once this interview process starts, they are well aware of what it is, what not. It's all about your preparation, it's all about your attentiveness, how well you are attracted to that organization. And when you're attracted to that organization, automatically you'll see those efforts coming in. So it does act as a litmus. That's my very bold answer, a yes to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Table 2. Please hand over the mic.
So good afternoon, panel. My question is for Mohit sir, but any of you all can answer. So, so sir, as you mentioned, you were looking for portfolios instead of resumes. So this was previously seen in tech-based hiring, where they could include GitHub projects or Kaggle-based projects as their portfolio. But what specifically in terms of projects or achievements are you looking for in terms of like consulting hiring or non-tech hiring that we could include in our portfolios?
If I can answer your question, probably to begin with the question, are you saying that any function that exists in an organization cannot have their own portfolio?
No, they can, yes.
I think it's a rhetoric question in that case, because we all have different portfolios to showcase, right? So whichever stream you are primarily in, whether it is finance, HR, marketing, data analytics, you can bring in your portfolio to present to the person who is coming and evaluating you, and that kind of is a proof of concept, like we say, is a proof of concept of your skill, and that's what we are ready to invest in. And that's, as an organization, I would say that's a more authentic or a reliable metric rather than evaluating you on other elements. That's my take.
Okay, understood.
Do we have another question? Okay. I think one last question from table 4.
Shusha, any comments? You're sitting silent for so long. Just
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. I had a question regarding accountability and AI. It honestly does not go hand in hand for me, right? So I wanted to ask, where do we exactly draw the line around AI? Because nowadays, even personally, I feel like I've been heavily relying on AI, doing my projects, doing some research. And this was not the traditional way back in the older days. So the question specifically is, where do we draw the line around AI? Because companies nowadays are more so looking towards utilizing AI properly and in a more efficient way, right? It will help them in their operations and other workings. But there is no specific boundary around it. So where does it really end and human intelligence really interfere with this entire concept?
Can I give you an example just to answer your question? We were setting up an entity in Qatar, and like I said, I already said the tool that I'm using in AI, and I'll tell you where exactly you draw line and where your role will come in. So I did all my research on AI, of course, using Claude, very effectively giving out me answers, regulations about what all should go into an employment contracts, what are the terms, can we outsource it, what are the number of leaves, etc., and everything on a percentage scale basis. And everything was done just before I was about to send it. I thought, let me just do my old school again, take a print out of it and read it. While I was just reading it, I could get to a point where it did not felt right. Not because of anything that I was biased about AI, it was purely because of my experience. And that point was critically against a law, because it so Qatar has two, basically. You have a mainstream, which is another, just to give a quick background of it, and another is the QFC, which is Qatar Financial City. And if you are in QFC, you have very different laws that are applicable vis-a-vis if you are in the mainland. So the entire AI model was running me and giving me an entire output based on different mix of the two. So where the human intervention comes in, and where you have to draw as a line, is that you have to always question the outcome that has come. That ability to question will, like I said, if you are not a subject matter expert in your field, why I said about the portfolio, right? If you have a portfolio which is built by AI, if you do not have the depth of that portfolio, the moment you are asked, so it's five whys, right? We all have read that book of Simon Sinek. It's a very apt book actually to look at it how we learn. You ask five whys against that portfolio, and you will know if somebody has created it themselves or it is driven by AI. So you need to understand if you are actually creating and claiming it to be yours. Are you ready to put your job at stake? That should be the first fundamental question. So when I will, the same question that I had in my mind, that if I'll be sending this appointment letter and I'm sending it just to think that my job is at stake, or I'm signing this appointment letter, will I be okay signing it? If the answer is no, or even even if it's maybe, it's not there yet. You need to know what you need to do differently. Yeah, thanks.
But just to add here, there are a lot of tools that are available to humanize what you have done. So if you have used, you can still give credit to those documents. But something very similar what he just said, I was also working on a case study, had to present to board of directors, and there were a lot of data was incorrect, and I asked Gamma to prepare a PPT for me, and it quickly created. But then I realized there are numbers on a mismatching, because I had not gone through that case study. I just wanted to be quick and make it and share it. I read that PPT. I read that case study 4 or 5 times again. I found out what was the problem. While I still used Gamma to create that deck, but this time the numbers were correct. Why? Because of the experience. Second, because of attention to detail. Third, because of I had read it a couple of times, and because of the experiences. So use it wisely, strategically. Just don't be too dependent on any AI platform as such. So.
And to add here, Mohit bhai saying yeah. so so it's not a jazzy word. Accountability, when you said, it's a very heavy word. Accountability. आपकी जवाबदेही है. It is your onus. You are taking the ownership. Along with AI, तो मैं बस कम शब्दों में बोलूँगा, you may have failed fast, but you have fixed it fast with the knowledge and the intent. Simple. Make sense? That's what.
Okay, so I think we will have to end here. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, audience. Thank you to the organizers. I think I can see these students from the organizing team on their toes since morning. So thank you very much. And thank you to the panelists who are here for sharing their valuable insights on this very pertinent topic. Right? Thank you.
And one last thing, the closing remarks I forgot to give. Professor Priya took the. Okay, all right. Guys, do connect on LinkedIn with all of us, because I'm sure there'll be questions after the session. You'll process all the information, knowledge that you have just gained, and I'm sure you'll have questions. We're pretty active on LinkedIn, especially I can take the guarantee of Mohit and me for sure. We're very, very active on LinkedIn. Please feel free to reach out to us. Sorry, including Harsh. How can I forget him? Please. So all five of us. Let me rephrase the statement. Please feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be very, very happy to help in any possible way we can. And at the same time, there are a lot of things about organizations, because we come with a lot of experiences. You can find that information. You can still speak with your fellow colleagues and peers, but कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं that you will be able to get it from, maybe will be able to tell you in a better way. So please feel free to reach out to us. So that's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
यार एक मिनट भाई, एक मिनट, sorry. Since it's August month, no offenses, recently we celebrated 80th Independence Day, isn't it? Bharat Mata ki Vande. Thank you.
Last resort, because I was looking at this welcome note. So from 1st first college who has even documented MOM. So, thank you, IMI. Thank you so
Kudos
much.
to the organizing team. I think these efforts are purely our students' effort, and I think every step is immaculately designed, and I am myself feeling that they've done a lot of hard work in organizing this. So many congratulations to the team, Vimarsh team.
Thank you to our moderator and esteemed panelists for such an engaging and insightful discussion. Today's conversation has reinforced that campus hiring is evolving from identifying candidates for the role they can fill today to discovering the potential they can be tomorrow. From skills based assessment and technology enabled recruitment to inclusive experiences and long term talent pipelines. Our panel has offered valuable perspectives on how organizations are reimagining the campus to corporate journey. For our students, the message is equally important. Being future ready is not just about what you know today, but how quickly you can learn, adapt, and grow as well. I'm sure today's discussion has given us all a fresh perspective on what the future of talent looks like and how we can prepare for it. May I request our esteemed panelists to kindly stay back for the felicitation ceremony, and I would like now request Professor Priya ma'am to felicitate our panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Gunjan ma'am first.
Just getting up. Offline.
All honors to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Another unique thing. Who got the idea? Whose ideas किसके हैं यार?
ये internal internship चल रही है, guys. We are so
Very, very well
excited.
done, yaar.
Excellent, yeah. Give it up for yourself also.
I would now like to invite Mohit sir. May I please invite Muthukumaran sir. I would now like to invite Harsh sir.
Thank you so much. Photo, photo. One second, one second. Get this for IMI. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I would now like to invite our team member Tarun to the stage to felicitate our moderator Professor Priya Chaudhary with token of appreciation.
Thank you हमें झेलने के लिए मैम. Thank you.
May I also request all our panelists and moderator to kindly be seated for a group photo.
नहीं नहीं यार ये अच्छा ही है.
इधर आ जाओ ना इधर एक.
हाँ ये ठीक है. इधर हो जाएगा. अच्छा वेट.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again.
and workplace expectations evolve. This session will explore how young professionals can navigate the early stages of their careers, remain adaptable to changing industry requirements, and continuously build their capabilities to stay relevant and employable. The discussion will offer perspectives on developing a sustainable career mindset and making the transition from campus to a constantly evolving workplace. To guide this important conversation, it is a privilege to welcome our moderator for this session, Dr. Arshia Singh. Dr. Singh is Director, Global Total Rewards and HR Transformation at Boston Consulting Group, with over 15 years of experience in people strategy, HR transformation, organizational design, and total rewards. At BCG, she plays a key role in shaping reward strategy across Asia Pacific and the firm's broader 2030 transformation agenda. A recognized thought leader and a TEDx speaker, she has received several prestigious honors, including the Economic Times HR Leadership Excellence Award, Fortune Leadership Award, SHRM's 50 HR Accelerating Change, and the ETHR Golden Aim for Innovation Leadership. With her rich experience in leadership, people strategy, and the future of work, we are delighted to have her as a moderator for today's conversation. The esteemed speakers for this panel are, first we have Ms. Rekha. She is the Vice President and HR Head of India Page. She is a distinguished human resource leader with over 25 years of experience spanning global and Indian markets. As Head of Human Resource and Vice President at RealPage, she leads transformative people strategies that drive organizational growth and employee engagement. Her career includes impactful tenures at Murugappa Group, Ford Motor Company, Genpact, and Kantar, where she earned multiple awards for her work in employee retention and people-centric innovation. She is a certified life coach accredited by International Coach Federation and a graduate of Future CHRO program at the Indian School of Business. Her insights on building resilient workplace culture in the post-pandemic era have been featured in Forbes magazine, reflecting her thought leadership in modern HR practices. Outside of work, she is also an adventurer and an artist, having trekked to Everest Base Camp, which is 18,000 feet. She's completed a 100-kilometer cycling ride and ran numerous marathons. She also shares her creative passion by teaching bottle art, candle making, and baking to children. She's a regular speaker at several conclaves and forums such as NASSCOM, Great Place to Work, HYCIA, and SHRM. She brings a unique blend of strategic vision, human empathy, and creative energy to every stage she steps on. It is a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. Next, we have Dishari Banerjee. She is a distinguished leader in the field of human resource. She is currently serving as an Assistant Vice President HR at Angel One Limited, with over 14 years of experience across fintech, technology, and consulting. She brings rich expertise in talent management, organizational development, performance management, and building high-performing team. At Angel One, she drives people strategy with a strong focus on aligning people, performances, and business growth. Her contribution have earned her recognition among Jombe's HR 100 under 40. Welcome, ma'am. Next up, we have Bhajinder Singh. He brings with him a wealth of experience in global people operations, HR transformation, employee lifecycle management, and HR shared services. He currently serves as the global head of people lifecycle services at Novartis, where he plays a key role in driving effective and scalable people organization across the organization. Over the course of his distinguished career, Mr. Singh has held leadership positions with renowned organizations including Credit Suisse, United Health Group, Rivigo, and Evan Hewitt. He dri- His diverse experience across markets and industries has enabled him to contribute significantly to HR transformation, organization effectiveness, and business focused people strategy. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Mr. Subobit Baumek. He is the Group CHRO at Capital Mind Financial Services, where he architects the enterprise people strategy, organizational design, and leadership capabilities across its wealth management, mutual fund, and AIF businesses. An alum of IIT Kharagpur with a decade of cross industry leadership across manufacturing, edtech, and financial services, including pivotal stints at Piramal Finance, Raymond, and Geo. He specializes in scaling high ownership cultures and robust performance governance. He operates at the intersection of business strategy and human capital, building agile, future ready talent framework tailored for rapidly evolving business landscape. Welcome, sir. Next up, we have Saurabh Sharma. He is a distinguished talent acquisition and HR leader with experience across Asia, Latin America, and the US. Currently the head of people at Hunch, he has built and scaled HR functions while leveraging AI to drive productivity and organizational impact. Previously, as global head of talent acquisition at OLX Autos, he led a 50 plus member team across 9 countries and delivered 46,000 hires in FY22 peak, a 400% year on year increase. He also held leadership roles at Ericsson, American Express, Infosys, and ZS Associates, recognized among the top 100 HR professionals under 40 by Jombay. He is also a recipient of the Top Ranker Excellence Award for CHRO Leadership 2024 and FE Influence of the Year 2023. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to request Arshia ma'am to please take the discussion forward.
Before that, guys, give it up for the powerhouse in the house. Give it up! You know why we did that? They have a lot of openings. All the best.
Thank you. I think. Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, before we start, I missed your name. Ayush, you've done a fab job. I can hear your heart pounding sitting here. You're doing very well. So thank you for the lovely, lovely introductions that, do us more than justice. So huge round of applause. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good. I'm pleasantly surprised. I would have thought that it's been a very long, immersive day and you've possibly had a hearty lunch. And unfortunately, I'm, at a very unenviable position of being the only thing that this panel stands between now and the end of day one. So show us some grace and be tuned in. So what I am going to do today is to ask you not to listen. Please don't listen. Please participate. The wealth of experience that you have on the podium, I feel like a very, very tiny fish. They're all, sharks that have pearls and pearls of wisdom to offer. Make the most of it. Just to get us rolling, and we'll keep it quick. We won't stand between you partying later. I'll do a quick gut check, right? Very familiar with the topic, which is career stickiness. That's the theme of the panel. Why doesn't everybody stand up? Everybody, on your toes. Yeah? So imagine this, just visualize this, right? You've passed out of IMI, all of you have gotten placed, and you've possibly landed your dream job. Whether it's a career with a firm that you want, whether it's starting your own entrepreneurship track, whatever it is. You've landed your dream job. Keep standing if, given this assumption, you'll stick to that job for at least 6 months. Keep standing. Very good. For at least 2 years. It's okay, safe space. We're not going to tell the companies coming. Okay, so a couple of people sat down and there's no right or wrong. How many of you would commit to being in that same job career for at least 5 years?
You get a gratuity if you stay.
How about at least 10 years? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 people still standing. What are your names? Exactly, right? So I'm honestly not going to draw any insights of this. All 4 of you, if somebody can just bring the mic to them. I do want, if there isn't a spare mic, I'm happy to, give mine. I just want to ask you for how would you say that you will stick to the same shampoo for 10 years?
So what I learned, ma'am, from my past experience for 2.5 years working with KPMG and different firm.
Yeah.
So what feedback I get from my managers and the other recruiters in the HRs that you should show your progress within within an organization for at least 3 to 5 years, and then you can show to other recruiters that you have done this and you have achieved this. For me, I have made my plan for my for next 10 years that I have to do this, and after 10 years I have to do this. So that's why I want to stick to my career for the first 10 years.
That's very good. What's your name?
Divyansh Agarwal, ma'am.
Divyansh, the question is, how often do you change your perfume? Would you stick to the same perfume or the same shampoo for 10 years?
So
don't draw insights. Forget about it. I didn't. So what I'm asking you is, how likely is it? Keep standing if it's likely that you'll stick to the same shampoo for 10 years.
So to give insights, ma'am,
it's a black and white question.
Don't justify
it's
your
a black
choices.
and white question. Which shampoo brand are you using today?
Head and Shoulders, sir.
10 years ago, what did you use?
Head and Shoulders.
Very good. There you go. Can you pass Divyansh the mic to the next person, please?
Okay, so
same question, same shampoo, 10 years. How likely is it that 10 years later you'll use the same shampoo?
I will use the same shampoo. Is the shampoos company will be mine.
Ooh. Yeah, but like
I
black.
want, like you said, the dream career. So I want to do something startup. So I have to give it a 10 years at least to make it a
shampoo.
Yeah, that's what I said. I will use the same shampoo if the shampoo will be mine only. Like it's from my company only.
So same shampoo, same fragrance, same everything. You're willing to commit for 10 years. If it's yours, you'll stick to it for 10 years.
Yeah, if it's mine. If
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Can you pass the mic to the next person, please?
I'm Tanish Yadav, and my answer is probably similar to his. I would keep using the same shampoo. Maybe the type of from the same company, maybe the shampoo, that type changes, but I would probably just use
brand loyalty. Okay. Can you pass the mic to the next person?
My name is Daksh Goel, and most probably I won't be using the same shampoo for 10 years.
Okay. Why is that?
I think change is necessary, but like the question was about the dream company or the dream role, so not in that case. But yeah, otherwise,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So why don't you all have a seat, and huge round of applause to all of you. like I said, there's no right or wrong, and that's exactly what I was trying to come to. So I'm not going to draw any insights out of this. What I am going to say is that the conventional definition of careers and success, etc., now more than ever doesn't exist. So I'm going to let you sit with this dilemma, tension, insight, correlation, but I'm not going to help address it. We've got the experts here who are gonna, go through a bunch of very difficult questions that I believe have come from the students. So we're not thanking you for sending us such difficult questions. Yes. Sorry. Somebody actually said, as long as they have hair. um, okay. So maybe let's start with you, sir. So I guess one of the truths that we're dealing with today is change isn't going to come, right? Like change is already here, it's in the room. Geopolitics is changing at the rate of an Instagram reel. AI is reinventing things that nobody had budgeted for. So I guess from your vantage point, what do you believe would drive long-term career value? We invest heavily in, very high potential students, let's say, when we're coming to campus. How do we compound that over time to ensure that there is long-term sustained career value as things stand today?
So, hi everyone, nice to be here. Before I go to your question,
Yes.
Arshia, an interesting incident happened yesterday afternoon. I was having lunch, and my wife asked me, who's going to be the audience for your panel? I said, first or second year students, maybe in their mid-20s or so. So she said mid-20s means they were probably born around 2003 or so. When you pass out of college, they were learning to walk or they were getting born. So I said, what are you leading to? Right? So she said, you're probably a diversity panelist. I said, what do you mean? She said, generally they want, some old school ideas as well on the panel. That's why they have you. So just a little disclaimer before I go.
What the intros didn't capture is a lot of us bleed for IMI. So he's also an alumni of the institute, which is why.
2003. No, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to be here. And it'll not be long before you'll find yourself on this side. So before I share my perspective, Arshia, on how do you make a valuable career over a lifetime, I think I'd like to share a little frame of reference where I'm coming from. So to me, an individual is to an organization what a company is to an industry. And in order to understand how do you make a valuable career in an organization, I think it's not very different from what it is like to be a company that continues to remain valuable in an industry. So a company would have different products over time. These products evolve in line with how the industry and the market demands are shaping up, right? For the individual, you have skill sets, right, which also have to evolve and shape with the times. When times are not good, a company needs to go to a bank or a lender. They need to have some credibility. Similarly, even us as individuals in organizations, our credibility is the trust that we build with our stakeholders, with our managers. Right? All of us are part of a community. Even a company is part of a broader society. And what a company does for the society, I would say for an individual, is like, how do we add value beyond the roles that we are in? And eventually, for a company, it's about return on investment, right? If a company gives continued return on investment over time, it is a valuable company. Right? Similarly, in the individual context, how we add value beyond the compensation that we are being paid for. And if we are adding more value than that, then I think we continue to be valuable. Right? So that is the frame of reference where I'm coming from. Now, how do you get there? Right? So if you were to join a company, I think one of the basic questions we'll always ask is, what's the culture like? over there, right? So for companies that thrive over time, I think the culture is a key element of what enables that kind of sustainability and relevance over time. Right? In the individual context, when we hire somebody, we check for skills, but there is something that we all sense for as well: attitude. Right? So what culture is to an or to a company, attitude is to an individual. Right? But I think, where does the culture come from in the organizational context, and where does the attitude come from in an individual context? Right? That is where things merge. To me, it is really values. Really boils down to that. What do we mean by value? Now, coming to your specific question, Arshia, how do you remain relevant over time? I think it is critical to be very clear about what values do you stand for, right? Because values will define or be, hidden elements that influence your attitude, which will be felt when you're being interviewed, which will be felt by your peers, by your organization day in and day out. And that orientation is what will lead to how you deliver value over time, right? That attitude is what is going to shape how you will continue to engage with challenges, opportunities. Today it is AI, day after tomorrow it's going to be something else. And that element makes all the difference eventually. Right? Now, what are values? There are some values that we are born with, right? There are some values, when I say born with, I mean they come to us along with the family system that we are part of, right? But there are some values, you can intentionally inculcate over time. Just as there is a brand, a company, it stands for something. Like today, if I say trust, which company comes to your mind? Tata's, right? If I ask you, which company do you associate with a lot of innovation, right? There are some companies that always stand out, right? Which company would you associate it when say, for example, you think about steel manufacturing in India? So every industry has, certain companies, certain brands that stand out, right? So that brand is something that has been cultivated intentionally over time, right? Similarly, I think it is important for us to figure out what do we want to stand for, right? Those are our values. It can be something as simple as, I will always respect everybody I work with, right? I will always do something more than what I'm asked for, right? Or I will put in extra effort in areas where everybody else is shying away from, right? So those are things that you could choose to stand by, and when you work on it over time, it compounds. So Arshia, in short, I feel it boils down to values. We need to be very clear what do we want to stand for, and then stick to them over time. I believe that is the biggest compounding effect, just as it would for any company over time.
No, such meaningful insights, and I, personally also can. It's in no way old school. I truly feel like, being change is a constant, but being anchored and rooted in core values is what will set organizations up for success, even in the age of AI, when there's so much around ethics and use of AI in a way that it should be used. There are interesting studies. So I know that, there are some studies even from BCG and McKinsey that say that people don't leave organizations for money. People leave because of toxic cultures or the value alignment not really being there, right? Which also then, the Shari, brings us to the next question, because some of the points that were made earlier makes, let's say, hiring managers almost wonder, right? Because they're not as worried about, let's say, people plateauing after 10 years. But what started to happen is that people start plateauing within the first 1 to 3 years. And what would you then say from your vantage point? What's failing? What do you think is really causing, people to plateau much before having reached their full potential in that sense?
Sure. Glad to be here, and it always feels good to be on this side of the table. So I think, Arshia, a very interesting point that because you started the question with 2 to 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, the industry has gone through that massive change. Previously, when we talk about career stability, a career trajectory, a standard answer was 4 to 5 years. You stay in an organization, you learn, unlearn, you see the results of the impact that you drive, and then you think of transitioning or moving to a different industry, different role. I personally have not followed that rule book. And I think one of the aspects is what I followed. Whenever I felt my learning curve kind of going a little flat, I decided either it was an internal movement, it was a different industry, it was a different job role, or it was a different geography. Because for me, remaining relevant made my job interesting. One thing typically happens in early stage career is when you start your career, the definition of success is quite different. Execution, the pace at which you execute or deliver becomes a key metric of success. Right after most of you will start as management trainees in your roles, you will move across various departments in your organizations, gaining a lot of experience, exposure. How fast you pick that up, how fast you deliver and execute is a great metric of success. But 2 years or 3 years down the line, that metric of success changes. How we look at you changes. What at that point of time is important is the impact. How what you bring to the table brings impact in the larger organizational aspect. In your early career, somebody else is doing that impact analysis, which you may or may not have privy to. But you need to start asking those questions from the very first day. What I'm doing, the analysis that I created, the model I created is perfect, it's amazing. But what insight is my model giving? Am I adding enough organizational context in that particular model for it to be leveraged by the management, by the shareholders, by the relevant department leaders for it to make impact for the organization? Another aspect, Asha, that I would love to bring here is one thing that a lot of us have been guilty is we try to replicate our success book. You know, this worked in my first year, and it has happened to me, and I know a lot of my colleagues and leaders that I interact with. This book, this playbook worked amazing. Let me keep on replicating it. That's one of the biggest fallacies. One of our biggest things that we should understand and accept is the most difficult unlearning is what got you success yesterday. Because we have a tendency that it worked for me, why not again? It will not work again because the problem statement has changed. The context has changed. The world has changed. What worked for me yesterday will not work today. And telling yourself, being humble about it, that okay, I did achieve success yesterday, but I need to also understand that I cannot replicate. So I need to build a network. My network not just limited to my department people, not limited to my organization, but understanding where the world is going, understanding how I link the dots. Being in HR, considering some of us are here, there is a tendency of a lot of business leaders to think HR just talks jargons, HR doesn't understand business. Because we also have a tendency to talk about, this is a policy, this is what you implement, this is what you do. We get into a very in-depth model of what HR does. We sometimes miss linking how it impacts finance, how it impacts business, how it impacts risk. So getting that broad view, and this is after your first initial in-depth understanding into the roles that you get in, linking those pillars that build an organization. If you are in HR, you should understand how the company creates revenue. You should understand what are the risks, socio-economic aspects, global economic aspect, political aspect, as well as manpower aspect. What are the risks that are existing in the industry? You should understand all of it, and that's where you broaden your horizon. And that doesn't limit you when you think of the 2 to 3 year plateau. That's what brings into that.
Thank you, Dishari, because I think enough research also backs exactly. So, I know there have been studies, let's say by Gartner and others, where the top skills for 2030, which is, something that you guys should also read and learn about, is exactly what Dishari said, which is learning velocity and adaptability. These will be the top skills that organizations are likely to be hiring for, right? And if indeed, to your point, staying relevant means knowing more than you know today at a pace with which humans continue to add value and build the muscle that needs to be built, that brings me to Rekha, your question, which is really around, if, like I said, staying relevant means continuously learning and building that muscle at an unprecedented pace, employability becomes a muscle that is whose responsibility? Is it the organizations, the employees, or something that's more cohesive?
Hi everyone. So it's been a hectic week. I was in Bangalore Tuesday to Thursday because we had a new office coming up there. Headed back to Hyderabad late Thursday night, and then here I am. Woke up at 2:30 in the morning, took a 5:30 flight, and sitting here the entire day. But when I look at all of you, and at the end of a long day, when I see the rapt attention on your face, I think it makes it all worth it. I'm amazed how you are looking also bright and attentive. And absolutely love the hospitality.
As are you.
And
You're
thanks for
looking
that.
lovely as well and bright. Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
So in Bangalore, I had an opportunity to attend the Zinov confluence. Has anyone heard of Zinov? Okay, so Zinov is a global firm, and they are known to help set up GCCs in India. And over the years, they've set up several GCCs and also help GCCs with AI transformation. So in the conference, obviously, two hot topics, you can guess. One was AI, and the other was GCCs. And the interesting one, and I'll come to why I wanted to talk about it, because it's related to the question that Aisha asked. Everyone was talking about the career architecture, the career model, and the constructs that organizations have to start working towards to create a future-ready organization. Okay, so split across 4 segments, right? First is build. Build is you have your employees, but given the fast pace at which we are moving, and with the AI adoption, you obviously need to build new skill sets. Like for example, at RealPage, almost a year and a half back, we started AI training, we started AI showcases, we gave them the necessary tokens so that they could start using AI in their course of work, right? So that's the build part. Second is redeploy. There are roles which are becoming redundant, and there are new roles that are getting created. So how do you redeploy your talent? So as an organization, a responsible organization should have sufficient avenues available to redeploy people by upskilling them into other new roles that are getting created. For example, a new role that's getting created today is a forward deployed engineer. So I'm not sure if you've heard of it. You should definitely read about it. It's really, really interesting because it's a combination of 4 different roles. It is a product, an engineer, an implementation, all rolled together as a consultant who works directly with the client, right? Now, this is something which would fall into the redeploy bucket, because you could take your existing people and you could upskill them and put them into these new roles, right? Third is buy. You don't have that skill set in the organization, you have to go out and hire, which is what some of the organizations are doing, and at very high cost, because there is only so much AI niche skill sets which are available in the market. And the fourth is completely redesign, right? So with, you call it human in the loop, you call it human outside the loop, human ahead of the loop, so whatever you call it, how are you redesigning all your business processes so that you are able to give new avenues to your employees? So if an organization is able to create all of these, create avenues for all of these, then as an organization you are creating opportunities for your employees, right? And over and above that, for example, in our employee voice about a year and a half back, we got a lot of feedback from the employees saying that, hey, can we get more support on careers and career growth, right? So then we created career competency frameworks. We started doing career clinics to educate our employees on career paths. We encourage a lot of internal movement, and we help and coach the employees. We also ensure that we have a lot of career webinars which are done under a series called Career Elevate. We do something called Coach Cafe, where you can sign up to have a coaching session with one of the senior leaders and get advice. So there are many, many things, and I'm sure many organizations are doing all of this, right? So that's one part of it. That's the organization part. Now it comes to the employee part, right? And I always give this example, when I talk to new hires on day one. How many of you here are gymmers? Go to the gym? Yeah, okay. So the example I give is, imagine you are in a new neighborhood, you're walking and going, and there's this really fancy gym. Okay, so I do a lot of gymming, so that's why this is my favorite example. So this is a really, really fancy gym with the latest equipment, but you just go past it every day. Okay, either because you don't have the inclination, or you don't think it's important, or you don't have the time, right? So organizations are like that. There are many resources available, but it is the onus on the employee to be able to leverage those resources for their professional growth. So, I think we've spoken about it in the previous, sessions also, right? So having a career plan. Someone spoke about a 10-year plan, a 5-year plan, and all of that stuff, right? So that's the intentionality. So it's called as career intentionality. Do you as an individual have an intention for a career, or are you just kind of floating along or coasting along, right? So it's important that these two come along together. It can't go in a siloed manner, because one is, obviously, as an organization, we have the responsibility to create all these opportunities, create all these avenues. Employees also have the obligation, that is, if they are concerned about their growth, how do they leverage all the resources and opportunities which are available to them. Finally, let me end with, how many of you have read Alice in Wonderland? Anyone? Okay. So in Alice in Wonderland, there is something called a Red Queen race. Do you know it? Okay. So Red Queen race is where Alice is running very, very fast, but she's unable to keep up with the Red Queen because everything is changing so fast, right? And which is exactly the situation that we are in today. It's not that as a human race we have never seen change. We have gone through tremendous change, but it's just that the pace of change is so incredible that even if you're running very fast, you are not able to wrap your head around it. And every one of us is going through it, right? So it's really important that organizations and employees have to come together to be able to ensure career relevance and career stickiness.
No, thank you. And I'm almost tempted to, for just 30 seconds, come to the students. Can anyone, by a show of hands, tell us the 4-tier framework that Rekha spoke about on talent stack and talent strategy? Show of hands. I want to make sure you guys are paying attention. Okay? Please pass him the mic and please introduce yourself. No, he raised his hand.
Or you can shout it out.
But I'm very disappointed that only one student raised his hand.
So good afternoon, ma'am. My
Hey.
name is Dhruv Choda from PGTM Core. So you mentioned basically 4 parts. So there is build with AI, and then is redeploy, and there is buy, and then there is redesign. And you gave a wonderful example of
Big
everything.
round of applause.
So when we started the day, Mr. Suresh,
Yes.
I think, who's your CEO, he gave you all an advice, right? What was the advice?
Note.
Yeah. Please write.
See, I'm still taking notes.
Yeah, absolutely. I still do. I still do. I go to a seminar, I go to a conference. From my conference, what I attended last 2 days back, I have tons and tons of notes, but I've just come back, put into Claude, already converted into a PPT, and shared with my team. So please, please, please take notes.
Fabulous. No, thanks for staying tuned in. Do better, guys. Okay.
I'm sure they won't forget the Red Queen race.
So, yeah. So, Surbhit, I guess, so again, I mean, it just begs, so I'm a very fact-based, data-based kind of person, right? And all the points that Rekha made have the career conversations. Organizations are looking at internal career pathways, mobility, trying to make sure that there's room for everybody. I I guess that begs the question, and LinkedIn had something around, companies that have mobility options and career pathway options, people tend to stay in those organizations up to 40% higher tenure, right? Now, the question then becomes, do people start reinventing or looking for things differently themselves, or do they wait for a nudge? What are the signals that would make you pare back and feel like, okay, now is the time that I really need to pause and pivot? Given the career that you've had and the journey you've seen, I think you're at that vantage point to, advise the students.
Thanks for asking that, Arshia. It's a pleasant experience to sit on the other side of the table. 10 years ago, I was on that side. Now, a very interesting aspect that Arshia mentioned about is roles becoming obsolete because of the advent of AI and the nudge that the ecosystem sends to people to maybe pivot their career paths. Now, I would introduce a very different element here. See, a role becoming obsolete is one thing. I think rather than that, the commoditization of the role is what is calling the shots. Now, if the premium that is attached to a role is decreasing because of some tool or some platform coming into the market, then you have to think what is the value that I'm adding to the ecosystem, or what is the value that I'm drawing from being in that role. Is the role which I am in today easily replaceable by a tool or a software or a platform or an AI agent for that matter? So the premium that was associated with a certain role maybe a decade ago, it's very hard to associate that premium today. What AI has done is make a lot of those premium things abundant. Now, when those premium skill sets become abundant, then it begs the question that yes, you have to pivot, or else the role will become obsolete. So, at any given point in time, you have to think what are the adjacent skill sets that I'm acquiring over a period of time. Now, one of the panel members in our panel mentioned that there is also an element of stickiness. We opened the forum by asking how many of you would be willing to stay back in an organization for 10 years. Some people raised their hands, some people didn't. Now, see, one of the ironies that I've seen is the moment people start thinking about a change in track, they associate that thought with a change of employer. Now, think of it this way. It is highly possible that you stick to an organization for 10 years and you get 3 different career tracks. However, think of it the other scenario. You change a role every 2 years and you are simply replicating it. Now, the adjacent skills that you're adding in the first scenario vis-a-vis the second scenario is very different. The value add that you're doing to your own resume and the ecosystem as in large is much more than scenario 2. So again, the question is not very black and white here, and the answer to this question is also pretty much in the gray area. At any given point in time, in today's era especially, where the shelf life of skills is so small, all of you would have read about half-life of an atom. The folks who have had science in their 10 plus 2, you would understand there's a concept of decay, right? Now there are, if I relate that to skills, there are skills that would decay very slowly. For example, influencing, leadership, judgment, understanding the nuances of human behavior. These are the things that you gain over a period of time. These are all function of time and experience. Then there are skills which would decay very fast. For example, coding in today's era. It can, I mean, a platform which would have taken a year to build today can be vibe coded in a week. Now, it is very important for all of us to understand where do we lie in that continuum. Are our skills today decaying faster than what we are acquiring in terms of adjacent skills, or is it the other way around? Now, a very interesting aspect that I have observed in the last 1 decade, especially after COVID, uh, and that is especially people who are in domains like tech or high growth startups, their compensation would have grown, I mean, incommensurate to what their skills they have acquired over a period of time. And that has been also exacerbated by the heavy funding that the ecosystem has received. So if you look at the pay scales today vis-a-vis maybe a decade ago, there's a stark difference. Now, let me introduce a very uncomfortable concept here. And that concept, you won't find it any book or maybe over on Google as well. That is a concept of career debt. Now, I'm going slightly off track. Now, career debt won't send a EMI notification. Now, career debt is something, think of it this way, you are growing in your career. In a slow pace, you are not acquiring those skills, but your comp is increasing. Slowly but steadily, there would be a point when you would become, you would outpace yourself, or you'll make yourself redundant in the market basis the comp that you have. So at any given point in time, regardless of where you are and where you are in terms of your career trajectory, in terms of your own comp levels, or whatever, I mean, you have to acquire some additional adjacent skills. You would have all read about that 70-20-10 rule, right? Anyone would like to take a shot what that is? HR में हो ना आप लोग? 70-20-10 क्या होता है? Learning में you would have read, right?
I think the learning panel is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Out of
fine.
syllabus question.
So I jumped the gun, but ठीक है. 70-20-10 is basically 70% of the learning. ठीक है. आप लोग let me park this thing. So basically,
They're going to ask us very difficult questions in 10 minutes. So
see, the thing is, you have to learn a lot in terms of acquiring some additional skill sets than what your role currently has today. Previously, there used to be training schedules for roles. Today, those training schedules are rather tweaked for skills. Uh, so that's how we are moving today. That's the direction, the trajectory in which we are all moving the needle towards, and it's high time that we all think parallelly on that.
Thank you so much, and it's a good segue, Saurabh, to the question that we had, because obviously just given the shelf life of skills, the pace at which they're depreciating, what is AI doing to that? Do conventional career paths still exist, and how we can give some advice to the batch about almost immersing themselves in that reality?
So thanks, Arshia. I go last, so I'll try to be brief. Uh, I'll start with a confession, because having done it myself few years back, in today's world it looked irrelevant. So when we were building a global center of excellence across 3 continents, Asia, Latin America, South America, and US, we thought that we had a huge delivery, 5,000 plus hires. We didn't know what kind of delivery strength we will need, how many people, what kind of tools we will need. But we knew that team size is going to be significant. This is going to be a longer journey, 3+ years journey building that. So we built a career framework. Of course, there were different roles. There was a sourcing specialist. There was a talent acquisition manager who was a partner to business, and we built a beautiful career framework, 5 levels. 2 years later, we realized that different countries have very localized practices which work best for them, and there was no one single model that was fitting. So we didn't stop making mistakes. That's what I would say. That our second mistake was that we went to a research agency, very prominent agency, took few $1,000s to research what are the best talent acquisition models that companies deploy who are in fast stages of growth. Today, if I were to do that task, it would possibly cost me less than a cup of coffee. And I think that's how the world has actually moved. Means not for me, but for everyone else. And the the information, the way it's structured, processed, provided you're able to give the right context, right background, and define your problem well, you can get 80% of that legwork done without significant investment. So what I want to lead this to is that what will differentiate that your career will no longer be a simple ladder, but it's going to be a map that still exists. Nobody is going to take that, but how you arrive there is going to be different. And I specifically noted down the 3 shifts which I feel personally have happened based on my example. One is that there's no single path, but the only path is portfolio. So you don't do things in sequence, but you do different things and build a portfolio which kind of stays with you. It could be skills across roles, or different skills that you acquired in a single role. Second is tenure to value, which is like your growth will measured, and I'm not making any inferences on long, short tenures, but simply by what you can solve for. With so much of tools at your leverage, if you're not able to solve complex enough problems faster, then possibly you're not adding as much value as you would 20 years back, being in a seat for long enough, because that's the only way to learn how to get around. The third is what I also mentioned earlier is ladder to lattice approach, which is like any movement, sideways, cross-functional, whatever you've done. The journey itself is very important. Then what you actually did there, were you successful? Were you not successful? The question is that how fast you failed, how fast you ran iterations, how fast you were able to experiment and combine all that to, and especially to my dear friends who are wanting to be in startups, see, fail fast is real fast today. So if you really want to do that, there is enough available. There is enough, I would say, cushioning also, because earlier failing would mean that you spent a lot of years, lot of resources in doing that. Now with so much of structured information, structured research at your fingertip, a lot of failures could be avoided, and a lot of failures could be short-term experiments. So if you're able to leverage on that and build that kind of growth, I think that's what I feel is going to be the career path. So it's obsolete if you look at the traditional ways, but it's reinvented itself. And I think the core is the problem solving, which was there earlier, which is there today, and which is going to be there forever. The way you solve the problem has changed.
I'll
No,
just
thank
add
you.
to that, Arshia. And we were discussing that before we came onto this panel. To add to Saurabh's point, I represent an investment firm. There used to be multiple roles previously that have today been fused into one. So, for example, we used to have something called as research analyst, which we still have. Then there was a different role which we used to call as quant developer. It still is there. Now we have merged and fused those two roles as quant research analyst. So quant developer क्या करता है basically? They would build the platform by coding, on which these investment strategies would be fed in. What the research analyst would do is basically understand the fundamentals behind the stock and build a research paper which would feed into the fund managers, decision making on which stock to pick, how much money to invest upon. Now with AI, and I'm not kidding, a lot of the research analysis, the plain vanilla research analysis can be automated. It can be done by a AI agent. Not exactly to the level that a senior tenured research analyst would do, but at least 40-50% of that can be done by a machine. However, uh, so what we did, we fused both the roles and combined them to make one role, which made one role redundant. So the point that I'm trying to make here is the person who is a research analyst today in this context has to learn a bit of coding to be more relevant and to draw a premium to his role. Otherwise, he won't be able to do that. Over to you,
Yeah.
Raj.
No, thank you so much. See, what AI can't give you is the lived experiences that we've heard from the panel. I know we had some more questions. We're running short of time, and we do want to give all of you the opportunity to, you know, grab the insights from this panel while you can. Some people do have flights to take very soon. So open it up to you guys. The floor is all yours. Any questions? Happy to take some. Please do introduce yourself, and please do address the question to somebody in the panel. Yeah.
You're audible. Go ahead.
My name is Tanish Yadav. I'm from PGDM Core. My question is to Rekha ma'am. Ma'am, you told us about the 4 years, and we also discussed about learning velocity and adaptability. So mine is from a different perspective, not from the employees but the management. If an employee is doing really well in their job but they have stopped learning or they have plateaued, what is the correct time for the manager to intervene, or if even if they should intervene because there's no immediate business setbacks?
See, I think the last word was critical, right? What is the impact of business? Because today, business deliverables are also changing so fast. Till some, till a few, I would say till even a year back, right? The expectation, and I'm purely talking from my GCC perspective, I'm sure different GCCs are in different stages of evolution. Our GCC expectation, our India Center expectation was purely in terms of, hey, these are your deliverables and please, get these deliverables done. But the last time our CEO was in the India Center, he started grilling every single leader on, okay, tell me what the customer issues are. Tell me what you're seeing in competition. Tell me how, we are relevant. Tell me what is India Center doing to achieve the, global priorities which are laid out, right? So you can see how there is a shift. And this is not just in our GCC. In fact, recently, we were in the HICIA. So HICIA is a Hyderabad Software Employers Association, and we did a day-long forum on building AI native GCCs. And all the conversations are around this entire shift towards outcome-based results and not just your standard deliverables. Now, when this shift happens, automatically then it impacts every single employee. In fact, today when you see many roles, employees being, becoming redundant or employees being laid off, I think you also need to understand that somewhere these are employees who have not demonstrated that ability to get into that build section or into the redeploy section or any of those sections for that matter, right? And it's unfortunate because at least, and I speak for my organization, we give a lot of opportunities. And I spoke to you about the career elevate program, many things with my own team, right? I lead a team of 20 HR professionals, and I speak the same to all of them. But within those 20 people, it is just 4 or 5 people who are far ahead in their AI adoption journey when compared to the others. So that's where it shifts from what the organization is taking you in, in whichever direction, to what is the employee doing about it. And there is only so much that the organization can do.
Can I just add one quick thing? So, careers, comp, reward, everything, I think there's no peanut butter approach, right? Everything is very personal. And as a leader, you'll also eventually learn the knack of what are the energizers and drainers for a certain individual, right? So there can be various ways in which you rally people along towards the greater good, towards the business impact. And those levers, you know, in today's day, we've spoken about this enough, that in today's day, it is those softer skills, not just from early career standpoint, but even as leaders, to read the room, to know the energizers and drainers, to read between the lines, to understand the unsaid. And then it's never about the role. What you've heard from the panel today, it's not about the role. It's about the individual. It's about the individual keeping himself or herself relevant and impactful no matter what. I think I'm on the clock. So do we have time for two? One last question? You can do rock, paper, scissors and pick who's gonna. But in the spirit of diversity, maybe, maybe, yeah, the lady who had.
I think you answered your question yourself. If you're switching to another organization in a different career track, then it's a very different thing. What I said was, if you are changing job in the same role, in the same domain, in the basically you're replicating your role for a delta in your comp, that is that could be less beneficial than you sticking in a firm, increasing your breadth of skills and moving in a different domain. See, today, honestly speaking, the traditional career path is making a needle shift. Traditional career path was A के बाद B आएगा, B के बाद C आएगा, C के बाद D आएगा. Today, you would see a lot of individuals who would have zigzag career paths. So I'll give you my example. I started off as an HRBP in my management trainee stint. Then I did couple of years into learning and development talent management. Then I moved into a startup ecosystem where everything, I mean, I was the peon, I was the HR head, I was the HRBP, I was the TA person only. So had I stuck to that HRBP kind of a role from the beginning, maybe my career path would have been very different. I moved along into multiple roles, but yeah, I moved into a different role. I also didn't stick to a same firm for 10 years. In fact, my overall experience is hardly 10 years now. Now, coming back to your question, it depends. It's a very contextual question, and the answer would be also very contextual. If you are moving to a different organization for a different culture, for a different role, for a different skill set, that's a different matter altogether. But if you are simply replicating what you're doing today for a delta in comp, maybe that won't yield you the result that you're looking for in the first place. Did I answer your question?
Thank you, sir. Uh, Today's conversation has reinforced that a career is not built by simply getting the right opportunity, but by continuing to create value as the world of work evolves. Staying relevant requires continuous learning, adaptability, and the willingness to grow beyond our current roles. For our students, the message is simple. Your first job is where you begin. Your ability to learn and adapt is what keeps you moving forward. Thank you to our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insights, and ma'am for moderating it so beautifully.
The only thing I'll say is go easy on your shampoos and your job titles and figure out in your own time who and why you were loyal to what and more, okay? So
Yes, ma'am.
I'll introduce a slightly different angle. The question that you would have asked initially for shampoo, you should have asked to a different gender. You'd
I
have.
won't ask shampoo. I've got feedback. I'll ask
So,
something
so
else.
if you ask 10 guys in the room about the shampoo that they have used for the last 10 years, the answer would be largely yes. Am I wrong or right? Correct, है ना? तो वो एक gender, I think you missed out on that part.
Point taken. Point taken.
In fact, I've been using Head and Shoulders for the last 20 years.
How many jobs have you changed, Surabhit?
6, 5. No correlation.
Now, I would request all the panelists to remain on the stage for facilitation. Now, I would request our moderator, Ms. Arshia Singh, to facilitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Rekha ma'am first. I would like to invite Dishari ma'am. Now I'd like to invite Barjinder sir. Now I'd like to invite Surobhit sir. Now I'd like to invite Saurabh sir. Now, I would like to request Tanisha, our senior team member, to kindly facilitate Arshia ma'am. Can we please stand up for a group photo?
As we bring day 1 of Vimarsh 5.0 to a close, let us take a moment to reflect on the conversations and perspectives shared today. Each discussion has added another dimension to our understanding of talent acquisition and the evolving ways organizations attract, engage, and build talent. Today's conversations have highlighted the changing realities of the workforce and the importance of adapting talent strategies to meet them. From emerging technologies and evolving talent expectations to new approaches to building future ready careers, the discussions have encouraged us to look at talent acquisition through a broader and more contemporary lens. As we conclude day 1, we carry these perspectives forward not simply as conversations from today, but as ideas that can shape how we approach the future of work.
Check. Hello everyone, I'm Nikhil Chadda, Joint Secretary Executive Education Committee, and I'm honored to stand here as we bring day 1 of Vimarsh to a close. As our 4 panels conclude, we wrap up day of engaging conversations around evolving landscapes of talent acquisition. I'm sure we are all are walking away with fresher perspectives and a deeper appreciation of how organizations think, the way they attract, engage, and prepare talent for an evolving world of work. Throughout the day, we explored various talents, how artificial intelligence is transforming HR, how organizations can be better and connect with Gen Z, how GCCs are redefining career opportunities, and how young professionals can stay relevant, valuable, and employable beyond campus. Each discussion brought a different perspective to changing talent landscape and the need for organizations to build agile, inclusive, and future-ready talent strategies. As we reflect on today's conversations, let us also recognize what Vimarsh truly stands for: a space where industry and academia come together to engage with the changing realities of work. Under this year's theme, Redefining the Future of Work, today's discussion have encouraged us to question existing approaches, consider new possibilities, and look ahead to what organizations and their people will need next. With that, we conclude day one of Vimarsh 5.0. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists, moderators, faculty members, and participants for making today's conversation meaningful. Also to the entire team that made today possible. Before we close today's day, I would like to request all our esteemed panelists, which have left already, to kindly join us. Thank you so much. Before you all leave, wait for your attendance, and then we'll start dispersing.